Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the LCS. It's a battle in the upper bracket today as Cloud9 and 100 Thieves face off for a guaranteed spot in the grand final over there in the United Center in Chicago. 2 seed, 5 seed. An interesting matchup, to say the least. I think not one that many expected,
Nice
but we took a look at the
FBI.
bracket from the beginning. Fudge. Ooh, look at that saunter.
Ooh.
Oh, he's
kinda
got
like
some
that.
good twos on for sure.
Yeah, like that was
This is
definitely, there was
something.
to a rhythm there. That was, you know.
We
One
gotta
of
find
these
out. What
days-
song was that?
I really want a team to get like everyone together in the car. Like, don't drive to studio with everyone in the car
Yeah.
because that sounds awful. But like, do some stuff outside and then drive in and just all exit like a clown car.
The fake,
I'm waiting for it.
yeah.
I
Set it
want
all up.
someone to do it.
Straight through the same door, right?
Azale, you're making
Like they're all just like, it's just a never-ending line of players getting out of the
From
Cloud9
smallest
car.
to biggest.
Kind of
That'd be
making
so
me
fun.
want like a pro player playlist. Like
Yeah.
each
Ooh,
player adds one song,
this.
like their pump-up song. So it's like a 50-song list.
Let's get it.
I 2023 or even before that,
Dude,
if you can whip it up.
I still
like,
want entrance songs for players.
Yes.
that'd
too,
be
man.
good.
All right.
Yes,
That is
absolutely.
hype.
Okay. Before we go down that rabbit hole, we have a lot to talk about today, so I'm just going to force us to dive straight in. We're going to start with this right
Good luck.
here. This is the 20 top vote getters for the top 10 all-time players in the LCS. So while the graphic says top 20 all-time, it's actually the top
About
20
this.
vote
Yeah.
getters, vote
that
getters
out.
Here.
rather. And
And
so
cross it out.
we want to talk about this list a little bit. Not even all the time.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Just the, yeah.
Top 20.
Talk about this list a little bit. I wanted to let Emily go first, as she played a hand in some of the voting.
was
and
one of-
so was one of the
A
many
lot of
people on the
voters,
ballot. Wanted to kind of just let you take it away with some thoughts on maybe the top 20 or the 10 of yours that appear here.
So yeah, I'll just circle the 10 that appear from mine in no order. Literally, I'm just going to be going down.
Yes, this is not
actually,
ranking 1 to 10. This is
Yeah.
just the top 10. So we got Afro in there. We got Bjerg.
You're a little controversial.
No,
Just kidding.
Joe.
I don't want to like Joe.
It's fine. Yeah, we got
As
you.
I heard some garbage takes out your mouth, but you're gonna have to leave.
Oh, I'm just here to troll you all day, man.
Yeah, I got.
Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 2 more.
Okay.
Smithy and.
9, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. And then
Oh,
Here we go.
Oh.
New additions.
this is gonna be terrible because I'm drawing this in like 2 seconds. I'm sorry.
Ooh, which one of the many players
This is probably
has
a
glasses?
controversial one.
okay.
That-
And again,
I
these
don't-
are in no order,
not
but
sure it's
that's sorry. This is his glasses, you know, and then I don't know. He has hair. I promise I'm better at art than this.
Looks
usually.
exactly like it.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, it's
Jay. This
perfect.
is terrible.
This is excellent.
All right. So Emily's top 10. So only one of the players that you actually voted for didn't make it in the top 20 in terms of the number of votes, and that would
Okay.
be Huhi.
So the rest of us didn't actually vote.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so the other 3 of us
Like-
were not involved in the voting here. So we're going to try and cobble together our top 10 in a sense. Again, no particular order. So
Okay,
what we've
so let's
decided
just-
is Zale's going to circle and Raz and I are going to scream when we disagree.
Everyone agrees.
Of course.
Ooh.
Everyone agrees.
Yep.
Everyone agrees.
Yep. Easy.
Everyone agrees.
Yes! Yes!
Agreed.
Okay, moving on here. Everyone agrees.
Yes.
Ooh. Yeah,
Firm.
no, I agree. I do agree. I do
I was
agree.
like, wait,
Yes.
that was on mine too. I feel like that's
Yeah.
not kind of
Exactly.
Now I think.
I think it's the reason why I'm going ooh is because he's jumping around the board.
I am jumping around the board.
Right.
So I looked through the list. I actually have Smithy would be in my top 10.
Smithy is for sure. Yeah.
Yep, I like Smithy as
That's
a
for
for
sure.
sure.
Yeah, I have
Now,
JJ on my list
I
as
think
well.
This gets harder now. I would say Jensen is in there.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Jensen
Jensen's
for
there.
sure.
Jensen's there.
Guaranteed.
Okay, so we're at 7.
Because
now. 1, 2,
Jensen
3, 4,
Bjergsen,
5,
top
6,
2 mid
7.
laners, all time in the LCS.
I was, just finalizing my list this morning.
Yeah.
I had Core JJ on my list.
Yeah.
And I had Huhi and Hanser on my list, which makes it hardest point of my life, honestly. I didn't have Meteos or Wild Turtle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Wild Turtle was the one that I was kind of looking at.
Yeah.
Just because he's still he's still one of the most prolific players in the LCS.
Yes.
While we don't necessarily attribute the same level of star power or dominance to
Yes.
him that we do to
How about this man?
I think he's a good argument too, right?
Up one, too.
Yeah.
How many finals appearances has Santorin been in, or finals has Santorin been in on how many different
Really good
rosters as
dot.
well, right? Santorin.
You're not allowed.
Let's see.
Yeah.
You've been cut off,
Santorin to
sir.
me feels
You're
a
done for the
similar.
night.
Santorin to me feels a similar space that Smithy does.
Yeah.
Right. As kind of like these just absolute workhorse junglers that I think for so long were underappreciated for their
Yeah.
value, but definitely have it. So Santorin is a question mark for me. While Turtle's a question mark for me. I would put Huhi on the list. I think he is
You
the
gotta drop
biggest.
Huhi now.
Yeah.
I think Huhi's
Let's
the
see it,
biggest
Giselle.
snub of all of this. This is a guy who's won championships in
getting
two
much
different
more than
roles,
this.
has represented the LCS on the international stage all the way to a
Perfect.
finals.
Looks just like him.
Roblox Huhi.
Yeah.
But I agree with you.
Okay.
2 different championships in 2 different positions.
Yep.
I think Huhi and Hans are on that list.
Sven Skjern also accomplished a lot, though.
He did.
It really gets hard for me. These
Sven's
seven,
a sleeper.
these 7 are no question for me. Santorin accomplished a lot. Someday has actually been here for so many years now and
Yeah.
has maintained.
He's
at a high
closing in
level.
on the impact level.
Doesn't have the same number of championships and stuff, of course.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Pobelter actually had a lot of great years.
Yeah.
Medios was incredibly
Medios
dominant
was
for
incredible.
every
He
year.
changed the way jungling was approached.
Dyrus was like one of the best top laners in the league for many years.
And absolute stable.
Crushed
The
on
reason
TSM.
I'm comfortable leaving Dyrus out of my top 10 is because he has been eclipsed in his role by Impact and Someday, in
Yeah.
my opinion, right?
Yeah.
So, like, at that point, I'm comfortable leaving him just outside the top 10.
What about Biofrost, right? Like Biofrost,
Dude, I know.
he's one of the winningest supports we've ever actually had, right? He came in, he crushed with TSM for so many years. Even this split, I actually think he still played really well. He's just not on a good team.
We only have 2 spots left.
So it's actually really hard. So I do think it's very difficult. Vulcan we didn't talk about either, but Vulcan has started to accomplish a lot.
Yeah.
Everyone goes instantly to core, but Vulcan has actually accomplished more than core in the last quite a few years. I mean, TL hasn't won since Double Lift left.
Yeah.
Vulcan has done a lot since then, right? Like, it's really tough.
I agree with you because I think longevity is a really important piece for LCS 10, right? The 10 years of the LCS. So I think where I would have trolled was the Core JJ piece because of the dominance that he had when he came here. In the short time in which he came, whereas Wild Turtle had the full width of the LCS, where he was great. So that's where I would maybe, where the idea of a player coming in and dominating for a short period of time would have mixed things up.
So I guess all that we've determined is that this is actually a really hard thing to do, to come down to a very narrow 10 players. We've thrown our best 8 up there, but it seems like it's between another 4 or 5 for those final 2 slots.
Oh, and we didn't even get into placements.
And we didn't
Yeah.
even get into
Fun.
placements, and we're not
That's
even
gonna
going
be
to attempt
blood.
to do that.
It's gonna be a
The
bloodbath.
full results will be released on September 7th, as far as I'm aware, so we'll await those results and discuss them a little bit more at that point. Now to return to the LCS playoffs themselves, let's talk about TSM versus EG just yesterday. An unexpected full 5 games.
You experienced it in person, Azelle. You were casting games.
It was definitely an experience. It was an experience for the fans, and an experience for the casters, for the players. This was a weird one, right? There were so many pauses, there were so many tech issues that does add a different layer of stress and pressure to this.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, the result of EG winning is what was expected, but the way in which they got there was wildly different. It required, a Herculean effort from JoJo in Game 5 to actually take over this. I thought TSM had outdrafted them in Game 5. I thought the game was going to TSM, that they were going to win the series.
Agreed.
And then JoJo basically just refused to lose, hit so many key roots on the Swain. Smite steals the Dragon for Soul. Like, this was a wild one. And now I'm kind of left wondering, like, what the hell is EG? What the hell is TL? Like, what is the Sunday matchup going to look like? Because they've both shown such, like, up and down performances, almost losing to CLG for TL, almost losing to TSM for EG.
Yeah, and thankfully, at least for me, the series of CLG versus Golden Guardians showed to me an example in which a team looked completely different from one experience where I was shaken in my confidence in CLG, where they just looked completely different when they went against TL. So I'm hoping that Evil Geniuses look completely different when they go up against Team Liquid, because this was a horrific experience from just like seeing, of just watching their gameplay.
I was up all night. I was really
thinking about it.
thinking hard.
Wait, I'm not gonna lie, I actually did have a dream about it. And I think it constitutes as a nightmare. So I do hope that Evil Geniuses have a different look, not only reapproach the draft and go back to what worked for them during the regular season, and then just the level of play, the fights that we're taking were just genuinely not smart. Reminded me of their loss versus Cloud9.
Yeah, it was a combination, right? The good things I saw from EG is, again, I thought Inspired had much better lane communication, especially like mid and top side. I really liked how the team was working there. The drafts, I was pretty publicly confused by, I guess I'll just say. Like, we talked about how some of them could have worked, right? in theory or like what the setups would be. But it is a stark contrast to how they played in season. So that's the really interesting thing for me is I now feel like we have a #1 seed in EG who kind of dramatically have changed their play style in the lower bracket. And then TL, who still feel like a team to me where they are so full of talent that they, even though they can play through bot lane, they have been playing through bot lane, I still feel like sometimes they don't know necessarily how they want to play.
Yeah, and quickly, just a lot of credit to TSM, who did actually make such a Herculean effort, basically, in the playoffs. Being able to take FlyQuest from the 5, there it is, nabbed it. Exactly, from FlyQuest, and then almost took down Evil Geniuses, so great job from them.
So we end up in a situation where our 1 seed is facing off against the 3 seed in the lower bracket. It's our 2 and our 5 seed that are sitting up there in the upper bracket. Stakes for that lower bracket are very, very high. Again, only twice before has it happened in the LCS where our 1 seed from the regular season did not make it to Worlds. EG's got to win 1 more best of 5 to secure that spot. But today, we've got that winner's bracket bout. It's 100 Thieves versus Cloud9. They've already locked their spots for Worlds. So the pressure is off when it comes to that. Now it's about booking your ticket straight into the grand finals in Chicago. You don't want to play 2 days in a row out there. You want to watch your opponents slog it out in the losers bracket finals for the opportunity to play you.
Absolutely. And for both of these teams, they have different kind of motivations pushing them to get that championship, the LCS championship. For 100 Thieves, it's the idea that the fact that they won that championship, but it was during COVID era and there were no fans there. And then when they went there to Houston to be able to take it going up against Evil Geniuses, they lost it in unfortunate fashion, right? So they still want to be able to hoist that cup in front of the fans that they were expecting to when they were looking for that back-to-back in Houston.
Yeah, and I mean, C9 is the same. Like, I remember when Perks was on the team, he was, like, running through the empty stands, like,
both
fake
him and Sven.
high-fiving people.
Yeah.
And I think it would mean a lot to both of them. And also, the rosters are so starkly different that it's super interesting to watch. Like, 100 Thieves have stuck with the same lineup. I think they definitely want to prove that that can work, and I really love that from them. And then, meanwhile, C9, it's this roster we've been looking at and being like, there's so much talent on this, I can't wait until it comes together. And now they're finally coming together, and it's looking great.
I also think it's really interesting. I mean, this is kind of a throwaway point, but C9 hasn't actually won a summer split since 2013 or 2014, whenever it was, when they actually came in. It was the first split that they ever played in the league. It was the only summer split they've ever won. They've gone to MSI, but generally at Worlds, they're playing through play-ins.
Yeah,
right?
they're a 3 seed most of the time.
Yeah, they've never been our #1 team, which I do think would be really, really cool for them, because they're the team that most people look at and say, this is the team I believe in internationally when it comes to the LCS.
Yeah, for me, the most striking thing is the footage of watching both of these squads' last championship wins. For one team, they're celebrating in their team house, in the room, in the same room that they practice in. And then for the other, yes, they got to play here in the arena, but to an empty arena at that. And so to book that ticket straight into the finals in the United Center, to know that you will be playing for the title and the opportunity to hoist that trophy in front of tens of thousands of people, that's going to be something special. And so I do think there are tremendous stakes on this matchup, even though it's not the end of the road for the losing team either.
Yeah, just knowing that, just looking at this piece of footage, right? Sure, the series was incredibly exciting. The fact that they won in the way that they did with that Sion lane swap in Game 5, like, it was beautiful, but you're still hoisting that cup to nobody, or at least to the cameras. And so just being able to have that experience again for a lot of these players is another reason to become a pro. It's that injection of, like, yes, that being able to have that motivation, that rile up from the crowds who's on your side, is kind of what we saw from Houston. I keep going back to that one. This is the first real event past COVID where people got to go out and cheer for their favorite players.
And we can always talk about what it means to do something, to achieve something in front of a crowd, in front of your fans, family, all of that. Also, these are competitors. They want to win, right? And nobody really wants to win, I think, more than Sven, which he has made clear for his entire career. So much of his willingness to make this role swap was for very much that reason. His best opportunity to play at the highest level and also win.
I just have so much respect for players like this who are able to, play at a top level for so long, who are driven by that burning desire to win, right? It does take a little bit of a hit to the ego to say, hey, I'm not going to be able to find that top level team in the role that I've played. This is my best opportunity to actually be on a team that could win LCS, that can go to Worlds. I'm going to do it. And he's worked incredibly hard at it, and he's made it happen. Even in the EG series, they were actually banning him out in both Game 3 and 4, those final games. It was double ban of the Yuumi and the Lulu, and he's still bringing out the Renata and having that high level of success.
In just a single split of role swapping to support, he's already made it to finals weekend. Funnily enough, today he goes up against the other role swap support in the LCS, someone who's done what he's trying to do before. Let's get some thoughts from Sven on the strength of 100 Thieves bot lane.
Who, to be honest, are probably the best laners currently. I would think beforehand that it was TL's bot lane, but they just haven't been performing in lane recently. KJ has been looking really bad in range supports, so they tend to ban those and play melees. But I think this bot lane can play almost everything in this meta. They can play Yuumi, they can play melee, they can play Kalista, they can play Aphelios, right? Whereas other ACs just can't play some things. Like EG can't play Tsunami, for example. They can't play Kalista. But one of Thieves can play everything in bot lane. And they're good in lane as well. They always have been pretty good in lane. But I think that Berserker has also been slowly ramping up to, getting better and better in lane phase. And last time against EG, we killed him in lane with the Yuumi game. Then today in the Phil's game, we killed him as well. And I felt very confident in our laning throughout this series. And overall, I think that I have a lot of respect for my opponents. But I think that we're as good as them, or better.
Yeah, there's great reason that he has the respect for the bot lane 100 Thieves. It kind of exactly emulates the fact that when 100 Thieves first played their series in this playoffs, they started out with a Kalista pick, right? They're the team that is the most open in what they're willing to play, it feels like. But if you look at this champion pool comparison, at least they're going up against a duo in Berserker and Sven that can match them in that.
This is really interesting to me because although, Sven was lauding the 100 Thieves bot lane and their flexibility, it does not show here. So I think two things are happening here. One, I think FBI and Huhi can play just a myriad of champions that aren't shown here. And if you looked at it career-wise, it would be a lot different. But the other thing is that C9 have been trying to be a lot more flexible with their bot lane. They have had some different looks, especially the Ashe support, that have been really, really interesting and forced teams to adapt.
And C9 has played a lot more games in playoffs, right? 100 Thieves got the bye, so that's all those extra 12
They also had a
games.
tiebreaker.
Yep, and yeah, exactly. They also had the tiebreaker, so they've played a lot more games on these two patches.
But it is 17-11, doing the quick math on what we see up there, and so it is very interesting to see a kind of how much of a wide net Cloud9 is casting to try and find what their bot lane look is, what will work best for them.
Yeah, because 100 Thieves bot lane, they'll play something that it feels like they're 100% confident in. Like the Senna Seraphine, first games they played it, felt like even though there were some mess ups in the lane, ultimately throughout the team fights, you can tell that they've been repeating that throughout scrims, or at least they felt really comfortable. Whereas C9's bot lane has definitely made more experimentation. The idea of Neela and Sona being a pick where that's the first time we got to see that duo, and it was from C9. And the Amumu during playoffs too had some great moments, but ultimately it fell flat, and I don't expect them to play it again. But they're more willing to try something on stage.
And I think one thing that's just really cool is it exemplifies the fact that just below the S tier, there's actually a lot of different champions you can go
Absolutely.
to. So with all these bans that are thrown towards bot lane for support and AD, then it really opens up, and there's a bunch of stuff.
I like that addendum, because if Zeri, Yuumi, Sivir, and Lulu are unbanned, those are the only four champions. Those are the only four champions getting played, right?
Now because these both bot lanes are willing to experiment, they're willing to play these really hard, aggressive 2v2s. I'll be so sad if we just do handshake.
I play Sivir. I play Zeri.
There we go. Thank you. You want Lulu? Yuumi? All right, perfect. Thank you.
Please no. All right. Well, for Sven in the role swap, he has a titanic matchup to try and overcome today. Lucky for him, he doesn't have to do it alone. He gets to do it alongside Berserker, who's been a top performer all split long, but also picked up MasterCard Player of the Week just last week. Let's hear from him now.
I'm here with the MasterCard Player of the Week from the first week of playoffs. It's Berserker. Berserker, thank you for joining me. How does it feel to win the award?
Just really happy.
I'm curious. It's been kind of a long season now for you at Cloud9. What do you think makes you more unique or different from other AD carries in the league?
First, I'm young, and 2, really good mechanic, and 3rd, not spring but in summer, get brain.
I'm curious, what is your relationship with Sven like? Obviously, because he's in a new role and he's a new teammate for you. So what's that been like across the split? What's your relationship like?
He's good sub and he's like just comedian. He's really funny. Yeah.
And then, of course, with that, you are now qualified for Worlds as well. What's that going to be like for you? Excited to go to Worlds?
First LCS and fourth World, so I just really excited.
What are you looking forward to about it being your first World Championships?
I really want, like, I'm from Korea, so I want meet like Umayushi or Rulo.
Maybe beat them in lane a little bit?
Hopium.
All right, Ubazaka, thank you so much. It's been so much fun.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we are going to continue on with our day.
Berserker's got his sights set on some matchups against some of his LCK AD carries like Gumayushi
Hell
or
yeah.
Ruler. We'll see if he can get to those matchups in Worlds, but he's got to get it done here today. First, we're handing over to Emily, though, to transition into some conversation around the jungler, specifically Blabber.
Yeah, so we talked a lot about how C9 and Blabber were able to track Inspired early in the EG series, and it made a massive difference. This is actually something where both junglers are going to have an equal start. They both end up going red with a leash to Krugs to Bird, so they have like identical starts. The other important thing is there's a ward here that's placed by Jensen, and then there's actually a ward here that's placed by Jojo. So both junglers are actually being tracked. When we talk a lot about Blabber, I think we tend to focus on like how aggressive he can be in team fights, right? Like how he chooses these skirmishes, and not necessarily as much about his early pathing, unless it's like we're farming up, we're getting all the scuttle crabs, etc. The cool thing that I liked from Blabber here is that they are going to make the assumption that Sejuani is going top because of where they saw her on the ward. And even though Blabber was pinged out on a ward previously, he goes for this very cool wraparound gank onto Jojo that sets up Jensen for success. The idea of the Lissandra pick from Jojo is presumably, and I know Olive talked about this on cast as well, the Lissandra-LeBlanc matchup, is that he is going to be trying to push in and go to sides. And I actually thought this gank was like really simple, but really clever. And I liked it a lot from Blabber in terms of facilitating his lanes, which we don't always talk about, right? Because we definitely talk more about the farming, more about the carry potential. And I really liked this showcasing that he works well with his team and he's affecting his lane.
Yeah, Zale, that felt Santorin-esque. That felt like he was stealing a page out of Santorin's
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just the idea of doing an inefficient path so that people don't expect that you're actually going to come from it, right? Because you're having to do this gank where you're skipping camps, you're walking around. Santorin is king of this, where he'll like do red on top side and then path all the way to bot and just like gank at level 2. And no one is going to expect that because it's this weird path. People have the timings down on all standard paths like that. So if you're doing something that's like on tempo, like on a standard clear, almost always it's not going to work anymore. So people have to get more creative and mix in these things that are inefficient.
Yeah, I love that evolution of the pathing like that, just because very much like the Pro to Pro here from Santorin, hey, jungle doesn't matter. Let's try to make the impact on the map, and that's been something that Blabber was able to do during that series. And the point that you had made, the team as a whole, but for sure Blabber, tracking Inspired within that series and just being able to essentially not let him impact the map the way Inspired usually does.
Yeah, I want to respect Santorin's opinion on jungle doesn't matter, but sometimes you watch a C9 game and you go, I think the jungle matters. I think the jungler might be the reason that they are winning this game, you know? Like, Blabber sometimes just pops the hell up.
Especially in that replay where that draft, the Renata Zillion, is simply around Blabber.
Yeah.
Yeah, blast cone over the wall, double revive. He's just going ham because that's who he is as a player, and they're just basically playing around that strength.
And Emily, I only bring that up because I think that it does force teams to think about how they approach Cloud9 differently than a lot of other teams in the league, where maybe the junglers are really just playing a very facilitative kind of role. But with Cloud9, you don't know which version you're going to get. It can be the Olaf, I'm going to run at your face, 10-0, win this game, or I'm going to get relegated to something else and have to play a more supportive style. And so I wonder how 100 Thieves and Closer specifically, who is absolutely no slouch of his own, is going to approach the series against Blabber today.
Yeah, and Closer is another jungler that can play both ways, right?
Yeah.
We've seen him path top, specifically top side, super early, and also to mid. But then we've seen these insane carry games from him, and then we've also seen stuff like the Lee Sin, where he's just an individual difference maker in team fights. So both junglers actually have this flexibility, I think, especially from what we've seen from both of them in the playoffs. And that's going to make this jungle matchup super interesting.
Yeah, I mean, definitely loves ganking as well. Early ganking towards topside, like you mentioned. Boom, Summit out of it. Alfari as well. Top laners hate the man. And then when it comes to team fighting, he's held on to that Lee Sin pick throughout the entire series for that Game 5, in which he just continuously kicked Hansama's head in. So he is a playmaker.
It's going to be a Lee Sin in the back of Cloud9's mind. There's going to be a Zillion in the back of 100 Thieves' mind when it comes to champion select again. I'm not envious of any team in the current meta trying to approach a best of 5 because of everything we've talked about, from the 80 carries to some of the playmakers on each of the teams. Let's talk about the top lane just briefly. First, we're going to get a word from Fudge. He's had thoughts on how all of their matchups in playoffs would play out so far.
In the team right now?
I think it's a quick 3-0. Honestly, EG is one of the worst teams in playoffs right now.
Oh, okay.
You would have to see the scrims, but Jesus, man.
Really?
Jesus, man.
Okay.
Really see a way we can win against 100 Thieves. Okay. I think they seem like the best team in the league. Okay. It doesn't really seem close.
Gotcha.
The scrims are really, really rough. I'm hoping that we can somehow get a better draft because, I don't know, it seems really doomed.
He is such a troll, man. Just look at his face.
The second clip, the immediacy with which Travis is over it.
Yeah.
Literally, okay. It's just it's there. I'm getting this out of you.
Fudge is delivering a deadpan, but you can hear the smile.
Oh,
yeah,
he loves it.
Yeah.
He's having so much fun. All right, so
I did like how he tried to put on the very serious face.
Yeah.
Right? He's like, it's doomed, bros.
Well, Fudge thinks it's doomed. It's clear to me that the community at large does not feel that way, because even those of us who are going the way of 100 Thieves, not a single 3-0 on this board, which I love to see. So the implication is that this will be a well-fought series.
I know, right?
Respectable.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, we are all in agreement, actually, all of us. Oh, no, Raz is 3-1. So
3-1.
Raz gave him just the 3-1. Okay.
Yeah.
Why that much confidence?
Just a lot of confidence in 100 Thieves across the board. That as well. But I know a lot of confidence in 100 Thieves across the board. A lot of the things we mentioned, I think they're firing off. Excellent team fighting, great laning, also closers, early ganking. I feel like they're currently playing a really solid game.
Now, Fudge says this is going to be a hard matchup, Azale, but Fudge was one of the biggest difference makers in their previous win against Impact, playing everything from the Fiora Camille to the, as I knock over the LCS Pigeon, sorry, buddy.
Don't do that.
To the Orns and things like that. Someday, though, first All-Pro.
Yeah, Someday has been incredible. And I think that my biggest question here and why I went 100 Thieves is I'm just not sure if C9 can replicate the same level of performance that they did against EG, because I do think Fudge was such a big factor in that series, not only with the picks were huge against the Aatrox, but with the individual play. He had 3 solo kills, 0 ISO deaths, was massively dominating that series, and that was the biggest way in, I felt, for C9 in that one.
Do we think that for 100 Thieves, Raz, that the top lane is actually the answer?
Top lane, I think, as well as I would also say mid lane. I think Abadaga has been playing really well as well, so I think
the lane we didn't even touch.
Solo lanes, exactly. I think solo lanes are incredibly important in this specific series. With how creative the bot lane is, I don't expect there to be a large gap. I could be wrong on that front, but yeah, I'm interested to see how not only does this series start and how it evolves.
I'm just curious to see bot lanes. I really hope with these two teams specifically, we do not see the Sivir Zeri handshake, because obviously we already know Berserker can play Draven. We've seen them trying out stuff like Nyla on the other side, 100 Thieves. They're Lucian Nami. Like FBI is an incredible Lucian player. I think these teams can bring creative and really aggressive, fun 2v2 options that I just don't want to see the handshake here.
And I love that you didn't pay any mind to his awful joke.
Freak's not here, so
Yeah,
he's
there we
getting
go.
No, I'm just whatever.
I don't know what's gotten into me recently.
Yeah.
All righty,
Ghost
our
is
two
great.
top teams are getting ready to do battle in a best-of-5 to book a ticket straight to the LCS Finals out there in Chicago. Let's waste no more time. Let's get out to the arena for Cloud9 versus 100 Thieves.
Maybe it's because you have a dog now, your dad.
100 Thieves has almost always been a team that performs better in playoffs. They tend to go from being like a whatever team in regular season, and then they kind of scale.
We are working every single day to get our moments back and get our title back.
I think 100 Thieves is a very solid team, but they are one-dimensional. They tend to rely heavily on Closer.
100 Thieves have got control of the Dragon now, though.
Oh, Closer's done it again! Hansama kicked into the back of the team! Closer again has found the angle. How does he do it?
I have a lot of respect for my opponents, but I think that we're as good as them or better.
Flood through for Impact. Vulcan fighting away. Vulcan stays alive. A double kill for Impact, and he's going for more. Flash out though. It's gonna be a dead Danny. Berserker not stunned. To get one back out of Impact. He's gonna find his own double. JoJo misses the charm, and it's going to be another kill. 4 in a row for Berserker.
I think they're just so used to seeing these big names like Team Liquid, Cloud9. They are not very ready for the new era of LCS, but it's already here and we will prove that.
Welcome to Game 1, the final upper bracket match here in the LCS postseason. 100 Thieves and Cloud9 have been the best performing teams here when it matters most in the postseason, in the best of 5s. Cloud9 stepping up from 5th seed. I mean, well done to them. 100 Thieves, though, good in the regular season, also good here.
And a pretty jovial atmosphere looking at the body language on stage for these teams. This is a lower stress match than everyone else has been facing. Neither one of these teams facing elimination here, but definitely trying to put the other one into the dirt to buy them a spot in finals.
Definitely a hype matchup. They've balanced against each other a couple of times over the last 2 years. Ever since the core from the Golden Guardians lineup has gone up against 100 Thieves, they have played in playoffs, or best of series, I should say, 4 times. Once in lock-in, once in spring, once in summer, once in spring. They've played every single time since they've joined over.
And critically, since Abadaga and Reaper have joined 100 Thieves, they are 2-0 against Cloud9. So they definitely have the recent momentum. But we've seen C9 has made a lot of changes, and they're looking good.
And interesting to see the draft prep here as well. FBI's most played champion this split is actually Senna. He's had a ton of games on her with a variety of different lane matchups, and those Venas had 1 game on her. Not the kind of style Cloud9 going for. You could see double marksman bans, red side close to very common. Senna seems to be for this series, and then choosing Vi as Yumi is locked in right away.
So the first pick Yumi is really funny because Cloud9 released a YouTube video about their series against EG, and they said they first picked Zeri over Yumi, idiots, in the first game when EG did it. So I would actually, with Lulu banned, it might change the equation here, but I do wonder if we're going to see a Zeri pick right away for Cloud9.
No surprise, the Wukong taken away, second highest champion on the patch behind Azir, considered to be one of the best junglers in the game right now. Very strong in the early game, but more importantly, the team fighting. And that's something that Closer does extremely well. So I can say it also has a bit of a takeaway from Closer. I would say it's his best champion on the current patch. The Viego that he was so known for has largely fallen out of favor. Yeah, he had the insane Lee Sin game, but it's really the Wukong that you have to be scared of from him.
I would imagine that we see a Renata picked here by Cloud9 as well, unless they have a different enchanter look. They want to go with Zeri, trying to match up against Sivir plus Yuumi with Lulu banned is going to be an interesting matchup to watch. The first 3 picks in a vacuum are very strong by 100 Thieves.
Looking pretty good right now. Yeah, I mean, I think these are very strong champs overall. Lulu, the expected answer, of course, is banned away.
Ooh.
So just the Orianna grab as the answer into Azir, Jensen's signature mid laner.
I like this a lot. When C9 upset EG in the upper bracket last week, it was a lot about team fighting, team comps that got it done. They brought back the Zillion, Blab and Blabber's Olaf this time around, going to the other kind of staple Jensen champion in Orianna. This is what he's made his name on the most, I would say, more than anything else. And it does start setting up for this insane Wombo team fight with, you have Wukong going in, knocking everyone up, pulling them together, buying space for Zeri.
I like Crawl Closer, I will say, that's good. I like that one. It's a pun.
What small note on the bans that I want to track throughout the whole series. When 100 Thieves played against TL, they kind of picked their permaban for the whole series. It was Trundle against Santorin. Here, I don't mind the Sejuani because C9, for them, it is very much a Sejuani flex, which makes draft very complicated. So I wouldn't be surprised if Sejuani is locked out the entire series by 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Fudge had some pretty nice performances on it as well. It's a champion that they all can pilot, feels like, between him and Blabber. So, like you said, taking that one out. Camille as well. This is, I think, the most important strategic matchup to focus in on is top lane. Actually, there was a lot of talk about bot lane, but Fudge was the one guy, it feels like, who's playing the meta counters to the meta. And that's what Revenge was talking a lot about with the Fioras and the Camille's. We've seen a lot of people slamming Aatrox and Ornn and whatnot, and Fudge is the one guy right now playing what seems like the biggest counters into it. And it's a question of, does 100 Thieves want to play into that, or are they going to try and ban everything out?
Right, so the Camille ban prompted the Ornn ban. The Fiora ban would set up an Aatrox pick for 100 Thieves. So the question is, do they just take the Aatrox here, or does Fudge have another counter pick for it? That's the mind game that's going on in the second phase of bans, and it shows the focus to top lane, because normally in 4 or 5 bans, when you have a role mismatch like this, notice 100 Thieves has no jungler and C9 has no support, the bans would usually be towards those roles, but the fact that it's for top laners shows how much priority they're putting on it.
And the important thing is that it allows Renata to get through. Like you were saying in the first phase, you're worried about, okay, if they don't take the Renata here, it's going to get banned out. But with how much attention they're giving to Fudge's champion pool, it allows Sven to lock that one in.
And we have seen teams be willing to play other styles as well. The Janna, Soraka was hovered. I haven't seen much of her, to be fair, but
I think maybe an LS shout out.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, maybe the Ivern comes out as well now afterwards. But you mentioned the Aatrox, potentially uncountable. We have seen a lot of players pick a lot of different options into this one. I want to know what comes through actually in this case. Fiora, I think, has been the most prolific of them. Again, that was the ban. So we'll have to see what Fudge's answer is going to be. And clearly saying, yeah, we know the eyes are on Aatrox. Someday has played an amazing one, especially all through last week. Poppy will come through at the very end. A very good jungler here as well. Plenty of dashes to interrupt.
I mean, a lot of power picks just made it through to the 4th, 5th phase. It's very unique to this matchup, as we talked about. And I don't know if Fudge is going to go with his last counter pick to Aatrox was Fiora.
Kennen?
Kennen.
Okay.
There is a huge amount of teamfight power right here, right? 3 incredible teamfight starters. Kennen, Wukong, Orianna as well. You've got very good follow-up for everyone else. So, I mean, if you find the right flank, literally everyone on 100 Thieves is dying.
That was one of the big plays from that series where there was a monstrous engage by Fudge. They put the double exhaust on him, but did absolutely nothing to really stop him from annihilating them. And so less of a lane-dominant counter, I think, and more about kind of indexing into that team fighting, given that they had thrown so many bans in there. Glad it wasn't the Urgot, which we saw Whippo trying. You know, I like this one a lot more, given that it does feel like they're saying, when we get to these 5v5s, it's all about our engage, just basically instantly annihilating you.
Yeah, it is likely going to prompt at least one exhaust from Huhi's Yuumi. Maybe another one, but I don't know what champion they'd be able to fit it on, so probably just going with one exhaust. The other possible flaws, they might be very heavy on magic damage now, with Zeri doing a decent percentage of magic damage as well, but I do like the pick for the team fighting.
All right, team fight's going to be fun. Quick final comments from the coaching staff. Is it going to be enough here in game 1? A best of 5 between 100 Thieves and Cloud9. Who is headed to the first spot in the finals? 100 Thieves hoisted the trophy just 12 months ago. Cloud9 just split before them. Let's see what's going to be. The audience here in LA is ready. We are as well. 100 Thieves, Cloud9, let's go! Summoners Rampage are home for the next 3 to 5 hours as we figure out who takes the title as the best team in NA until a week's time when they maybe rematch in the finals themselves. Cloud9 and Thieves both have looked like the 2 best teams in the league.
And sustained success for both of these organizations. 2 of the last 3 champions of the LCS. 100 Thieves a year ago in 2021 Summer Split. Cloud9 a year and a half in the spring of 2021. So very powerful performances in a sustained fashion by both of these orgs.
Alrighty, well, a very fun battle. Blabber, of course, a huge deal in this one for Cloud9 in the jungle. And Sven has some insight on what this champion unlocks for Blabber.
I think me and Blabber probably are, but I think almost every good team is led by their support and jungle player. If they aren't, it's usually not a good team. It's like usually a flawed team if you're led by top laner or you're ADC or something like that, right? I think it's very important that jungle and support are always on the same page about what to do. I think we as a team work the best when Blabber is playing the playmaking champions, Wukong, and what did he play today? Yeah, I don't even know what Blabber played today, honestly, but like he's best on channel like Wukong, Hecarim, Olaf, whatever it is. Champs can actually do something. He's very confident as a player in his own calls, his ideas. So right now in champs that matter, Yuumi, Lulu, Renata, even like things like Karma and stuff will be played as well. Because one, the aces are really fucking good, and then junglers are really good with enchanters as well. So I think that works well for us. Blabber kind of like finds the angles, and I tell him like, oh no, here, now we're backing off, bro. So it's like a dog on a leash almost sometimes.
Sounds like Sven is down to be Blabber's dog, though, with all the enchanters that they're playing, setting up.
I think Blabber's the dog. I think Sven is the one holding the leash. He's like, no, it's time to go back, bro.
That's what you think, but then when you're getting pulled behind the dog, trust me, it's the dog leading that one.
Yeah, the dog is walking the human in some cases. Had that experience this morning. Anyways, Sven, for sure, I wonder if he's speaking from experience of like AD carry leading a team might be a flawed team. I feel like that was what Sven did as an AD carry, so maybe the support conceptually suits him.
He's aware of his mistake. It's okay. Closer gonna be fighting Blabber for some chickens. Wants to get what he can. Wants to get into smite range. It is up for both junglers. That's gonna be pretty tight timing. It's Blabber who gets it in the end. Both knew they had it. Blabber was the first smite fight of the best of 5. A flash means the stun's gonna land, but I mean, Closer, you weren't killing him with that one. That was a bit of a waste.
I still like it, though. Flash for Flash, getting some priority for Abadaga in the mid lane, grabbing the Azir, kind of something that we didn't talk a ton about in the draft phases. 100 Thieves having a ton of scaling on their side. Both teams do, but Azir is the highest presence champion in the current meta, slowly climbing the ranks over time to the point where he does feel kind of the premier control mage, and that's why it feels pretty good to get the flash out of Jensen early on and make sure that you have some priority in that matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. But I also think Jensen, when he's in the zone, will still be fine in this matchup. It's maybe one of the trump cards that C9 has going into these playoffs is they just feel comfortable with so many different, I call them like handshake matchups. So a lot of teams will just blind pick the Azir and consider that a power pick, but Jensen is very comfortable playing the Orianna into it and outscaling. Fudge would be the same. A lot of people blind pick Aatrox with no ban setup. 100 Thieves had to throw a ban at the Fiora, and Fudge still has lane priority with yet another counter pick. Zeri Sivir is another trade that C9 feels very comfortable in. So they just have a lot of flexibility, and it's backed by confidence because when they have these picks, they have been performing.
That's the important part, right, is being able to kind of play deep into the draft because, yeah, you know what's important, but as we saw in this one, right, the bans were situational champions. Like, hey, as you mentioned, Sejuani, probably permaban 100 Thieves. Senna, I think, is going to be permaban by Cloud9. It's like, yeah, that one, that's kind of a one-sided pick. But everything else, I have answers for days, right? Like, whatever you want to bring out, that's fine. Something else is going to work well for us.
Love this counter jungle by Blabber here, trying to pay back a little bit the early aggression by Closer, knowing that he's going to end up on the bot side there after the top side contest. And this jungle matchup is one of the key focuses for this series as well. We talk about strategically, maybe top side, but personality-wise, feels like Closer versus Blabber is this huge thing. There was that famous video of Closer losing his mind after a set of scrims, I'm pretty sure it was, in one of the 100 Thieves videos where he's just like gotten boomed by Blabber and talking about how good he is.
Yeah, I think the rivalry has been ongoing for these guys. And actually, the biggest one to my memory, Mark, was the 2021 lock-in tournament. Cloud9 reverse swept 100 Thieves. And 100 Thieves released some comment of Closer saying like, man, Blabber, he's so good, man. Like, I just can't.
He's like screaming into the pillows.
But it's quite a storied rivalry. They've both been in league for a long time. The all-time record for these guys, I'll get into it in a moment.
Early flash beam. There's no shockwave. It was a red buff. I'm surprised Abadaga wanted to help far up that badly, but flashes away from a red buff Wukong without cooldowns available. Fudge eventually walked down as well, but no kill.
Little play by Blabber there to set Jensen up for success and then interrupt some recalls.
He's damaged, but no CC to really knock him down, but it is the recall stops you mentioned.
But onto the point of Closer and Blabber again, the all-time record between these two is 15 wins for Blabber, 14 wins for Closer. So it's incredibly close.
Incredibly close. You heard about them talking about, from Sven's perspective, how important Blabber is for C9, their playmaking. He's the one kind of going in a lot of the times on these champions that he's so proficient at. Closer's much the same way for 100 Thieves. He is a lot of times the big playmaker in the mid to late game. He's insanely clutch. In that title run that they had where he grabbed finals MVP, it was kind of his Viego taking over those matchups. You saw it in the series to take down Team Liquid despite falling behind early in game 5.
Once the shuffle gets it, the flash wasn't there. Attack the wall as well. Jensen has a shockwave, but will it matter? Buys a bit of time. Smites for a level. Closer's 5, and Jensen, one hit from death. There's first blood. 100 Thieves pull off the first.
Azir Poppy combo, not letting Jensen's flash come back up. So Closer traded the flash early. They're synced flash timers because they traded flash for flash. It's the easiest way to track it, and they get the kill.
Awesome setup there with the wall from Azir. A combo that Cloud9 is fairly familiar with, though they ran it with Azir Poppy, or excuse me, a Nivea Poppy back in the regular season, giving a bit of a taste of their own medicine there. Jensen gonna drop in. As a response, after they kind of reset off that play, Cloud9 gonna grab this Dragon, getting it just at 7 minutes, so pretty good timing for them.
Yeah, very fast pace. If they keep bot pressure somehow or just manage to sneak it every single time, that's gonna be well on their way. Hextech Drake second, early, of course, regen helping a ton as well. If anyone is under pressure, it's gonna be pretty nice.
Yeah, throughout the regular season, Cloud9 was the best team at taking Dragon early. Throughout playoffs, it's actually been 100 Thieves. So watching this gank one more time, Jensen was maybe half a step away from being able to dodge out from that Azir ultimate. But those inches make a difference.
Absolutely critical to know the actual distance on that, because the soldiers spawn behind you, and then further behind the soldiers, there's like a little invisible projectile that will actually scoop the people back. So Abbedagge is showing he knows those distances quite well.
Yep, he's in range for WEQ and says, all right, no way out. Jensen went for the move speed, wasn't enough. Out he went. Red Ward killed. Blabber playing for the vision. +1 on that scoreline as mid lane is cleared. Blabber doesn't leech any XP away, but you can see a pretty close game. 500 gold puts 100 Thieves ahead, so Cloud9 slightly out farming. You can see a 21 CS lead top lane. Sork shoes rush as well. Fudge not only run away from ganks, I think pretty solid, but gets a little melee, but will be building for as much burst damage as possible on the 100 Thieves backline.
Definitely a lot of mid-jungle priority right here. This is an abnormal amount of time spent mid for both guys, but it's all about trying to get the setup with this Rift Herald, and the Rift Herald is more about the support move. So Sven is way ahead of this play, which is what's prompting C9 to be able to move here. But the question is, can they get the Rift Herald down in time before Sivir Yuumi arrive? Because that 4v3 will turn into a 5v4 if they're not fast.
Vision gain, and with the eye open, you can see smites are available on both junglers.
Yeah, they want to reset it.
Empowered indeed. And I mean, there's a ton of patience still there, though, so somebody gonna go in for the first bit of the fight. Does Kennen go in for a bit more there? When's it gonna happen? Because Blabber getting a bit low, but it's the clone, so he's gonna be fine. Sunday pushed out, Fudge entirely gone. Smite comes in, Blabber claims it. 20-second window, and it's gonna be over the wall for the scoop, but it misses. Still, though, gonna be able to catch out Sven. Left alone, the last shot comes in, and Blabber, can he be killed? Exhaust for a slow, jumps around, 100 HP, jumps back, but Abbedagge claims the kill. 3-0 100 Thieves, the eye will time out.
A quick 2-0 for 100 Thieves. They were able to stall out the take by Cloud9 long enough for the Sivir and Yuumi to get up there, make that a 5v4, and they were just barely able to kite out the Blabber engage. You can see Fudge and him were kind of on different pages. I thought they were going to go in and blow up the Aatrox. When Blabber hops in here, he goes to try and finish off this Rift Herald, and they have an opportunity here, I think, to 100 to 0 him. If Fudge just ult flashes on top, I think they just kill him and then can maybe try and win the fight from there, but he gets ejected before he can make a decision on if he wants to fight or not. Blabber commits to just finishing off the Herald. At least it denies it from 100 Thieves in that position, because from here on out, it's 100 Thieves controlling this fight.
Blabber will also get the local gold, but I think you're absolutely right there, Mark. A total split call. Fudge was worried about the long team fight because he knew that Sivir and Zeri were there for the numbers advantage, and Blabber was trying to make what you call like a fast play, where you burst the guy before his reinforcements arrive and then bail. But you can't have the split call like that. It's just going to end a disaster.
Well, Kennen still up. Fudge will count when he actually wants to press that button, but for now, it wasn't part of the same play as his jungler, and that miscommunication. Yeah, they get 300 gold because of the Herald play, but nothing else beyond that. 100 Thieves well and truly in the lead here, 700 gold up. See FBI down 20 CS though to Berserker. Did not see if he had roamed up and dropped a lot of farm because of it, but there is a really very large Zeri down here, piloted by Cloud9's AD carry.
I think that's kind of the ace in the hole right now for Cloud9 because they have fallen a little bit behind in the mid-jungle matchup. Obviously 2-0-1 Abadaga, as well as Closer, helping get a number of those kills. Going to put their core of the mid-jungle a little bit ahead, but you can always just shield up that Zeri speeder up.
I want to point something out, though. Huhi is going for Mage Yuumi. Like, this is a Luden's Tempest build, which we don't see much of anymore, but this is Ballistic Missile Yuumi.
This is 12-16, I believe, is when the big Yuumi...
Yeah, this is not the changes. Huhi just wants to be a mage right now. Double Root press, really good damage to the bottom side. And it is going to be FBI surviving. Ulti, Spell Shield. His summoners were down, didn't need him.
This is definitely feeling like a little bit of an off game for Blabber. He spent a lot of time mid, only gotten one flash, no kills, then also tried to make that fast play, which wasn't followed by Fudge. Definitely feeling like he's trying to force something, trying to get that Wukong off onto an ulted Zeri, and a Sivir who has Spell Shield is a very optimistic play, and it chunks him out before the Dragon spawn and sends him to the other side of the map.
Definitely a player who, if he sees a fight he can take, seems to always like that fight for Blabber. Yeah. Never afraid to pull the trigger, and I think that the Rift Herald one maybe could have gone in their favor, but now falling behind the pace of the game, sometimes you have to adjust from there and focus a little bit more on finding the exact right opportunity to go instead of always looking for the fight.
And speaking of pacing, look at item spikes. FBI just recalled, walks up Kraken Slayer, boots one there as well. Luden's done for Abadaga on top of that one. It's double mythic to 0 on the side of Cloud9. I don't see a world where Cloud9 chooses to take a fight anywhere remotely near Abadaga or FBI.
Yeah, I think they have to concede this next Drake and just continue farming and maybe hope for Fudge to take down first turret, get an item spike, and then maybe fight for the third dragon. So the Ocean Drake will help their laning a little bit, but I completely agree with current items. Team fights would go heavily in the favor of 100 Thieves.
The interesting thing about this as well is both teams are very similar in how they approach team fighting. It's control mage mid, frontline jungler, hyper-scaling AD carry with largely an enchanter support. And Kennen is not a bruiser like Aatrox, but both want to dive into the enemy team backline. And so it does make it awkward where if you start falling behind the pace of the game, you don't have any natural advantages built into the composition. Maybe side laning a little bit, but once Aatrox gets a couple more items, you can see the Merc Tread's already completed, he'll be just fine. So at some point, Cloud9 will have to decide it's time to go.
Well, Fudge getting himself a turret play, getting locked down by something that does not get pulled back. It's his own stun. Nice side.
They're trying to bait, actually.
But going for a bit more because Blabber's here. Kennen ulti is on. How about the rest? Will it be enough damage? There's the ulti across Fudge. Plenty out of range. Sweet spot's not landing. Kill picked up. There we go. Top jungle combining for a kill for Cloud9.
Such a clever bait knowing that 100 Thieves is bot lane, but now they have to play defense. They've shown their hand up top. Can they survive this dive?
I don't know if it's easy. Just actually, it's a Vix Renata. Doesn't think he has a dive for it, despite the fact they know.
Okay.
I'm surprised he evicts Sven when there's no way there's threat on them.
Bit of a curious call there. You can argue you're just playing for turret plates at that point, but then clearly because he dropped his ult, there was a desire to actually pick that fight.
I'm actually confused. I don't know if Close Out is Lee Sin. It's like, I'm gonna ult this guy. Oh, right. That's okay. You know, whatever.
Miscommunication.
Yeah, I guess it is.
happens.
So, third plate taken down to the bottom side. FBI catching up a bit here still. A 17 CS lead for Berserker. That's going to feel good. And the items are coming through. So, Rocket Belt, Divine Sunder, now in the inventory of the top side. And as a microcosm, this feels like the game right now. Top side for Cloud9 has the only kills, to be fair, and assists. And Batsever and Thieves are the ones with the item spikes.
You can see it's pretty close in gold between the 80 carries. But it's really Abadaga way ahead Jensen, and then Fudge way ahead of Someday. And that will kind of be the matchup for them if they can find ways to keep playing around this Kennen, most likely. That was a nice setup. They also had the flash timer on Someday from the Rift Herald fight that occurred before it. It came up just a little bit after that, so it was a really heads-up time to kind of force that play and get that kill. Turret didn't get finished off, but it's close enough now that at some point Fudge will probably be able to grab that with the fact that he has had lane prio so far.
Yeah, and I think Jensen's going to be able to compete now, just now finishing his Leandri's Anguish. He had a bit of a garage sale build before that with the Tier, Dark Seal, and Corrupting Potion delaying his Mythic. So Cloud9 actually looking to make some plays because they have their Mythics as well.
Blabber wants in.
Oh, he's forcing.
He's got 4 people, but yeah, can't find anything to do. Did have ulti, did have flash, wasn't gonna matter though. Top lane turret's going to die. No one gets first turret gold, so it's just the 250 gain. Still, first objective on the board for Cloud9, now going for second Herald.
Dance. Sivir's not here, so C9 forcing hard.
Will it be enough? But keep in mind, Shockwave, Kennen ulti will go through. There's a lot to make this fight difficult for 100 Thieves. They will find the bottom outer turret. That is 500 gold gained, most of it directly onto FBI. And 100 Thieves realize, no, we don't have the people. We're going to get our farm lead. 300 gold for the Herald, Flame. Maybe 500 to knock down a turret afterwards. We'll see if the play ends up positive long-term. Short-term money, yes, up for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Cloud9, I think just trying to buy some time until the next Drake comes up. The map has definitely opened up a little bit with the Kennen being able to beat the Aatrox. That is theoretically like what should happen in the matchup. Kennen should be able to use his range advantage to push Aatrox in early, but now it'll be about execution in teamfights and whether or not he can find angles.
Yeah, definitely ahead of the expected way that matchup was going to go. 20 CS up, turret down. Berserker 1v4 here.
Well, not play for a flank as well. He put a ward down, no one was behind him or anything, and just says, I'll just play for the front side. Does guarantee the turret goes down, so no risky dive, but simply guarantee they have control. Grows the goalie to 1,600 as it's 2-1 in turrets.
Nice job by 100 Thieves finding C9 in that back after grabbing the Rift Herald. You saw that Blabber was chunked relatively low beforehand. They wanted to get their reset off, and 100 Thieves stuck around to finish that turret off. Now, though, that means that with the C9 getting the reset, they have an opportunity maybe to try and find a Rift Herald angle whenever 100 Thieves decides to take their back.
Yeah, I will say, though, Abadaga is really strong right now.
He's pretty scary.
Yeah, he's just, one Q is taking people to half health. And even though we don't see it that often, when he completes the Ludens on the Yuumi as well, their poke is going to be pretty impressive. The ability to just poke them with Yuumi Q and then have an Azir Q over the top with C9 having low sustain is going to make these standoffs really scary for C9. They're going to have to be very quick with their engages because the poke from 100 Thieves is immense.
And Ludens is in, so you mentioned when it's going to cross. Now it has. Mythic is on for the support carry, who he even got first strike, right? The entire build is like, yes, these nukes gonna do bonus damage. I'm gonna get extra gold and get more expensive
double
Mythic.
first strike Ludens players. Look at this.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the poke, right? This is, some of the best poke builds. Yeah, Comet could do similar stuff, but gets the spikes early.
Yeah, I really like the first strike as well, given that you can proc that pretty easy when you're safe and can't get hit. Get you more gold so you can get your Ludens, because sometimes that's the awkward thing about the support position is when you start trying to find these slightly more damage-oriented builds, you never have the gold influx to be taken as a serious threat, but the first strike helps out with that.
Bowser holds W, says, I can reflexively knock back Blabber's E and get out of range, so you're not going to threaten me. Indeed feels good. Ward goes down. 30 gold apiece there as Bottom River looks to belong to 100 Thieves. Jumping in, getting rid of vision as they can. Kennen's on the way over. All of Cloud9 know they want to fight for this one. Sven dropped a bit, but as Renata, the health bar is probably not going to be a big deal. Abadaga still wants to play for poke as best he can, but already Drake has been started. Will there be a fight? Right now, Fudge only pushed in the mid lane. Abadaga and Closer still hold the front line. Gonna zone out with the can. Off goes the spell shield.
So nice. Hard. No one can really go first because they'll get blown up.
Blabber, kind of your best option. The only melee champion on the entire roster. If not him, then no one. 3K health. TP is coming. Kennen for the flank. They're not gonna find the first few skills.
The Drake is open.
Pop, and he gets the smite steal. Well done to Blabber, and Fudge walks it out.
They're pinned in though.
Is there going to be enough? Yes, can they find the engage? Berserk comes across, hits two. Abadaga does not go for the scoop. He says there's no fight to be had. A bit of poke towards Ven. Still going for the next one. Blabber jumps back to the minions. Maybe still getting away. Sivir Q is going to come in. Blabber will not get stunned. Closer can't get him. And it's Cloud9 who pull off the heist.
With 100 Thieves having that control of River, I thought there was no way C9 were going to find their way in. They're able to do that. They then forced off 100 Thieves back with the teleport by Kennen, just over-focusing on that angle of it. And then I thought, okay, well, at least they have the chase down because there was no turret. Someone could wrap around up through the blue buff area, and no one did that. So that allowed C9 to just actually kite back up the lane, get out of that scot-free.
And they still maintain most of their summoner spells. I mean, 100 Thieves had so much control here. Bot lane pushed up. Someday, like, perfectly marking Fudge to disallow him from entering the fight. And just a really unique teleport here that really distracts 100 Thieves. They all leave the pit to mark the Kennen again, but they just forget about the dragon, and Jensen is very dead.
That is a 1v3. That is Someday getting the kill for it. Mid pressure going to be a little bit something with a Herald charge, but one kill on the board, 2,000 gold up, but a Drake up for Cloud9.
I have no idea how Jensen ended up in Narnia, but with the teleport down, I assume at the tail end of that fight, he moved up topside to collect a wave and just got caught being a little greedy, pushing too much. Nice answer back by 100 Thieves, cementing the gold lead and giving themselves some time to get a lot of vision control down on the tail end of that play. You saw Baron just spawning there.
wards go down, and we can start seeing what the Baron bait might look like. Keep in mind, we're almost at 2 items for FBI. Phantom Dancer is the best single target damage item out there for an AD carry. Closer, I think, wanted to bait, like, I might be hitting the Baron, right? Queuing towards it, like, that'd be in range. It wasn't, pretty smart attempt to the bait, as Sven has a control ward down anyway.
So the next thing for me to look at is when they want to fight again. We talked about how neither team has super good side lane pressure in the sense that it's not the Camille, the Aatrox, or the Fiora that we had seen into the Aatrox before. So I think it does mean that for the next 2.5 minutes is about just getting vision control, trying to find anyone extending a little too far for farm. Like you can see Blabber in the top lane right now. 100 Thieves are threatening, potentially wrapping around, getting some vision control here. But realistically, it's going to come down to those neutral objective fights.
And 100 Thieves, I think, is kicking themselves a little bit for losing that Cloud Drake, but still are so strong in this game. The first strikes are contributing a little bit to the gold lead as well. I was just checking. Abadaga has about 400 gold. Surprisingly, Huhi has like 350 gold from first strike as well.
Free kill.
On support Yuumi. Yeah, just like free extra kill for Yuumi, as he's actually going to be a fairly substantial damage threat later in the game. So it's just really difficult for C9 to get back in the game. You can see how much they're having to group up to move through this incredibly dark jungle. So they're not even able to use Kenan's strength. Kenan actually doesn't necessarily beat Azir 1v1 with that Banshee's Veil completed. So his lane advantage against Aatrox is pretty much nullified at this part in the game.
I really like the Banshee's Veil call out though, because there's also not an easy way for Cloud9 to poke it off. Realistically, maybe a Zeri W hits you with it, but it should save you from whatever is the first spell that's going to hit you. Now, obviously with a Wukong, it's kind of like an Alistar where you can knock it off with your E and then your alt follow-up will get there, but it's also just a good item against double AP solo lanes, makes it a very efficient buy, and because he's also ahead of the pace of the game, he's completed his somewhat defensive item while Jensen is still having to just spam damage.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Jensen will finish Seras before like a Void Staff comes through, but yes, he is ahead of the pace, feels very good. Abadaga in a good spot for sure, as the ward control keeps battling. We have not had action, really, since that top lane pick right after the Drake was taken. The 100 Thieves once again feel like the team with the lead. The gold lead is ahead, even above and beyond first strike. 2-item AD carry in both cases here, so farm has been really solid despite the very low kill participation on either side. But we'll see if Cloud9 get the heroics yet again, because last time it did work. We'll see if it goes 2-2 or 3-1 Cloud9.
It definitely feels like one of those game ones where you're kind of playing range, you're throwing the jabs out, trying to get a feel for how the other guy's going to fight, because it's two relatively standard team comps, objective focus gameplay. There was the heavy mid lane focus early on, but beyond that, it's mostly about coming down to these 5v5s. There hasn't been anything too tricky shown in the drafts either.
Yeah, Cloud9, in order to win, needs to find 100 Thieves grouped up with some flank, but they don't have the wave control to do so. So 100 Thieves in a very powerful position here. Look for them to almost just retaliate to Cloud9 when they try and engage, because they have so much burst.
Civility is on, so there goes Shrillius from Sven. Can they catch the rest of it? Needs to be in range, can't root him. Sven flashes away from Yuumi, but a flash tackle into the ulti. A stopwatch buys 2.5, but is there a kill? No, Blabber's going to live. An important stopwatch then. The knockup comes through, Ken follows. Sivir is down, and Closer's going to fall with them. What a great turn by Cloud9. Abadaga just slinks away, but a flash follow for Berserker. It's going to be 4-0. Cloud9 turn it right around.
That is some Cloud9 magic. It looks like, to me, Fudge just appeared out of nowhere to one-shot FBI. Everyone was chasing Blabber. He's still alive somehow, and Cloud9 manufacture the fight they need.
Dragon be damned, they're going for Baron on the tail end of that one as well. Someday the only person up has no chance of stopping this. And this is why you heard Sven talking so highly of Blabber. He just seems to find these opportunities to turn around. So many resources by 100 Thieves, exhausted, chasing him down. And then he just sees the angle, baits them in, and that's that wombo combo that we were talking C9 having in this Rockhat flip the switch replay. They see this angle, they say, all right, we can get on top of him. They're gonna pop, I believe it's Sivir ult and Yuumi ult. Yeah. Just trying to get on top of him here. It does get the flash out of Sven. Blabber's able to use the creeps to E away. This wall stun is now set up, so Closer's gonna flash on top of him as well. This is so much stuff just for a frontliner.
And here's the Fudge TP as Blabber buys time with stopwatch. So he arrives, and everyone's expecting Blabber just to run away, but this turn is madness. 25% health, and he dives back in.
Under stealth, flash, turnaround, ult, double knockup, which sets up the Kenan to have the easy turnaround. I mean, this is what makes Blabber so terrifying. He just seems to find angles that other people wouldn't dream of going after.
Very intelligent. You can see, yeah, really big damage out of Fudge. Huge with a big goose egg for some days. Aatrox wasn't part of that fight. Really beautifully done. Even FBI couldn't find much. I will say a wasted exhaust by Huhi. He put a slow onto a stunned Wukong and probably wanted to save it for the Kennen. I think that would have changed maybe a bit about that fight, but we are now at a 3-item Zeri, and Void Staff is in, so Jensen's going to feel good as well.
Cloud9 a lot stronger because of the gold they acquired from Baron, but it was a trade they had to think about. Baron for Dragon. When they spent the time to go for Baron, when they then reset, 100 Thieves was able to pick up the Cloud Drake. So the Soul is a very long ways away. I think it is the correct call for C9 to get the influx of gold from Baron because they were playing from such a deficit. Now they have that Infinity Edge spike on Zeri, as you mentioned, but we're still a long ways from the completion of this game.
Yeah, 2,000 gold Baron buff power play thus far. They'll probably grab this mid lane powder as well. By the end of it, wouldn't be surprised with 25, close to 3K gold swing for them, especially given the kills that happened before it. So absolutely the right call, much more valuable than just the single Cloud Dragon. And it doesn't feel like a game that's going to be necessarily decided because you get the soul. It's going to be about the fight that happens before it. And whoever wins that will probably be the one who wins the game.
Yeah, getting extra level, for example, Fudge, almost 16, and hey, Baron gives a bunch of XP to your squad, sometimes a full level if you're an under-level support like Sven, so a very big deal there as well. We'll see what the fights look like. 3 minutes and change until the 5th Drake of the game spawns, split 2-2. But now it's Cloud9 for the first time pretty much all game with a commanding gold lead. It was 100 Thieves holding this number for most of this game. And it does feel like it's turned around now. Blabber, Black Cleaver plus Hex Drinker into the inventory.
So the interesting thing about 100 Thieves comp is we've seen it mostly used aggressively thus far, trying to chase down the members of Cloud9 because they had the lead. They were trying to control zones, ways into river, and then turn on them when they felt like they had the advantage. They do have the other option of playing a little bit more kite-oriented with the peel that Ayumi can give, the peel that Nazir can give, and with 100 Thieves now on the back foot, you expect to see them transfer that way a little bit more, but that is scary because it gives more flank opportunities for Cloud9. They have been having to try and find these angles through 100 Thieves vision.
Yeah, Cloud9's composition definitely works a lot better from ahead because of all the engage angles that they potentially have, and now the fact that they're actually first onto side waves just makes the game incredibly scary for 100 Thieves to play.
Death Cap in for Abadaga, though, is a really big deal. Any item like that, the difficulty of Death Cap is it's 3,600 gold, incredibly hard to actually build, and you're just waiting there on a power trough and just components until it finally comes through. But it has come through, and this game is not over. So Abadaga, to me, is just the focus. Yeah, there's 380 carries, but Death Cap Azir just does so much.
Dude, he's 60 CS ahead of Jensen and about 2,000 gold ahead of the Oriana. So very long time until those two would reach parity in power. It's all about the initiation of the Wukong Kennen that is going to carry this for C9, and then Berserk would come over the top. Notice he is also 1,400 gold ahead of FBI and likely looking for a Bloodthirster as his 4th item.
Definitely the case. Feels like it's a lot on Abadaga. They invested in him early, closer, doing that trade of flashes, just coming in from the Raptor pit. They've played around him a lot. Now it's time to see if he can actually pay that back in this late game, because it does feel very difficult. Azir's a champion who has a high barrier of execution, I guess you would say. Like, it's not something that you can easily just press a couple buttons and then suddenly you're like, great, I did my job on Azir. You have to position well. You have to get your soldiers out. You have to get some autos weaved in there. You have to not die when you're extremely squishy.
Fudge, potentially a target there as they can walk around. Obviously, plenty of move speed available with Uhi and FBI delivering a ton of it. Not going to be the play. Fudge able to get out. We'll still have Rocket Belt, a flash, a stopwatch. You know, all that's going to make him pretty safe. So no play to be had, but we are ticking down. 50 seconds for the 5th Drake of the game. One of the two teams going to get soul point as a result. Hui still moves toward his Horizon focus. Not quite there yet. Obviously, gold is slow to earn for a support. It's going to be a while, but still trying to go for that poke. 100 Thieves. Yeah, there's a 30-second desync between Drake and Baron. You can get some wards down, but I don't think you're getting a Baron bait.
It's interesting, though, because you can focus on just getting the vision control for the Baron, stall out for that 30 seconds, and then when it spawns after you give the Cloud Dragon for free, let's say, then it does force Cloud9 to check into you. Like Jad was saying, that's what makes 100 Thieves comp strong, is when they're able to kind of control that space ahead of time. And so you can sack the Cloud for that control, but then that does put a lot of pressure on you.
I like this, sacking the pressure on Cloud for actually even mid lane. Like, this is a 600 gold tower right now, and they're going to look for it as they find the knock-up on a Blabber, pushing him back, looking pretty good, as the Sun Disc rises as well. The wave gets cleared out. They spent enough time looking at Blabber that it gave Fudge time to knock this one down. So the Drake is going to be started, and it's going to be 100 Thieves pushing into Cloud9. And the cross map of mid lane is not going to happen.
Blabber trying to get his health back on Gromp, uses Smite and gets the heal, so doesn't have Smite for about 6 seconds here. 100 Thieves might know this. They know he healed.
Yeah, they might know
gonna be a
Profit's
fight.
out. They're going to have the fight going right now. Front line is happening. Fudge coming around the wings as well. Will there be a battle? A flash to safety. Handshake not going to find the kill, and it's again smited away by Blabber. Every smite fight I have seen has gone his way.
They bought just enough time to allow him the smite to come back up. Another Dragon contest. If they had failed those 2 contests, it would actually be a Cloud Soul completed by 100 Thieves already. So Cloud9 really pulling at all the stops to stay in this one.
They can't get much of anything right there. You can see, we're running towards Baron, and they just don't do anything about it. They walk right back over, and they can't find the pick in mid lane either. Cloud9 just doing better every single time these 2 teams meet in the neutral game.
I saw what 100 Thieves was thinking there. You had Wukong ult down, Renata ult down, Zeri ult down for the Aatrox and Sivir on your own team. Does feel like there's a little bit more powerful ults still available to you. They were seeing if they could threaten C9 enough that they would run into their vision, but Cloud9 knew it was not a serious threat, just kind of show up a little bit, force them off the Baron, and now 100 Thieves reset, but 1.5k gold lead for Cloud9, 3 dragons to their name. Does feel like the game has slowly been slipping more and more in their favor.
Big team fight into Baron. That's the cliff as we just shear down toward Cloud9 leading. And the gold has remained flat. It's been Cloud9 getting a couple of Drakes in a row as a result. So we are now 4 minutes away from a Cloud Soul. If you thought Cannon Flings were scary before, how about when he gets 50% bonus move speed when he presses R, and you cannot get away from him unless you Azir Shuffle, and he'll stopwatch you. So this is going to be a tough one for 100 Thieves. Trying to find their way back in as Cloud9 have grown theirs.
Yeah, really nice ward there, spotting out Blabber's angle. You can see how much he's looking for that sneaky engage. He's always trying to find weird ways to cross on the map so the team doesn't see him. That's spotted out once again. Cloud9 also has so much trust in their late game team fighting. Blabber is just forcing.
Blabber, no one is in range of you. I don't know what he thought that was. It's not going to matter. There's no objectives to really fight for. I can't see a Baron bait really happening, but maybe it's the call. Hunters, he said, look, we're losing control. No Wukong ult. We try here.
Yeah, he tried to pop the shield off, and then once it was gone, get a max range ult hit up on him. But like you said, the rest of his team was not really in a position to follow up on that, so unlikely to have even resulted in a kill if he did get that knocked up on Abadaga.
Nice shot.
Does cost C9 some pressure, though. They know that they will not want to fight, so 100 Thieves feels a little emboldened in the river now.
2 zaps in a row landing here for Berserker. Can be healed up by the Yuumi. You can see Abadaga mostly safe here as well as he shows on the top side, still getting the farm. Problem is for 100 Thieves, they have yet to find a real dedicated team fight. Cloud9 always playing the battles smarter. As a result, it doesn't really matter how much gold Azir has because his team's getting one shot by a cannon engage and someday gets chunked down that below what a Yuumi can realistically heal.
That was an insane little combo there. You handshake him into the wall while the W is going off and also proccing Baron at the same time, so you sneak in some extra Baron damage as well. Forces someday most likely back to base.
And I'm willing to bet who his skill build is Q max, W max. He's getting as much AP as possible, so his heals we're hitting for like 130?
Yep.
So he's like, all right, I got as much AP as I can. Horizon Focus is in, but you do not have the same sustain that you normally do on a Yuumi comp. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying he's playing for the poke. The sustain is not there.
I do want to try this build, though.
Oh,
It
yeah.
looks really
Oh,
cool.
I have a friend who plays this build.
Yeah.
He's gold 4?
That was not the selling point you needed there,
You
Freak.
also revealed you're not friends with Huhi.
It was not.
I am not. Sadly, I'm not. He seems like a really cool dude, though.
Yeah. This game, I think, is also kind of moving towards which AD carry can hyper carry more. The Bloodthirster has been completed on Berserker. I think, ask any C9 fan which player they want to have the majority of their gold in their team. They're going to tell you Berserker, especially Berserker Zeri. But FBI just completing Maw, and he has a Yuumi on his back as well. So these fights are going to be very interesting.
FBI has gone Maw, has sidestepped a more offensive option to just make sure he's not going to get one shot by Ken and Orianna.
It makes some sense to me. There's not a ton of armor on the enemy team. Yes, Wukong does get some through his passive. But that's realistically it. So armor shred's not a huge focus. It's not a crit item where the Bloodthirster is, but at the same time, at least it's keeping you up. Most likely during the dive. The thing that you're concerned about is Kennen damage and Orianna shockwave at the same time. And if you can sustain through that, you have your lifeline proc. It does give you the same kind of sustain angle that a Bloodthirster will give. So it's both of them are somewhat defensive items. Yes, Bloodthirster will scale better just as it pushes your crit closer and closer to 100%. But of course, I think it might be the right call for FBI here because if you get exploded in a fight, it doesn't matter that you have Bloodthirster.
All right, it comes down to this. The gold has shrunk back to 1,000. 100 Thieves have out-earned Cloud9 in the last 5 minutes. The problem is, again, the team fights have yet to go 100 Thieves' way. They are probably 10 minutes since their last kill in this game. Cloud9 get the Baron set up, and Berserker is on the Baron. Double lifesteal can take this forever. Sundisk up in the mid lane, not going to mean a ton. Blue Trinket spots it. Drake up
Blabber
in
wants to
10.
flip it.
Will there be a fight?
Well,
it's Baron regenerating back up. If you could send someone to solo this Drake, wow, 100 Thieves hold the 4v5. Cloud9 are going to lose the play towards Soul.
It's such a risky call. They're almost certainly going to lose this Drake eventually. But the question is, will they win a team fight or get Baron because of it?
Yep.
They need to find a flank ward for this Kennen.
they have not seen Aatrox leak out from the river to that area, so C9 does not know it's 100% 4v5. Nice Sven!
Sven, he's got to get away. He's going to flash with his mid laner, but here comes the scoop, and Amadaga finds two. What just happened? But the Danes are down, and now we get the team fight. Fudge dives in, but can't get a single man. One comes up with the Wukong, and Berserker is still fighting. Berserker's here to put his team on his back.
Someday?
His team is dead, but he's got one around. Drops off the Drake, Someday TP's in. Team fight still in favor of 100 Thieves. 3-2. Recalls come out.
Okay, so no one got the Drake, no one got the Baron, but we did see a fight, which I'm taking every single time. Just such a good pick by 100 Thieves, but you can still see so much power in Berserker being able to clean up on the back of that fight.
They're trying to figure out which objective they should be focusing down. They considered leaking out to Dragon, but they think C9 moved to that side, so they think that they're going to be able to stake this Baron while
There's
C9
no
is
way.
on Dragon. But
Baron reduces your damage by half when it hits you. There is no way FBI and Abba can win that fight. They lose the recall, and Cloud9 have inside track on Drake. 100 Thieves fumbled the one fight. Drake was the one they could have done. It wasn't going to damage them. And unless Someday finds heroics, this is Dragon Soul to Cloud9.
Well.
Q. He held the smite though. It was at 913, waited till 400, then got the smite.
But Closer is up now, so you see 100 Thieves realizing their blunder. We couldn't do it before. Maybe we can do it now. They're going to try and force C9 in. Tons of flashes down. Berserker critically still has his up.
House the Dragon Soul, 10% passive move speed, 50% after ulting. Going in for the play. Handshake in, and it's going to be smited. Claimed by 100 Thieves. Evicts the Wukong, but Berserker wants it. He's got Fudge in his back pocket, and he gets a single kill. 100 Thieves, though, still running fast. They will get away. They trade a Cloud Soul for a Baron and a kill.
Actual helicopter Wukong there as he gets out of the way.
He's taking off.
This assault. He spun too fast. The Cloud Soul sped him up. Cloud9 in control of this, even though the Baron does go over, so they're going to see how much they can get done with Closer dead.
Gonna get at least mid lane inner turret down in Cloud9's favor. They had lost the gold lead temporarily on the tail end of that skirmish. They got the Dragon Soul, then 100 Thieves also gets the influx of Baron Gold.
Yeah.
God, this is a crazy game. It feels like it's Abadaga versus Berserker a little bit right now. He got both those kills in the scoop top lane set up by largely Huhi, actually. They get this chunk there, this follow-up there.
Oh, man.
Then it's the Yuumi ult almost locking them in place, forces them into the corridor, and just such a nice QE over the wall there to get the double scoop. And right here, the teleport in by Fudge is interrupted by Someday, stopping him from flashing over the wall when he wanted to.
Got it. And then Someday kind of trapped in the pit with Berserker, who's going to shred him very quickly. Someday doesn't die at the back end of that fight, but Berserker really knows his limits. Held flash that entire time.
Yeah, the fact that Huhi couldn't get a reattach onto either the Sivir or Azir is why they could not really aggress onto the Zeri there.
Well, it's just a bit of it. Clever wanted going for a trade. It's relatively equal as he's got really good healing, of course, off that Q.
They got the Baron buff, so 100 Thieves trying to use his power spike to open up a gold lead.
We'll see top lane tier 2 now the attack FBI. A lot of attack damage here. Gonna feel good about this one. Turret indeed goes down. 800 gold lead, 100 Thieves. Rebel Baron power play back to a 1,000 advantage as they had traded turrets and kills back and forth earlier on.
So the one nice thing about 100 Thieves comps, it does have a nice range advantage. So with this Baron buff on their side, it does force kind of an engage out of Cloud9 if you realistically want to stop the siege, because otherwise it's so difficult to walk up and wave clear against things like Azir, Sivir ricochets, and whatnot.
FBI spell shields the damage. The can is still hitting, though. It's about 3 shots away from killing it outright. Yeah, I think this is... Oh, nice handshake, but the shot came in time! Inhibitor turret claimed.
Blabber is,
And he's trying to find the flank play, yeah. Cloud9 feel like, look, we have the damage. Baron buff does not give you armored magic resist. If we can find the, the quad ult play, it's still a kill.
All right, 30 seconds left on this Baron. 100 Thieves going to try and get as much as they want. I think Cloud9 know they will have the upper hand once Baron is gone, so trying to minimize losses and not just lose the game here.
Closer actually positioning behind, frontlining from the backside, denying the Wukong engage is the biggest concern for them. Not able to grab the inhibitor quite yet. Baron buff timing out on this wave. They won't have it for the next wave, and it looks like they might be calling off the siege, not able to grab the inhibitor.
And what a game one. If it's going to be 2022 playoffs, we were checking yesterday, of 40 possible games this playoffs, we've played 38.
Yeah.
So 6 of 8 series have gone to 5. The other 2 went to 4. We've had no sweeps. And the first game here, we have a 800 goal difference at 40 minutes. It's so close.
We cast or curse a lot of things. I don't think we're going to do it here when we say
never
that
had a 3-0 this play.
I don't think you just cursed it, but we'll see. Just based off how game 1 went, it feels unbelievably close.
Wow, 100 Thieves haven't missed finals in 3 splits. Here we go. Someday attacked. Guardian Angel will be down, and Cloud9, 5v1, assuredly find this kill.
The speed of the clouds makes Someday miscalculate where he can be on the side waves. Gold now completely even, but the Cloud Soul power and the 447 CS Zeri are pushing by.
Zeri is now done buying items, so if he's the one getting the recipient of kills, it no longer matters, and you can start lying about the gold lead a bit more over time. Sven was on a ward, and Closer wants it. They don't quite get the slow to who he directs it left. I don't think it would have mattered ultimately. He's able to get away, burning his own spells to live. Top lane tier 2 drops, and Cloud9 are back to a 1,000 gold lead, still with the Cloud Soul.
Bit of an overstep there by Closer, to be honest. Even if you find that pick off onto Sven, it's a minute and 20 seconds about from that point to have the spawn of Elder. Sven is realistically back alive there, and you've just committed your flash on Poppy, who's your biggest engage option here. Feels a little risky.
Oh,
Take
he's
2.
gonna find Jensen. 2v1, a TP there, a slow, a tackle, everything else as needed. He's gonna save the ulti. Yeah, can they buy time and kill him late? There is the kill. Jensen's gone.
60-second death timer, though. 45 now until Elder's up. Jensen will have to be TPing into this fight if 100 Thieves are set up beforehand.
13 seconds after Elder spawns, Jensen will spawn, and then he would still have to channel teleport. So it'll give about 17 seconds of 4v5 for 100 Thieves once the Elder spawns. But they also can't blind face check. The burst of the death-capped cannon is still something they have to respect.
In the queue, but yes, Fudge, my eyes are on him. Does he get the right champions? Banshee's Veil done for Abadaga, Ma for FBI. It'll help survive, but it's still a 4-item cannon. Blabber caught out and knocked up, down to 1,300 health. Drake spawns in 5, and as you mentioned,
burst it.
17-second desync between this dying and Jensen being around. It's gonna be the first one someday. No GA, choked down and dead. Fudge gets the kill in a 4 versus 5, and 100 Thieves get absolutely nothing.
And here comes Jensen.
Turn again.
He's going deep for the mid lane, really trying to split 100 Thieves up. Amazing play when they already have the numbers advantage. 100 Thieves are going to try and win this fight 4v4.
Closer wants Berserker, can't get it. Fudge now gonna mark his man, and it's gonna be Closer forced out. FBI in danger as well. Sven, though, was flashless, and Sven dies as the mid laner goes for the mid lane. They get the root, though, and it's a flash out for Blabber. Flash follow, FBI. Oh, he jumps away. He needs more ricochet damage. You can't kill him, though. Jensen still pushing. Closer can run up, but he first wants to go for the kill in the top laner. Cannot quite get him, and he's still on the Nexus turrets. Abadaga trades kills. Nexus turrets are still falling.
He's gonna do it.
Who's gonna reinforce?
Closer's
Jensen is still in the
He's coming.
but Closer's a hit away from dead. FBI on the way as well. They get a bit of poke. He needs 5 more autos. He flashes 1, gets a second, gets a last one, and Jensen single-handedly wins game 1.
100 health left on Jensen. The flash away from Poppy to get the last auto attack in an absolutely insane game 1. Jensen clenches it.
It was pretty close. This game was a little bit close. What an incredible finish to the first game. That will get the adrenaline pumping. Jensen playing from behind basically the whole game on this Orianna pick. And who draws up the Orianna front door split push? He just teleports straight down mid lane, kills 3 turrets, and in the nick of time, get the Nexus.
Fudge also deserves the tip of the cap there, trading 1-for-1 with Abadaga at the last second, making sure he could not get a recall off or anything like that. The rest of Cloud9 doing their best to play bodyguards to allow Jensen to have that hero play. from what was such a crazy position, Jensen getting picked off right before the Elder Dragon was the prompt for all that insanity.
And yet, it was still Cloud9 who get the one in the 4v5, right? The fact that they got the pick on a Someday, which is almost exclusively Fudge, by the way. 4-item Kennen, pretty good. And we talked about it from the very beginning. Hey, you've got some targeted bans out. You got some very important picks like the Aatrox that have been so good for Someday in the previous week. And Fudge is like, yeah, it's fine. We'll go Kennen on 5. And he was, I would say, the single biggest difference maker in this game. Jensen's heroics, awesome, but this is a 4v5. I think that Fudge just single-handedly wins. I would have killed him at this point.
Yeah, let's figure out exactly what happens here because, yes, Someday is already down, so it's all about A, not losing the fight, but 2, just making things as complicated as possible. Everyone is just trying to improv here, so Sven is split out, and that makes 100 Thieves think they can do something, but like they're never going to kill the 18,000 health Elder Drake in time, so someone really needs to be going for a recall yesterday, but I think they're a little late on this one.
It's also hard to figure out where is safe to recall. You saw Abadaga try it here, but he ends up getting chased down. Berserker's kind of lurking in the wing. He has vision of him, so he assumes, as you see, that W would have interrupted. So there's this kind of footsie going on over there. It's Berserker, who wins the 1v1 with Abadaga. Trades it out perfectly to make sure Abadaga can't get back. They finish off Fudge, and then from here, Jensen the entire time was just working down the base.
My God. I mean, he can't miss an auto. The debate here for Jensen was, do I try and kill Closer, or do I just focus every auto on the Nexus?
That's what Orianna's for. Every spell doesn't stop auto attack, so, you know, do what you want. Tackle's not a stun.
Oh my God.
Wow. He's at 1 hit from dead. I think maybe you roll like a different crit and he dies, something like that, right? Like,
yeah.
There's always theoretically something.
Oh, there's the Hex Drinker. Yeah, he should have had 100%. No, it was crazy. That was absolutely crazy.
What I love about this game is it was played well from a macro perspective, but the deciding factors were all improvisation.
Yeah.
It was this guy's caught up, what happens next? And Cloud9 barely wins.
Better improvisation from Cloud9. Well done to them. So if you've been joining us in person at the LCS Arena, our partner eSpat wants to hook you up with some free photos of your time here. Check out the website on your screen to snag some photos for yourself. eSpat.ai. Now, Cloud9 claim a comeback win thanks to a great turn from Blabber. And earlier this summer, we got a word from Fudge on the impact of Blabber's playmaking. Check it out.
I think the only one who makes a really decisive call is Blabber.
Yeah.
He is by far the loudest, by far the most decisive. And we sort of just learned to trust him. And if we don't trust him, he will end. So we have to trust him. And, and we've all gotten used to that. I've gotten used to that. I've been playing with him for like almost 2 years, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, he's very, very good at the game. He constantly goes for these outplay moments where these small little missteps in the enemy team that he sees because he does it so often. He looks for those mechanical outplays, and that's why his decisions are usually pretty good, especially in late game.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. Cloud9, they strike first blood in the series, 1-0, as was mentioned by the casters. Comes off of quite a turn from Blabber in the bot lane on the Wukong. Finds the angle he needs here.
Yeah, this is what turned the game a little bit. This was a wild game to begin with, so we'll get through it when we get through it. But like the fact that this was a call from 100 Thieves, they had positioning on Dragon, chased down Blabber. Blabber looked dead, and then he makes this call to basically just jump right in and essentially take the game back for C9 was crucial.
Yeah. 0 health, basically, at that point.
Exactly. He's at like 10-15% health. You know, he's into the stopwatch. He flash engages there, right? Like seeing the angle. And it's one of those things that, yeah, if the team is not all on the same page, it is a colossal in, right? Like you go forward, you instantly die by yourself, and then everyone else is kind of scratching their head. But because the team is actually trusting him, it makes these split-second decisions look really, really good a lot of times. And I think it's a sign of a team that, you know, is well-coordinated and really on the same page.
If I try and put myself in 100 Thieves' shoes there's no world where I think that that's going to happen, right? Like, even knowing the type of player that Blabber is, you're like, 10% is enough to keep him out of the fight, right? Right? Nope,
No.
he's on my face. He's on my face!
You're wrong. Anyway, the draft.
Yesterday was a lot of draft gaps.
You're wrong.
Right?
It's like that meme.
Anyway.
We got exactly what I didn't want to see.
The handshake in the bot lane.
Yeah, despite the fact like both teams, it's not a bad thing, right? Like I just know that what these bot lanes are capable of. The main thing I did want to point out, though, is the continuation of saving that last counter pick for Fudge. Obviously, I think the Kennen was a massive difference maker here, to your point, Azale, in how Fudge played in their previous series and how big of a part he was of a lot of their largest plays and like teamfight wins, in addition to drawing pressure topside. So I really like that they continued that from last series into now.
Yeah, from the Cloud9 side, I really like the Kennen pick, even though, of course, it's going to force Orianna and him to get Void Staff, just double AP versus what was a team that can kind of soak that. But in the end, like, Kennen would do a lot of damage. But I really loved 100 Thieves draft, actually, just because it was something that worked really well for them. The Yuumi and Aatrox and, Azir, Sivir backline, in general, this is just a really solid front-to-back team fight with Aatrox kind of having a wrench in the fight.
Yeah, Azale, I wanted to bring you in on the Kennen point specifically because of the talk about the top lane coming in. Again, referencing Fudge's ability to overcome impact. We were wondering, can he do the same to Someday? Gets the counter pick, 5th pick, and seem to deliver.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And it's cool that he was able to do it with Camille and Fiora banned out, right? Because those are actually the picks that he was using last time. One against tank matchup, one against the Aatrox. So those were banned away. He had a lot of early lane pressure, did have a significant CS advantage in the early minutes, which is going to make the game a lot easier to play for Blabber. Plus, I just think Kennen is such a good dive buddy with the Wukong. You can't exhaust them both. We saw in that turnaround play, the exhaust was actually used as a slow on the Wukong. Then when Kennen arrives, he flashes in to follow up. You have nothing for him, and you're going to get roasted.
Yeah, and I think this wasn't like in some of the other series, like you said, where it's been like, oh man, massive draft gap. It actually started really well for 100 Thieves early. I'm going to do a little follow-up on something I pointed out with Blabber, but this time with Closer, right? Because we were like, okay, Blabber and Closer going up against each other. He actually, Closer, that is, manages to burn Jensen's flash here, right? So they trade flash for flash. And that sets up the next play that happens, I think, at about like 8 minutes, 25 seconds right here, where it's first blood for Abadaga. And this, Abadaga's Azir, even though 100 Thieves lost, was so massive in this game, right? And it all starts here. So I really liked seeing this from Closer and their mid jungle overall. I thought it was a really, really smart revisit.
I mean, it was just a really exciting game. I think that both teams played quite well. I did feel like the early minutes, what the difference maker was that mid jungle, right? And again, we saw it here, around this fight up towards the Herald, 100 Thieves coming out on top here. That's kind of what established their early advantage.
Absolutely. 100 Thieves fully rotated here. C9 should have recognized that they were on a bit of a timer. Zen, I think, was in just a poor position behind the Rift Herald wall, but I think regardless of that, it was neck and neck. We saw back and forth between both of this team. But this was, for me, outside of that point that we were making about how the game turned back towards C9, was 100 Thieves starting to take control of this game. Based off this, they got 600 gold in the bank, and C9 had to play on the back foot for a good portion of the game.
Look at his Blabber engage, though. Like, he's just flashing over the wall. You think it's going to go bad.
I thought this was the losing moment.
Yeah,
Cloud9.
I mean, and they were down like 3K at one point, but Fudge is actually able to zone away the backline, which keeps Blabber alive, buys him that time to actually finish off the frontliner. That pops Yuumi off, so now it's a second kill, and all of a sudden, they're taking over, and it's these explosive engages from Blabber and from the rest of Cloud9 that really made the difference here. This one obviously was the ending moments. Jensen had been picked off. They're holding on in that 4v5. They get the kill on Someday, and they realize, hey, if we just keep him around, Jensen can win the game.
Yeah, I love this heads-up play because especially when a series or a game, and hopefully the series will be defined by team fights or feels like it's going to be defined by team fights, I think it can get very ezy to get locked into this idea that like, oh, we're dancing in the river, so therefore we must do that until we team fight. And Cloud9 goes, wait a second, we don't have to do that. TP to that mid wave, Jensen, let's go. And he finds the end. Granted, it was about an auto away from not being realized. Pixel perfect.
And it's insane how close that actually was because it looked great initially for 100 Thieves, really chunking out Blabber. So Aatrox goes straight for him. Someday gets popped. Like,
look at the mid gap.
Yeah.
Crazy.
The damage from Abadaga is actually insane. That's got to be a frustrating one for him. Jensen was having a game that was a bit of a tougher game, had not really been a big factor. And at the end of the day, he's the one that actually kills the Nexus. But
also that Yuumi damage. Just like comparing damage dealt. Total damage dealt by 100 Thieves is way higher than total damage dealt by
First
Cloud9.
strike, Luden's Yuumi. You didn't like it?
We were talking about the value of it, and I guess that's still open for debate, right? Because we were wondering how much gold are you really generating? And I know Jat called it out midway through the game that he had picked up about 350, and also there is the damage component to it as well. But we were wondering, would there have been more value in the area or something like that, and a little bit more protection rather than damage output? Because damage actually didn't seem like it was your issue, according to those Azir numbers.
I feel bad for bringing it up because I was just making a joke. I don't think this game was at all decided by
definitely
that.
not.
So.
If he had still a relevant conversation.
No, it is interesting.
Go
No, I was just gonna say the big thing for me is that these two teams came out. This was a really great game from both. And then they both looked very evenly matched, right? Which is awesome to see, in particular from the C9 side, because it means they're continuing to grow and develop as a roster. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what 100 Thieves do after the loss as well.
That C9 ceiling, where is it? Can't see it
Up
just
in the
yet.
clouds, James.
Oh, there it is.
It all makes sense now. Cloud9 are one step closer to claiming a spot in our grand final. We'll see if 100 Thieves can answer back in game 2 right after this. Oh, hey, we're back. Sorry.
Bye.
Bye.
I like this guy. I like this guy.
Yeah, dear 100 Thieves, go fudge yourself.
I'm going. Hey, Give me. Yeah, straight.
Has flash.
Can you get on him? I can't get on.
I think I'm just chasing, guys.
Okay, go. Go back.
Svenny's got to get away. He's going to flash with his mid laner, but here comes the scoop, and Abadaga finds 2, and he's still on the Nexus turrets. Abadaga trades kills. Nexus turrets are still falling. He needs 5 more autos. He flashes 1, gets a second. He's alive.
This is the sort of pride that gets you in those big moments, allows you to take down giants.
Welcome back to the most exciting LCS playoffs of all time. We have had banger after banger after banger all month long. I know it's early September, but it's been true in August as well. And 100 Thieves Cloud9 has not disappointed. The front door Nexus rush from Jensen after kills back and forth, a neck-and-neck game, and I can't wait for game 2.
Yeah, our 40th LCS playoff game with a total of 42 if everything would have gone to all 5 games. And that one also went as far as possible and was as close as possible until the very end.
It technically wasn't the longest game of playoffs. I'm pretty sure that happened yesterday,
true.
but it was very close the entire time. Like you said, 800 gold difference separating them at 1 point. And on that point about the front door Nexus push, Jensen had around 8,000 damage done to champions over the course of that game. That front door push had to go through an inhibitor turret, an inhibitor, 2 Nexus turrets, and a Nexus, which totaled 18,200 damage. He did over 10,000 more damage at least to structures than he did to champions that game.
It was fun. It was cool to see. He did it really, really well. Lived to the very end. And now we are back onto this draft. The 100 Thieves, as the loser of game 1, had side selection. Same as when they had in game 1 as the high seed. And once again, choose blue side. So what do we see? Well, Senna still at the table. Vi still at the table from Cloud9. Seraphine gone, Sejuani gone. But the important thing is Kalista is left up. So often a red side ban. Cloud9 leaving it to get rid of Abanagas Azir instead.
The last team to leave Kalista open for 100 Thieves was Team Liquid in game 1 of their series. And then 100 Thieves got 17 kills and Team Liquid got 0, and it was 1-0. So it's definitely a bold choice here by C9 to leave that up for FBI.
Does give some nice takeaways for Cloud9 though, grabbing Blabber's Wukong yet again. That was an absolutely monstrous turn you heard the analyst S talking about, and really what secured C9 back into the game, as well as getting the Renata to separate from Kalista, one of the most popular lane pairings with that champion.
Oh, wow, choosing Amumu as an engage option, of course. Kalista can throw him in. I like this pairing a lot. Obviously, you can see a lot of Renata as well for just outright lane building, but you can have he play like a complete maniac, and if he goes in and he finds the combo, you can get yoinked out, or you just toss him in and he finds the combo anyway. So a lot of engage here, a lot of ability to pressure through this side. And Cloud9 taking Aphelios as a safer backline option.
Yeah, I actually think Aphelios is the best pick in the game against Kalista. I've seen some AD carries actually prefer this matchup. If you get a little bit ahead, it's very difficult for the Kalista to come back.
Definitely the case. Kalista struggles realistically with 2 things. One, if you have an all-in threat against her to 100-0 her early on in the lane, things like Alistar, Tristana was a famous combination against her. The other thing is if you just get abused by range, and with the green gun as well as some of the red gun sustain, it can make the matchup swing in Aphelios' favor, though Kalista often has pressure if you're able to get some good trades.
No Cloud9 final ban. Of course, the cannon is gone. Will it be a Fiora for 100 Thieves to set up Aatrox yet again and say you don't have a third option? Or a fourth option will be okay next time? Cloud9, what are they going to get rid of?
I'm very curious because Someday, secretly in that game, it was kind of not talked about, but he struggled a lot. Remember, in that chase down sequence, it started with first Someday getting picked, then Jensen, then Someday dying again in front of the Elder Dragon. He was also getting abused in the lane matchup against the Kennen, so I think 100 Thieves want to do something safe for him on the top side, given that most of the attention will probably be going bot lane around the Kalista.
Completely agree. I am a little surprised, though, that they just banned the Aatrox rather than saying, okay, we'll take Fiora into it. Maybe they're considering themselves too AD heavy at the moment. Really interesting Zillion ban as well.
I think
this leaves up the Ornn Camille trade as well, depending on how C9 want to play it.
I think the highlight the ban was, that was them being, oh, we were setting up for Aatrox, so we're going to ban Kennen and Fiora. And it's like, they got rid of it. What do we want to get rid of? I don't know. We both need mid laners. Zillion's one-sided, screw it. Like, it's always an okay ban.
I also like the Ornn takeaway here. You're talking about wanting to play around bot lane. Ornn is the obvious, safe top side pick, and even if they did take the trade for C9 side, they could take the Camille into it. 100 Thieves do not want to take Camille and then play 2 champions who kind of want a little bit of attention on opposite sides of the map. Or maybe they do. They take Gwen. She can play weak side.
So a lot of early game pressure. I mean, Talia, a huge roamer. Only 2 of her abilities have damage on the rank up, so she's going to cap out pretty early, but it's a ton of pressure towards the bottom side. Poppy can dive, Mimu can dive, Cliff will have lane pressure, and Talia going to show up quickly as well. Of course, a blind pick mid laner. Cloud9 may find a good answer. What is it Jensen wants to play into one of the best mid laners in the patch right now?
The bird.
The bird is the word.
Doing the bird.
No way. Actually comes across. Okay. The Cryo Phoenix has arisen again for Jensen.
I remember at one point in 2021, no one has played Anivia. No one has even seen it. And one day Jensen just shows up and says, I think we should play Anivia.
Yep.
Looking for
It's like,
angles.
have you played in solo queue? He's like, no. But he knows how to play it. It's a 10-year-old champion. He's been playing pro for so long, and he has played it this year as well. This is far and away just a team fight angle for C9. It's about, let's just control the game and outscale it, because 100 Thieves has gone so far in the early game bucket, and C9 is just picking AoE team fighting.
Early game and low range for 100 Thieves, which is something that Anivia loves to pick apart. The walls can separate teams, make it hard to follow up, as well as just the Glacial Storm, providing a lot of slows and damage. So much zone control, which puts a lot of pressure on, the snowball for 100 Thieves, but even when they get ahead, to make sure they find really clean engages.
Well, this one's going to be fun right now. Gwen might be immune to champion spells, but the wall, you still have the path around. So at least part of that kit does not care about the Hollowed Mist and might look a little bit better. 100 Thieves now on the back foot after an incredibly close game one, but Cloud9 thinking on their feet, found the victory in over 40 minutes. Jensen, the man of the match for closing it out, but now on Anivia as the 10th pick of the draft. Will it happen again? What kind of magic are we gonna see? 100 Thieves and Cloud9 back onto the Rift. 2 to go for Cloud9. They want to sweep. Will it happen here? Or do 100 Thieves bounce back? Summer's Rift welcomes us for game 2.
Such an amazing ending we had to game one. Such a close game from start to finish. And I don't want people to take this the wrong way, but I feel like it's almost impossible for this game to feel close. Because for 100 Thieves to win, they would dominate the early game.
I see what you're saying.
And therefore, it would look like Cloud9 was never in it. But if this game ends up being won by Cloud9, it might just feel like a slow strangulation where 100 Thieves doesn't have the tools. There will be close moments where the scaling can break through the early game that 100 Thieves has, but the same type of even gold for 40 minutes is very unlikely based on these teams.
And you already see some of that aggression coming through for 100 Thieves there, getting for a bit of an invade there, checking with the Talia Q, not finding anyone, getting that small ward to try and spot Blabber out early. The other thing about this matchup is that it's two completely different styles kind of going on in the bot lane in terms of the wanting to snowball the Kalista, the Aphelios kind of wanting to absorb that pressure, as you can see, again, that aggressiveness, starting with Sweeper right away to make sure that they can clear out wards in the bot lane. If you can get to this one as well, both wards early on cleared out is going to give Closer so much pressure around this bot side of the map.
Wow, good reflex. Abadaga already ready to sidestep. Crystallize, well done. That's the wall. Flash Frost gets sidestep, but the Tigress is standing by with a word from Cloud9's Max Waldo. Let's listen in.
Now, I know Fudge said the 3-0 in his TGI interview, but how would you evaluate 100 Thieves' strength after that first game?
I think, at least for the draft, we were not happy that they got Yuumi first pick. And we had some strict conditions in game one that we needed to team fight. We were over-reliant, so we had to engage with our team fight. So I think it's all right, but I still believe in what Fudge said, that we're going to take this 3-0, especially with this draft.
Yeah, a little flip around here. Now, tell me about this second draft that we have. Anivia coming through in mid lane alongside the changes in bot.
Yeah, we changed our bans, mostly just responding to the first picks that they were going for. They're just banning for their first picks here, so we just responded and then went down the draft just with the next layer of cryos. We're playing Kalista Aphelios here, just normal trade. But they picked in a way that activated Anivia. So I think this draft is much better for us, and the Ornn condition is better for us this game. We banned it last game, but picking Ornn on 4 looked better. So I'm way confident in this draft. I think it's easy.
Easy 3-0 according to you for Cloud9 side. All right, let's see how it goes down in game number 2. Back to the game.
I always want Max Waldo interviews to go longer because I feel like he'll just keep telling us Cloud9 strat.
Yeah, he's like, oh, this activated this condition, this activated that one. I mean, I see what he's confident about a little bit, because we're talking about how the matchup for the Aphelios is maybe not too bad, and if they can't snowball down there, it doesn't feel like 100 Thieves have too many options. They do always have a bit of a side lane threat with the Gwen on the top side. It's kind of the unspoken part of this draft so far, is that Talia can always go up there instead of bot lane.
Interesting. Jensen, I believe, didn't learn wall on 3. I think in most cases you don't need it, but in this exact one, Abadaga, I think, could have been a target. Yeah, you can see rank 2E, which I understand that's like your better trading option, but in that exact scenario, he ended up having a spot where it would have set up a flash force, probably. Blabber's coming around. Still clearing out the wave, though. The junglers spotting each other really briefly on wards, and the Thicket is going to be the scuttles taken. 1-and-1. Blabber has gotten a crab. Woo!
Crabber online, baby!
Thank you. I heard you. The crabber yell in the distance. These headsets are not completely soundproof.
I like how he's got become like a little pseudonym for him. You know, it's like there's Blabber, and then there's the ghostwriter Crabber, who shows up sometimes for some of their games.
You have to check the cover of the novel very closely to see who it's actually authored by.
The slow push on the top side right now as Someday is pushing up here. And yeah, it's interesting. Of course, 100 Thieves, if he's left alone, is going to have a nice farming and nice side landing here on the side, as he's obviously going to have eventual pressure on the Ornn. And the skilling's in different ways, of course. The Ornn is going to be really good in late game team fights, and of course gives his team a bunch of stats. So that's the spot Closer, I believe, was seen there.
Yeah, you can see C9 kind of immediately backing away a little bit more, flashing the emote, kind of saying, yep, we saw you. Nice angle by Closer, just not going to be able to find it. And I did like what one of the tweets was running there a little bit about Berserker's come up onto the scene. It feels funnily timed because it was right when FBI was sort of cementing himself toward the tail end of 2021 as the hands-down best AD carry in North America. Hans has come over since then, obviously a Berserker as well. Danny has continued to rise up, and it kind of threw that into doubt. And through playoffs so far, I think of all the players, Berserker has grabbed the spotlight the most to a lot of fans. He has been absolutely incredible for Cloud9, and that's why I really like this matchup, because it's basically saying, like, FBI, go try and grab your crown back, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, I think about what I've seen of Berserker in NA, and his very first weekend of games in spring were 2 perfect Aphelios games. He was so dominant on that pick. It's fallen a little bit out of meta, and I would say Summer Split regular season was the weakest Berserker has looked in his entire time in NA. The hype for him was much higher in spring, but I think this playoff specifically, taking down Danny, going toe-to-toe with FBI here, and possibly we'll see what the results of this game hold. He is just such a talent and has been so good for Cloud9.
And for now, holding on to the bottom side, CS deficit slight down here. Equal buys from both AD carries, those Berserker Greaves, and a long sword. Move speed, of course, very important. In the aggressive lane, FBI would love to find a slow here. QE gets a little bit of something, but Berserker already under his tower will not be hit by Huhi. And ultimately, he's just kind of fine down there. Now, Drake is being attempted on the 100 Thieves side. Of course, they have bot lane pressure, and right now, with Jensen recalling away, this is a timing where it should be uncontestable, and a very, very early Infernal Drake coming through for 100 Thieves.
Really well done by them. A lot of times, this is part of the power of Kalista, is around this 5-6 minute point, you're so almost unduelable in lane that the other team just gives you push, and that opens the window for your jungler to take Drake.
And it's what makes Kalista such a powerful pick a lot of the times in pro meta. There's plenty of insanely lane dominant champions, not just in bot lane, but across the map that don't often show up as much. But Kalista brings a lot of tools that exist beyond just her lane dominance. The ability to help with engages or saving your support, the ability for vision control with your W, the fact that you can stack up Rens and help out with objective control. All these things are kind of what puts her a tier above a lot of what would typically be solo queue lane dominant champions.
And on pace for around a 23-24 minute Dragon Soul. Not only are you getting the extra stats for Infernal, but it means that, as you mentioned, the difference in scaling. 100 Thieves, of course, early game focus. No surprise, Gold lead, Drake lead. Yeah, of course. It means that before that scaling flip gets turned around.
Blabber.
Yeah. You might find a fight real quick, though, onto Someday, trying to dash away, and indeed will stay alive. Blabber not level 6, can't find the lockdown. But yeah, when that switch gets flipped, is that before or after Dragon Soul comes in?
Also, no vision on Poppy there. I think otherwise Blabber might have tried to strap that out a little bit more and chunk out the Gwen, potentially. Obviously, Gwen was 6, so you have to worry about an all-in, but now that means Closer is unseen before he comes on bot lane.
Here comes the first engage, the dive on in, who he's going to lock down into the tower, but he will get ulted back out, stays alive, and they're trying to flash to safety. Berserker, he's going to live. It's first blood for Sven.
That is so clutch for Cloud9. That was the moment where 100 Thieves wanted to take over with Kalista. Note the early cleanse there by Berserker and the CC reduction it grants after the fact make it so difficult for 100 Thieves to chain CC and lock him down.
I hope we get a replay of that as well, because I think Sven stepped forward to body block the re-engage on the Amumu, so it just bounced off of him instead of getting the knockup onto Berserker. And with that failed play in the bot side, it also gives Cloud9 potentially a window to start off this Rift Herald.
Going to be tight, though. I mean, look at where Kalista and Amumu are on the map. They're about 5 seconds faster than C9. Only 2k health left, though. Here we go.
Still going to be a wall. Flash to Jensen. Now, again, there's no spice. What's a guaranteed pickup? But is there a fight that goes this way? Of course, we know Blabber. Yep, he can just flash the wall. So 2 flashes out, but guess what? They got the Herald kill. They got the eye as well.
When you think about it, Rift Herald is really just a giant crab. So Blabber prioritized it heavily.
Really good damage to who he has no ulti to back him up. He's definitely going to die. A great setup there by Cloud9.
Just like you were saying, Jat, this is a game where it feels like it won't even look close. That first dive turns south. C9 snipe away the other neutral objective on the top side of the map that obviously 100 Thieves early game comp wants to be contesting, and then to give off a pick-off in the rotation back down. Here's that dive one more time.
Okay, this is the play you wanted to see. So Cleanse right there, which means he's got CC reduction, so this wall stun barely lasts, and he can flash backwards.
So there's the pullback, and Sven, I think here, is going to step, he tries to walk in front, so the Amumu bounces off him instead of hitting Berserker. Really heads-up play, knowing where the next bit of CC was going to come from by Sven. And then...
I thought he had him, too. He could have stayed in range and guaranteed got the kill. The problem is, of course, bailout happens, and it means that, okay, he's taking down, in every single case, Huhi still dies there. So, end of the day, perfectly played by Cloud9. They withstand the dive, and Huhi just got too low.
Yeah, then he dies again mid lane. So this Anivia is also activated in the game. You can see it's going to be so difficult for Chalia to push on Jensen because he's just going to be able to hold R on these upcoming waves and never really give him time to roam. Watch this. He just dodges out 1Q. I was hoping he was going to press the R, but he might be baiting a little bit for Blabber.
When they group up.
Yep.
With how late it takes a wave to group up with a cannon in there, he's like, I'm going to make sure I get everything. Then we switch the mana bar. And then E, turn off R, off it goes. Red up attempt. Spike going to be grabbed. Gets away from the handshake, so Cloud9 don't get anything for the invade. A theoretically forced smite, I guess, but not a big cost for closer.
Still feels pretty good for Cloud9 there to be able to walk into the what should be strong part of 100 Thieves map and start taking away objectives almost, forcing smites out of closer, getting a little bit of pressure down, really insane vision control on the bot side on the tail of that engage as well, able to drop a bunch of wards for closer. Does feel like maybe the attention should start flipping up to the top side for someday. He has TP, obviously Fudges is coming back up soon, but does feel like maybe a pressure point for them. He's been doing a really good job in this lane so far.
Wiz was down in mid lane again. 105, 104 in CS. Merc treads rush for Abadaga, knows he doesn't want to be stun comboed. Similar spot here for Jensen. CC certainly matters. In the bot lane, he might be a gold lead. There's the ulti on already. Can he jump the wall? E already burned. Gonna ult for some health and distance, and gets it indeed. R for R. Oh no.
He wants more.
Blabber is gonna be in range this one. Yeah, he's gonna be in range a second. 2 more autos needed, but Sunday has the jump. And now you've got Closer here. Blabber, you gotta get rid of the blast plant for him. Closer will do so safely. When does W&E come back up? The shove back is there. They hand off the kill, and 100 Thieves close the trap.
I did say he's so smart, but who was I talking about? Was it Someday?
You're just ahead of the play. Jay, you're so smart. You knew the collapse was coming in from 100 Thieves there.
A little bit of tunnel vision there from Blabber for sure. Because if he can really put Someday in the dirt there, he can break open the top turret, make Ornn get a gold lead on Gwen, and really take away like the last vestige of 100 Thieves hope in this game. But he dies there, burns his ultimate, is dead. It allows 100 Thieves to continue to stack these dragons, and they're very much alive in this game.
Yeah, maybe just that little edge they needed to grab onto something, start coming back into the game. No Divine Thunderer was finished by Blabber, so didn't have the damage without his ultimate up. The EQ was rather pitiful looking actually against the Gwen at that point, so there you go. Dragon stacking still a potential avenue for 100 Thieves back in the game. Gwen also finished off Riftmaker already, hitting that at a pretty good clip, just at about 12 minutes now. Can keep that pressure up on Ornn and become that 4-1 threat that they might need.
So halfway to Ocean Soul already. Again, 23-minute Dragon Soul, about the pace we're on right now. Gold is pretty close. We're going to track that in terms of item spikes as top lane Mythic comes through as well. Abadaga, Ghosts to not remain in range, but these are the 2 stat drakes right here. Ooh, flashing the stun, and ulti. They know they can go for Jensen. His flash is down. They're gonna get more CC. They will try to get the egg, but not quite. He won't burn, and they're gonna get one back. Goodbye to Huhi. No one in range to help, and they're gonna get 3 kills in a row in the same member.
Jensen still has his passive that whole time, so a disastrous play by 100 Thieves. Do not stop the Herald from charging, and do not stop Jensen from picking up his 2nd kill.
Nice play there. Cloud9 baiting them in, kiting it out. No Kalista there to save him either. That means there's alone time for Berserker to go push that bot lane in. Just not quite on the same page. It felt like there was no angle for a wall stun for Closer, so when Huhi goes to this flash engage here, Closer would need to somehow get behind the Anivia. Maybe if he flashes on the other side right now, but Jensen has no flash.
He had ult. He walked up to, unless his ult was somehow down and we're missing it, he can just walk up, blue smite ult, and Jensen is always egged there. Yeah, his ult's up now. Like, he always has Jensen. If he presses R, he might have thought he didn't need it. And he's like, we'll get him no matter what. I'll save it for the re-engage. I understand that logic. but they had the tools guaranteed to force that
And
kill.
especially after Huhi flashes in, you kind of have to just commit to the play. They need to be on the same page. If Huhi's going to go in there and drop his full combo, Closer needs to find a flash angle on the wall stun, get a knock up as well, and actually just finish off Jensen. Wasn't able to do it.
Miscommunication, unfortunately, has been a theme in these games, sadly, where we've seen little bits drop where one person has an idea, the other one doesn't have the same one, and a little bit slip through the cracks. Still, though, a close and competitive game, but with the scaling advantage on Cloud9 and a gold lead, I feel like they're in ever so slight control right now. AD Carry has the first spike. It's like an early Gale Force was burned by the Aphelios.
Berserker is in a bad spot.
Just to flash away.
Quickly realizes that he's going to die if he doesn't do that, so actually a pretty good reaction.
Yeah, and even choosing the flash over the cleanse. If he cleanses the Mumu still ults him, and then Cleanser follows up, so has to flash so he's not in a range for the follow-up. Overall, the best choice he could have made there. We look at again, top lane being pushed. 149 CS, definitely a high mark here for the Gwen. You can see Berserker and Sven, after Total Gold, the leaders in this game.
Absolutely huge for them. Jensen having a much better laning performance this time around, was attacked quite a bit by Closer and Abadage then. Battle of kind of the all-snub mid laners here.
Yeah.
Taking place in winter finals. Neither Abba nor Jensen made it onto All-Pro. I know Abba had some salty tweets that, I can understand where they're coming from after he had an incredible second half of the split. A lot of people saying he was the best performing member of any mid laner.
Yeah, if you were to... It's a little bit strange because people only vote for the top 3, but the 4th and 5th vote getters were Abadaga and Jensen. So they're like 1st and 2nd team snub mid laners.
Yeah, it's the battle of the all
They still
snub.
made something 1st and 2nd team.
All right, we missed something here. Is this a failed blue buff handoff? Blabber going to greed this one out. The clone! Oh! Wah, wah. I will say Anivia also might be the worst feeling champion to have that happen to. Her mana costs are so high, being a Season 1, not 200-year champion, actually having mana costs.
They have buffed that severely over time, to be fair.
True.
But yeah, no, I agree with your point. She does have a meaningful mana cost, though still clearly good enough for pro play here, and successful even in the hands of Caps against EG back at MSI. A couple of wins here in the LCS now as well on domestic soil. As Someday keeps the top lane pushing up.
And I think we got a really big fight coming in about 48 seconds, and Fudge without TP running out top is going to make it difficult for him to arrive to this dragon on time.
Feels like almost a concession at this point. The fact with no TP, him heading top, they don't want to contest this. It's surprising, not just because C9 has the gold lead, but also how important it is to deny a potential soul point.
Okay, so they're still dropping this mid.
Wow, smiting for the ulti. They can wall as well. Not a place to close to go. Good ulti gets him for a bit of time. 20 seconds to Drake spawning. Means Blabber will be back in range in plenty of time. I don't think they answer the mid lane right here. Eventually, Shelly will get into range for this one, and unless you're going to smite and hit the eye, this is still going to be the mid turret falling. Jensen gets all the gold, plus 450. As the Drake is spawning, and now Fudge is walking down.
Look at Huhi, though. He's got a great flank. This is tense.
Someday. There we go. Goes immune and jumps the wall. So W blocks some of it. E gets around the other. But can they even fight this? You can see Talia running pretty far away.
It's a nice flank by Huhi, but it's also kind of blown up battle lines. Yeah, Cloud9 is not really in a position to contest this. They need to all kind of get on the same side. You do want to find the flank, but right now they're split up on like 3 different entrances into the river.
Well, third pick is tanky. Here comes the Orin Horn. Finds Closer. Wall comes across, but it's already Poppy down. They're sequestered. And now like a flashes back to safety. Blabber will not be in threat here, but Someday wants in. Will there be a fight? Berserk comes across into 2, but they're going to go right back around. Blabber cannot find the engage. Fudge should drop, and it's already 2 picked up. What an engage by Huhi, followed up by his team. Blabber does what he can, but it's not going to be enough. A stopwatch for Huhi, and they're going to get all 3 unanswered kills. FBI goes for broke and dies.
Berserker still just sniping people from the back of that fight, but a very huge performance there by 100 Thieves to chase down after Closer falls. Dragon still up, and so many people need to respawn and run back.
Yeah, Closer is up already and on his way back, as well as Blabber being dead for 5 more seconds means that with this TP, they should be able to get it uncontested. Abba stuck around as well. A crazy fight. We were so worried about the positioning. Hold on. Maybe it's not uncontested.
These third Drakes are so tanky now. 11,000 health, still 7,500 health left as Fudge sees it.
Yeah, not a spellbook Orin, so it should be smiteable. Closer has it. He should claim it. Does get it. 3 digs, 100 Thieves. Flash is not up. Poppy is the casualty of this fight. Then it means that Cloud9 retain their 1,500 gold lead. but it is Ocean Soul Point for 100 Thieves.
Ultimately, probably the right decision there, giving up Closer's life for it. Baron not up for another minute means that there's not immediately a ton of things for Cloud9 to grab, just gonna get some pressure in these side waves. And this fight, we were talking about how weird of a setup it was for 100 Thieves, but they blow a ton of resources onto Closer, and it's gonna be Someday who's gonna help carry this fight when he shows up from the backside, hopping into the Dragon Pit.
And who he just realizes his flank is no longer good. Look how far away that little Amumu is trying to support this, but it's such a huge shot there by Abadaga's Talia to get 3 people with the pullback. Then who he finally gets here with some bandage tosses and allows FBI and the rest of 100 Thieves to turn the fight.
And he was just sniping those needleworks through multiple members of Cloud9, finishing off Ornn. That was finally when Hui could find the re-engage, a nice double stun there. And then this ult, just landing from max range, getting all that damage in. He had a couple of chakrams stacked up. Gets the Q onto FBI at the last second. That's actually what's gonna spell his doom. FBI greeting.
He wanted Jensen, I thought.
Yeah, it might have been Jensen he was targeting there.
I think it was Pop, realized he doesn't have it quite there, but now Someday in a bit of a 1v2. Good damage out of Blabber. Last shot of the ulti comes across, wants to turn it, but I'm not sure he has enough. The knockup's still hitting, and it's gonna be pretty close. The bailout makes it happen. So much damage on this Gwen.
Someday's a bit of a problem.
He's becoming a problem.
Yeah, that was barely a victory in a 3v1, and it's going to give 100 Thieves windows for this mid-turret. I take back what I said at the start about this not feeling like a close game. This feels incredibly close the entire time.
You caster cursed it in a good way. Good job, buddy.
That's what I do.
Wow, we're going to see a 3-0 sweep. I can't believe this. We're just not going to have any good games in this series. Thankfully, 100 Thieves doing the best they can to make it an exciting one. 1,800 gold. It's going to grow a bit if Fudge can stay on this turret. Around 2,000. Team fights have been looking really fun. 7-4 though in kills. Cloud9 generally getting the better of the champion combat, but it has been Drake's going Closer's way. And guess what? 3 minutes away from an Ocean Soul.
Alrighty, Berserker going the playmaking build, has Collector with Gale Force. There are a lot of squishy members on the side of 100 Thieves. It's really only Closer who's going to be stacking resists. Really, I mean, you know, Amumu will get some as well, but with the fact that you often take lethality on Berserker, or Aphelios right away, this gives him the potential in mid-game to make some huge highlight plays, and we've seen him do that time and time again.
I mean, it's an item spike build, right? LDR is the conventional wisdom when you're like, yeah, we're going for team fights, and once you're at IE and you're chilling at 35 minutes, yeah, it's the better build overall, but the components spike better, all the pieces look better, and Berserker needs power now because they're fighting for Ocean Soul in 2 minutes, and LDR is a power trap otherwise.
Yeah, and to just kind of give an example of how fast this Soul is getting stacked, C9 is just about to complete their Seraph items. So Fudge just got it to transform. Jensen's still 6 mana away, so they will have them. It is a significant power spike for C9 at this point, but that's just how accelerated those first 3 Drakes were.
It'll be pretty much 2 items across the board for what could be the climactic battle. If Cloud9 win it, they get the Drake, okay. They get even more time to scale up and might feel in control. Gold lead actually grows to 2.3 thousand. As we know, Baron is a possibility.
They could burst really fast with Anivia, and they have red-white.
It is warded, though, and until they get controls in the pit, they know there's no safety for this one. So they get some of the jungle control. Jensen will grow the gold lead in the top side.
I think there was just a small rotation up to protect Jensen's push, grab this turret, get a little last influx of gold before your final reset, before this all-important Ocean Soul fight coming up here. 100 Thieves instead focusing on getting Cryo in the mid lane, not wanting any more gold necessarily, just wanting to start getting vision out ahead of time to make sure that they have these angles. Buhi already working on it. We'll see what FBI wants. Only around, I think it was 1,100 gold in his pocket.
On the way towards, if he wants the heal, yep. And that'll be the build going forward, as Scuttle will time out pretty well as Vision for this Drake fight. 4th in a row for 100 Thieves it would be. Although Blabber has had some really good smites so far in this series. May get a steal, we'll see. Halfway to Void Staff now is Jensen.
Whoa, buddy. That's such aggressive vision retaking by Blabber there. 100 Thieves absolutely could have been waiting in that bush, but he gets control.
Worth the risk in the end for Blabber. Gets all the vision cleared out, basically, for the side of 100 Thieves. Just the Scuttle Crab still on their side.
That's why he had rage in his eyes. Can't get the crab. I'll get your wards! Knocks him down again.
Gwen is just really hard to deal with. You can't hit Gwen with Ornn ult. It can immune a lot of the Anivia abilities, and if it gets melee range of Berserker, it can still present problems. Berserker has great guns, though, for a team fight. Should be able to get a huge amount of chakrams up. And 100 Thieves...
Oh, wow. Wow.
Interesting.
Cloud9 not willing to solo the Drake, so it's going to be 100 Thieves just going for a big play here.
It.
Okay, he's going to
and
try.
then TP in after.
The time is going to be pretty tight then. His mana pool, I believe he's not wearing a blue, so maybe it gets a little bit difficult there as well. 9,000 here on the Baron. Fudge spots it. Abadaga, does he have what it takes? As the Drake is still going down, 4,000 health. Rens are stacking up to get Fudge to walk away. The fight's not going to happen. Hui flashes in, stuns 4. Cleanse away from the 80 carry. Going to pull him back out now. Ornhorn will sound. No, it hits nothing. They get rid of Blabber. Drake is gone. Fudge at 1 hit from dead. And Someday goes in, snips him down. Wall comes across, separate them. A stopwatch out. And that means Blabber can't find the engage just yet. Aphelios whiffs the ulti. Berserker hits nothing. It ends up being a 1-for-1. So team fight goes on to Thieves. Drake goes to Cloud9.
Blabber's dead though, closer's still up. That means Smite will be available potentially. Doesn't have a charge quite yet. Needs it to come back. It's ticking down. We'll see if they want to start it back up. They still have Kalista to stack a bunch of spears. That's why I thought 100 Thieves was actually going to stick on the Baron and force C9 into them. They're going to do it again though.
And they burned both summer spells from Berserker. Jensen's going to recall for mana and teleport back. But they do not have vision of the Baron, and Berserker is vulnerable.
Oh my god, got knocked out.
You can stun Sven. Oh, he turned around blindly, but the shove still lands, and they'll pick off the support. Closer getting a bit too low to play for this one. Drake handed over, but +2 kills to 100 Thieves.
God, it's hard to call who was the winner in that play. It stops the soul stacking for 100 Thieves. They get a bunch of kills back in their favor. It does also stall out potentially any sort of forced fights that 100 Thieves can do, because now C9 can properly set up their vision control, properly kind of face check when 100 Thieves start this Baron, as opposed to having to charge in blind.
I think C9 is still going to be mildly the victor in this because the game just gets to go longer. The Soul is delayed, Baron wasn't taken, and they'll trade a little bit of gold back and forth, even if it's in favor of 100 Thieves, but it was so close.
I thought they were going to stick on because Kalista's been hitting this for about 10 to 15 seconds before they realistically need to turn. This was sped up, so you can see there's a ton of spears in Baron. That pretty much gives you the guaranteed Smite E combo if you connect it to it, but Hui decides, let's go try and ace them here. It's a really nice 4-man ult. They have to cut through Fudge, and they're doing a good job of it. He actually runs so far back that I think the Ornhorn times out from range, so he can't actually get the re-hit onto it. Someday's able to chase him down because of that, but finally Jensen's going to show up for backup.
Yeah, and a very uncharacteristic ultimate miss here by Berserker. He fires it a little bit left of target of Someday, or was aiming for FBI.
What a close team fight there. That last second backstep by FBI, maybe saving his life.
Stun's gonna land. It's gonna be Flash Force out of Jensen, and Mumu could have gone for the combo.
Blabber.
Wall not gonna get much done here as Closer is able to mark Blabber, pushing him away. Well, the team fight now happened because with Ornhorn down, maybe you like this fight. Talia Wall back on cooldown to its minions. Maybe could have stuck the team in.
A lot of vision control for 100 Thieves at Baron, though, so it's easy for them to fall back into that position and force C9 to face check them. Fortunately, Ornn is extremely tanky, a very good option for frontlining and face checking these brushes.
Blabber takes some damage. FBI feeling safe, has Flash, not the cleanse. A wall separates them again.
Someday actually grabbing blue buff. They know who the carry is this game.
No one can really leave Baron because of how quickly both teams can threaten it. 100 Thieves going straight back on it before Berserker has IE, and Hui goes.
In danger, gets yoinked back out, but that is now a missing ultimate and no longer safety for the 100 Thieves front line.
Yeah, Hui did not burn his ultimate there, but this means that if he decides to go in, it's probably a one-way ticket. His stopwatch has already been used, and with no Kalista ult, that means you either win the fight or you're gonna die.
Important timing as well. Berserker's cleanse almost back up. When we had the 4-man ult from Hui last time, it was instant cleanse for Berserker, and he put the threat on the back line as everyone else was tanky enough to be stunned and not care. And it's been back up here again, so they can't even do it as part of the dive. No one else is reliable lockdown for him. Should feel pretty comfy here on an upgraded Gale Force. The ornaments are coming through. 3 so far in the inventories.
God, what a weird position for 100 Thieves to be in. They need Someday to have any real threat in these fights, but that also means he doesn't have time in the side lane to kind of force the Ornn to face check him. So this is such a strange position because the bot lane Wincon did not get off the ground.
He's gonna keep hitting though.
Vision gain, but the wall could be huge. There's not much of a fight to be had anymore. Will they get the engage? Stun's coming across. Wukong buying the time. It'll delete Hui. Couldn't be saved. They evict Ornn. They should get Blabber back. The bailout will get him killed all the same. 1-for-1 support for jungle, but the health bar is too low and 100 Thieves to keep fighting.
40-second death timer on Blabber. No smite available for attempting the Baron or the Dragon Soul that is coming up. It's likely just going to be a reset for both teams.
Reset for both teams and probably actually swapping down to the bot side. I think for 100 Thieves, you really want to be able to get this soul point for the... Look at all these extended situations where a soul would just be healing you up over and over and over again. I think 100 Thieves really want to be able to grab this one so that their Baron threats become so much more potent.
13 seconds. Blabber spawns, then the Dragon spawns. He's got to run across the map to get there. It's going to be pretty tight, and it should allow 100 Thieves to get the vision control first. Blabber is now in base this second. 100 Thieves will clear mid, and they get a little bit of time to take down the bottom river.
Yeah, Huhi has ultimate back up again. I'm expecting 100 Thieves to start this very quickly. They don't want to be too brash, though. Level 16 Anivia, that ultimate does a lot of damage. They just... I mean, if they're going to hit Baron, you're going to hit Dragon as well.
All right, red-white for Berserker.
And you're going to have Wukong in range here, so it is a 5-on-5. Somebody coming around just now. Can't spend a ton. Here comes the first engage. Knockup comes around into Huhi. Flash ult's going to land. Cleanse out for Berserker. Re-engage comes across. Pretty low. Can he find the first kill? A whole bunch as Someday dives across the backline. Abadaga's good for a triple. Abadaga's good for a quadra. And who needs a dragon when you can take the Baron?
A 5-for-0 clean ace for 100 Thieves lets them grab the soul point and flip up to the top side, grab the Baron as well. They just broke Cloud9 open.
And as much as we talk about the scaling of Cloud9's champions, Anivia, Orin, Aphelios, just this inevitable doom, if they all get hit by all of Talia's spells, it's not gonna matter. And Abadaga took over that fight.
Such a good job controlling the space there as all of C9 tried to funnel into the river. Someday was hitting everyone. Abadaga was hitting everyone. FBI able to hit multiple members as well. Huhi landing a critical ult, making sure that he stuffed Blabber's engage. So far ahead now for 100 Thieves.
Really well done. House the Dragon Soul. Ocean is on. And I just need to see that fight again because Abadaga good for a quadra here at the Bud Light Ace. Let's see it.
Yeah, so C9's trying to funnel through this very tight corridor, not able to get a setup to go around, and Blabber just kind of awkwardly has to go in. And then look at everyone on C9 getting stuck. Jensen, Berserker, Sven, all getting hit by Talia. Good night. Someday then comes in with so much Gwen damage to clean up.
Just everything was absolutely stuffed by Cloud9 there. Blabber tries to go in. Huhi absolutely dismantles him and stops him from getting any important damage. The Poppy W stopped the Orin redirect to stop the R2 for the second time in a row. Obviously, Abba's Monster Flick.
Handshake and a setup closer though. Tanky, but not tanky enough. Berserker shoots him down as much damage as the entire last team fight. But Cloud9 have to work back a 5,000 gold deficit, a Baron buff, and a Dragon Soul.
Critically stalling out that Baron push now. Still a 5,000 gold lead, but does stop them from immediately getting pressure on the map. 30 seconds until he's back up. Someday still pushing up at the top side. You can see they're not wanting to waste the entirety of the Baron buff. Someday is so strong now, finishing off his Zonya, starting to work on what is probably going to be a death cap now. And here we see it, just a clever camp over the wall.
Yeah. Always looking for angles. They land
Chakram,
Renata, Wukong, and then long range. Boop.
Wow. Yeah. Lethality crit build looking pretty good there with the IE finished off.
A nice shot, looking good. Extra stats from the Gale Force upgrade. Everything looking nice right now. But it still requires so much to come back because 100 Thieves have been doing better, mostly objective-wise. Kill score's close, right through 310, but is 70 CS in the top lane. And yeah, as you mentioned, Someday definitely a big deal. Shadowflame second as they have steadily nerfed the true damage on the center Q. Flat pen for killing a backline looks a whole lot better.
And I think even with the Soul, this game could go either way. C9 have been unable to get the combos off. It has been 100 Thieves with the superior team fighting mechanics. But 100 Thieves still have to be very cautious. If Blabber can land a good ultimate, or if Sven can land an even better handshake, I can still see C9 having a chance.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of the gold lead is on for Someday, but Anivia and Aphelios are relatively online, both at 3 items completed, both extremely strong. And so if they ever get one of these fights where they're able to kind of free hit members of 100 Thieves, they actually peel out correctly, then maybe they can have a chance to win these fights. But so far, 100 Thieves has outperformed them in all the team fights.
Down goes Waves in the mid lane. Anivia, of course, good at wave clearing. Less so when she's against Baron buff minions who take a lot less damage from champions. But so far, 100 Thieves don't get all that much done. Red Bull Baron power play times out at a 1,700 gold lead. Barely anything more than pocket change above the Baron kill itself. Obviously, the closer pick mattering for turning that one down. We reset on the map as we have almost identical timers for Elder Dragon and Baron coming up.
It's going to be a really awkward situation trying to figure out which one you want to focus down for the side of 100 Thieves. Presumably, they'll have control there. They also have this 2.5-minute window. I want them to continue to be aggressive. Sometimes when there's the neutral wait, kind of favor both teams kind of want the team fight. But here, I think 100 Thieves do have the clear advantage in terms of map mobility and side lane pressure. I don't want them to just ARAM, but it is hard to not respect C9 when they group up.
Yeah, and you also can't over-engage against the C9 team. Like, it's so hard to move through Anivia.
And yet, they flashed and flashed. I love it. You can't engage so hard. Who he took that personally. And Jensen has to flash away from it.
I love Fudge just breaking open a hole in the wall as well,
Yeah.
and then walking through it.
Yeah.
Makes sense for the Forge God. Just, hey, get this out of here.
Destructible terrain. Trilliordian supremacy. I know. You know, whatever. Gonna happy in this one as 6-0-6 Abadaga. Good job by Fudge. The best thing you can immune is a knockback. Stuns technically still take effect through the W, but not getting shoved makes it really easy. Ooh. Again, a sidestep by Blabber. Nice attempt though by Abadaga to get that single pick. Not yet.
During this time, Someday was pushing down in the bot lane. Not getting anything done quite yet. You can see how tanky Ornn was there, taking the flick back by Talio, muting it with the W, and just his health is still full. He's just gonna get tankier and tankier, and eventually it's kind of just on Someday to be the real DPS threat to the tankier members of C9.
Yeah.
He's not gotten all the kills despite how much damage he's done in a lot of these fights. Abadaga picked up quite a few of them, FBI as well.
And we wait as mid lanes crash yet again. 12 seconds desync the Baron and Elder Dragon. A tight timer. 100 Thieves, I think could actually probably burn the Dragon in time and then contest Baron if they were given free reign. I'm not sure Cloud9 wants to give them that. With a 6,000 gold lead though, 100 Thieves feels like they are the ones dictating the pace. Cloud9 again can lose the minimum. Fudge is tanky. Jensen has wave clear. It's hard to find their way in when Ornn clearly has the best team fight engage of any champion on this map. Cloud9 grouped up, playing to the bottom side. He is around, gonna send back one, stuns Berserker. Ult's coming across, will they find the team fight though? The wall's coming out to cut everyone else out. Berserker is the target, but can they get him? They're just bouncing him around. It's 2 for nothing so far. They've got the backline, the third as well, and the fight has been started. The fight has been won. 100 Thieves are gonna take game 2.
Another monstrous engage by Huhi, the unsung hero this game. After bot lane was not able to snowball, he still found huge engage after huge engage on the Amumu pick, setting the team up. Such clean team fights for 100 Thieves to tie this series up. Incredibly well done.
Huhi started 0-3-0, ends 0-4-15. Massive bounce back, but I think the star of the game is right there on your screen. Abadaga 8-0-9 on Taliyah with massive team fighting, but there's a lot of credit to go around for 100 Thieves. It definitely looked to me like C9 had the better scaling team comp, but they did not have the better team fighting, which went to 100 Thieves, who took the game.
Absolutely the case. You heard in the Max Waldo sideline interview feeling very confident with that draft. We're not able to execute, and this is one of those situations that throws a lot of turmoil potentially into the back room where you have to figure out, was it actually just our play? Maybe we overestimated the draft. Maybe we thought certain things were going to happen that did not. It's going to make C9 have a lot to talk about heading into game 3.
I agree, but it means we've got an exciting series. We are guaranteed at least 4 in this one. We'll see what comes out afterwards, but it means we get a very hard-fought battle for which team is going to be in the championship match. Yes, double Elam. If you lose, you can still fight back for it. Wait for the EGTL winner and still go for that final shot at the trophy, at the top seed from the LCS at Worlds. But to be there already, sit there, watch from above, and this climactic fight here, beautiful.
Yeah, Huhi knows that Berserker is going to be able to cleanse this, but it's just get rid of the summoner spells early so that the rest of the team can come and clean up. So, like, it's not the Amumu itself that actually kills Berserker, but now he has nothing left when Closer and Someday can just ghost, ult, and do everything to just try and destroy that Aphelios.
And I thought for a second this got really awkward where Someday had to kind of use his skip early to get over his own teammate's wall. He steps out of the immune right when that knockup hits, and he takes so much damage right here. I think, uh-oh, he might actually drop, but there you see the follow-up by Closer helping out, making sure they can actually finish him off. FBI during this whole time has been untouched because there's been so much focus for Cloud9's comp to just try and peel back.
Some anti-synergy too. I noticed the bailout on Jensen, which then was just a bailed out Anivia egg, and then it wore out by the time the egg was dead.
Yeah, that is a mistake by Sven, unfortunately, you know, but like mistakes happen, right? Like this is a tough game and you're gonna see someone on either side. Either way, it's well done by 100 Thieves, right? They had the game plan, they had the engage. Huhi, an all-star, absolutely. Abadaga, immaculate in the fights. A lot of praise to send around there. So 100 Thieves are striking back, and we're gonna head over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. That's right. We're all tied up at 1-1. 100 Thieves putting together a couple I didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
I just said striking back. Freak said it. I guess that makes 100
I thought
Thieves
you
the
said
Empire.
welcome back.
Oh, that works too. That works.
Yeah, I didn't. I'm sorry. I did not hear what you said, but then I realized you said something, so I wanted to give you a moment to get in.
I appreciate that. You should stop doing that.
Okay. Be careful. I'll take that note.
Oh, no, it's a good rule of thumb.
Those are the last words that Raz will say on today's broadcast. Okay, 1-1. 100 Thieves. We're going to work through it kind of bit by bit, but honestly, it comes down to some really intelligently crafted team fights to ultimately pull it out in the end. But let's talk about compositions, Emily, because for the handshake that happened in Game 1 around the Zeri Sivir, we didn't get that this time around.
Yes, okay, and it didn't even go as well as planned, right, which we'll get into, but obviously the theory with Kalista and Mumu is that you're going to be able to take over that entire bot side 2v2, and then the other big thing is that they then had to kind of respond a bit. I thought the Aphelios response from C9 was really intelligent. I actually love that. I believe they called it out on cast as well. But additionally, the Wukong for Blabber, I think, is something that they've prioritized getting. And I really like that because there's a bunch of different compositions they could then pivot. Obviously, the last pick, Anivia, I thought was really great as well. But I was just so happy to see different bot lanes.
Yeah, I agree with that. I echo that for sure. And I think the Cloud9 draft is something that I just overall enjoyed. The range that you saw from the Aphelios, and you already mentioned the Anivia, was really good with the Ornn on top of it. So the team fighting should have been good. Should have been.
I mean, I honestly think both drafts are good.
Yes.
Right? Like, I think some people will probably be more on the C9 side. Some will be more on the 100 Thieves side. You know, the Anivia is really strong because it's largely a really low range composition, right? It's 3 melees, and then Kalista is pretty low range. You put the wall down behind her. You know, even if she can hop over it with the Q, you're still going to be pushed out of the fight. So I think that's actually a really intelligent pick. At the end of the day, even with the failed dive bot side, like the Kalista doesn't snowball as much as you want, but that was the way into the series, into the game. 400 Thieves is the fact that the prio that they have bot is actually giving them all these dragons. So yes, this is actually outplayed, and I do think this is more of an outplay than a misplay. I think the cleanse made actually a really big difference here. It didn't feel like it was like horribly executed, you know, by 100 Thieves side whatsoever. But it's still, you know, the Kalista getting them all those early dragons, and Soul was kind of the major difference maker that combated what C9 had for scaling later on.
And even though it didn't work out, I did want to point out that, like, 100 Thieves are doing the right thing with this comp, right? Like, they very much understood what they needed to do.
Yeah, and while the bot lane play was more of an outplay than a misplay, this was more of a misplay than an outplay. Navia still has passive up. They engage on towards him, and then the wall that follows up just makes it so hard for an exit strategy to exist for 100 Thieves. So not only did you have a bad dive bot side, this makes it even harsher.
Yeah, but everything we've seen so far is feels Cloud9 sided, right? Aside from the fact that you mentioned 100 Thieves was able to pick up the Drakes, and I think that just puts even more of an emphasis on how much work 100 Thieves and specifically who he had to do to find the engages that we'll see a little bit later on that ultimately get them there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the amount of upfront burst that this composition has is really insane, right? Amumu's going even shroud, so you have the damage amp. It's Zonia's as well, which is going to increase the damage on the ulti quite a bit. If you land that ultimate, then there's so much AoE that can come through, both from Gwen as well as from the Taliyah.
Yeah.
And I think people are really underestimating the consistent DPS that Taliyah puts out post-rework. This is that one
Here
fight
it
where
is.
if you're trying to enter into this area, you play in these tight corridors, it's so easy to get roasted by the Taliyah. Right here, it's a 3-man seismic shove. And though it looks like Abadaga is doing almost all the damage in this fight, we actually saw the damage meters after it, and Gwen even did even more.
Right.
So it's like those two combining, when you are first to the objective as 100 Thieves and Cloud9 has to enter through those corridors, it eliminates a lot of their advantages that they have as far as range, because you're all getting kind of stacked up and just roasted by the AoE there.
If you look at this gold graph, I would have thought it would be swapped based on like the compositions, right? And that's where I really want to give 100 Thieves credit for their team fighting in a lot of these setups.
Yeah, and a lot of credit to Abadaga and, as we already had mentioned, Huhi. They were the ones that really got them those fights. The Talia wall that we saw in the earlier replay, the multi-man flicks that he was able to incur in the first replay, and also the one that you had just talked about, Azael, really set up their carries to be able to find those fights. And then you could just make a highlight reel of just Amumu's ultis for the entire game.
And I think it makes it so interesting, right? Because we've had two very competitive games. I don't think either team should step away from this and, we really choked it in draft or anything like that, right?
No,
Both
absolutely
teams
not.
are going to know that this one came down to execution. You know, C9 tried to force their way in on that Soul Point Dragon when they really shouldn't have. They got punished for it. They lose Soul and they lose Bear, and that really was the game to me, was the misexecution there, and 100 Thieves really capitalizing. And in the previous game, it was C9 coming up big in those small moments, finding those big-time engages.
So this is a graphic we showed at the top of the day. Obviously,
Kalista
was in that shared champion pool, but the Amumu being stolen away, being stolen over to that side by Huhi. I just wanted to kind of re-hit this as we've talked a lot about bot lane, and considering that C9 is now jumping to blue side for the first time in this series. Again, how this graphic might continue to warp as the series goes on.
Yeah, again, I was just so happy not to see that handshake just because both of these bot lanes are so good. We even saw some of these like small outplay moments from Berserker, right, in that bot lane. Aphelios is something we know he's comfortable on. We know he will actually even go into fights if he feels like he can make the play. And I'm just so happy that this doesn't seem to be decided by draft, right? These are just two really good teams playing well.
I'm glad you're happy about that and not the diversity of champions, because my expectation with Cloud9 taking blue side, they love Sivir first pick. If you put Sivir in the hands of Berserker or Zeri, I think they'll try and standardize it based on those. We usually have seen at least one of those getting banned away. They're going to get the other.
So do you want to see 100 Thieves preempt that then from red side by removing either the Sivir itself or a piece that goes along with her?
They'll let it happen, simply because they have options of Senna and Kalista. And if those are two things that are banned, then they will ban the other.
All I care about is that the pattern of games not being decided in draft and instead being decided by play continues here. We've got 2 games down, possibly 3 more to go as our teams battle for their spot in the grand finals. Another battle rages on for the throne in Westeros. Check it out.
The gods have yet to make a man who lacks the patience for absolute power. The threat of war looms.
Against whom?
Whomever may dare to challenge us.
Summer, the split that we won, I was very hungry, just like to prove myself. That split I came in, like I was on a run, you know, and I had the momentum.
Big damage, yeah! Abadaga! 1-for-0 so far, and Abadaga comes in. Abadaga is a problem. The 5th to ever hoist an LCS trophy, and it's 100 Thieves.
But once we won the split, I felt like maybe I lost a bit of motivation, and then I wasn't really my best self. I wasn't really competing anymore because I thought like, hey, I can take a step off the gas and like we'll still win because I still think we are the best. But then I really dropped off.
He had been pressured very heavily there, so Abadaga really needs to step up. But he hasn't looked really good since the start of spring.
And the competition has gotten stronger.
I realized that I'm not that good at, let's say, finding opportunities or making the plays. So I was like, hey, I really have to work on this, because if I do better at this, then I can be the best again.
I think Abadaga didn't really start the split to his best, and he wasn't performing that well. I think as a friend, it's really good to see someone come back out of slump, like work really hard and make his way back to the top. I think for sure he played like best. He like carried almost every single game after the half of the split.
Alright, so Torrent is going in for it. Ulti's out there, but Seraphine! Massive ulti, but Bjorkson took out FBI already, but still the counter kill is good. Hansala kicked into the back of the team! Abadaga on a killing spree!
When the stakes are high and there's pressure and there's like, hey, like this is when it counts. There's players that will step up and pop off. I want to be up there in the talks again of like being one of the best in the league. My motivation is to prove to myself that I deserve to be here and I am the best mid laner in the LCS.
100 Thieves looking for their second LCS title. Cloud9 have already done that 4 times. Right now, though, 1-1 in this series. Abadaga, it's weird. It's hard to say who's been the best performing on 100 Thieves. That game felt like there were so many huge standout performances. Who hit all the engages? Abadaga, Deathless, and all the team fights. Someday the top diff, despite never getting any help coming from either side, was so much about what killed the backline off. We'll see how Cloud9 bounces back. They have side selection. They chose blue.
So this will be the big change from game 1 and game 2. C9 moving over to blue side, being able to maybe target ban a couple things out. Felt like they had to give up the Kalista Azir, giving something over to 100 Thieves to work with for a first pick. So now we'll see if 100 Thieves want to get rid of those. Bans not showing up on screen right now, maybe a little bit of a bug. I have them in front of me thus far. We have
Spoil it.
Senna by on blue side, banned out by C9. Azir taken away last. 100 Thieves deciding on their third ban. They go Kalista, Yuumi, and Sejuani taken out.
Yeah, so the Sejuani stays as a permanent ban for 100 Thieves. We'll hear from production if they need to restart this champ select, but currently, I think we're restarting.
Yeah. Fudge looks oddly distracted for being the one locking in a champion right now.
Yeah.
He's believing in the heart of the cards, okay? Listen, if you heard his Travis Gafford interviews, he will just say whatever he wants to say at the moment in time and then flip-flop during the interview. It's like, I will let random chance decide what I want to play. I think it's a wise strategy. I think it's what he's going for the rest of this draft. No longer trusting his coaches. He's going to let random chance decide what goes on here.
Well,
I believe the draft is still progressing.
Yeah.
Because the picks feel very real so far. So what's happened is it's a first pick Lulu by Fudge, obviously just by C9. With Yuumi banned, they take the Soul Enchanter, and then a takeaway of the Wukong by 100 Thieves. And right now they're hovering Zeri.
Ooh, all right. They change it up. They go Lucian. I'm reacting to something that no one else can see, so it might sound a little... Whoa, guys, you won't believe this.
Time to practice your podcasting skills, okay? The Dive.
It's radio, not podcast.
Get out your pen and paper because we're scripting this whole draft. So it will likely be Lucian Nami locked by 100 Thieves. So they have Wukong, Lucian Nami.
Instant.
Whereas C9 has gone with another Zeri angle, this time Zeri Lulu and the Poppy jungle. So they're switching roles a little bit with the jungle picks, but of the teams in NA, 100 Thieves has played Lucian Nami the most.
They've played it the most. They've also been very successful at it. And there they are out of the lobby after the first phase. Maybe they'll just recreate it up to then and then pick it up. We'll have to see what the ultimate decision is. Sorry for the slight error there, not being able to get that on screen for you guys.
Sven, with a little bit of playful trash talk, says, remake bad draft, GG Reaper. Waldo Diff says FBI. That is the scrim meta, actually. I hated it. I think it's still happening a little bit, but sometimes
halfway through the draft.
Yeah, like if a team wasn't happy with how a draft goes in scrims, they just dodge out and they're like, oh yeah, 1-0, you win. But it's like, no, this is wasting our time.
Yeah.
Like, let's go through the rest of the draft. But this one seems like an unfortunate technical difficulty.
Hopefully.
Yeah,
we begin it soon. I was shaping up to do a very interesting draft. I kind of hope it sticks.
It should.
And it's not a full remake.
Yeah, I don't see why not. Yeah, and I like this in the 100 Thieves camp because I like what they're kind of craft for themselves. So again, Cloud9 kept the exact same 3 bans as the previous game. Okay, no Azir for Alba. He's been too good on it. No Senna. It's a one-sided pick basically, right? Only one game for Sven on the champion, and whatever the third one was that they kept going for as well. So that was just constantly gone. Lulu or Yumi, whatever, doesn't matter. Either way, they kept the same 3 bans last time. I like that 100 Thieves has kept the early game plan going though. Okay, last time we went for the whole Callisto thing. They're like, we're red side. You were dumb and let us get Callisto. We're not gonna make that mistake. We're keeping the Callisto ban as the red side team. But what if play Lucianami? What is keep playing early game? Because yeah, they forced Cloud9 to play before they were ready. You know, right? It's like you have to fight for 4th rate because it's 20 minutes in and it's going to be Soul, so you better show up. And then they got to cross map for it, right? Like I think it's really powerful, and it's cool that they're still saying, no, we're going to have a crushing bottom side. We know what you're going to go for. It's a Lulu every single time. Guess what? We're gonna have lane priority, and it's going to be that same ticking clock.
Yeah, well, I think as well, they're just such a well-coordinated team, being together for a year and a half. So, like that game, I think definitely shook C9 a little bit, because they very much felt like they outscaled. And they went with even gold to the 25-minute mark and then just got slammed team fight after team fight because 100 Thieves was way more on the same page about how they wanted to play the game. So I completely respect and I think like the play by 100 Thieves to just keep picking early game comps, because even if the game is even, they still have confidence that they will be able to out-execute and win the game anyway.
Very important stuff. More importantly, Sven in chat throwing up his signature hand sign. There's emoji for it. So I didn't know the League client could handle emojis, but he's thrown out.
How'd he pull it off?
Yeah, Oh, so by the way, Windows period is just the emoji window, like in Windows.
Oh.
So if you didn't know this, you can always get emojis in pretty much any chat box. It's Windows period. The box shows up. You can search for it, and you can put in all kinds of stuff in the chat box.
I didn't know he was chill like that.
You're welcome.
I can't do it.
It's a meme. That's where it's from. I don't know why Sven started doing it though, because I feel like he's been doing this all the way back to like the Niels days. He's always had goofy poses and pictures.
Yeah.
And in the last like 4 or 5 years, he's just decided to solidify it into the whatever this hand sign is. I don't know if
the horns.
So people get what I'm talking
Is
about.
this hang loose?
On camera
With a thumb out, it's hang loose, right? And then if it's not, it's the horns for metal.
My feel is people are scrambling to get into Champ Select. Rather than
You think the production's doing something more important than showing my hand signs?
You know, it's also technically ASL for the letter L and the letter I at the same time. Pinky up is I, and then an L is an L. So you can. He's just saying ill. He loves Illinois. It's the state code for the state of Illinois. They're going to Chicago for the finals. He's actually 5-headed you. I'm sticking to it. Chicago, Illinois. That is what he's holding the hand signs up for. Doesn't make any sense. We're going for it here. Senna, Vi, off the table. Azir, also going to be the 3 bans. Sejuani, Yumi, and Callista. 3rd ban for 100 Thieves. As I look forward to my crystal ball, I'm foreseeing first pick on the remaining enchanter of Lulu.
They jumped you. They said, that's enough for you, freak. We'll just show everything that they're supposed to be at. Boom.
Wow. Out of order everywhere. But yes, this is the draft so far. Into the second round. Again, both teams have jungle and bottom lane.
So as we were saying, the Lucian Nami, a bit of a 100 Thieves specialty. Not that it's not seen other places around the world, but in North America, they're arguably the best duo at it. They did try to break it out in the Team Liquid series, fell a little bit flat, and they ended up abandoning it for the rest of that time. Here, I think they're just going to give it a chance against the C9 ball lane, because if you're able to slam the scaling side of these matchups, it puts a lot of pressure on the enemy team to try and figure out how they want to find their first pick, because you can answer it like this.
And the Thieves just putting on the bands of the champions that Cloud9 have played in this series. Fudge's Cannon was good, and though it didn't win, I do think Jensen's Anivia was quite strong as well.
A respect band for sure, because it definitely limited the things that Abbedagge could do with Taliyah, which is why you see the Taliyah counter there. C9 doesn't want an overemphasis on being able to crash bot lane, but that does leave Ahri up, which had been such a high priority pick before, but has fallen off a little bit.
Jensen maybe going to slam the skill matchup a little bit with the LeBlanc. We'll see if he wants to do it. It's one of his best champions. Did play it a lot as well in the upset over EG. Had a couple of those big chunk outs before neutral objectives, and probably going to go back to it here.
Likes the Gnar, likes the LeBlanc. Answer into Ari. Going to be an exciting mid lane here as Assassins will come through and try to find early pressure. Aatrox, not a surprise, definitely has been a solid one. We know the matchup in Gnar is just fine. If somebody wants to go on to Comfort and be a solid semi-frontliner. Engage, not the strongest on 100 Thieves. Wukong is okay. Ari in a pinch can do a little bit of something, but it's no Ornn, it's no Amumu. It's no obvious team fight start, but yeah, fighter heavy. I'm going to say it feels pretty early mid-game heavy as well, but that worked well for 100 Thieves in game 2.
Yeah, and actually neither team has extremely strong initiation across the board. It's a lot of just generic power picks, but it's going to be a very pokey kind of lane push priority type game where they have to set up around objectives by being there first. The best engaged tool would definitely be Wukong in this case, or like a really good flash poppy stun, but no huge initiation from either side.
It's just such a different look from 100 Thieves, even though it's still early game oriented. The black of the Amumu setup, they had so many great engages here that Huhi's just kind of the follow-up with the wave. It's a very different look in terms of how they actually pilot these champions, but overall, I think the scope of the game feels very similar, where 100 Thieves are going to be trying to put the pedal to the metal in the bot lane, and hopefully they turn around that dive better this time.
Time to take it down. Last comments from the coaches. Curious if Cloud9 thinks this draft is also a slam dunk, because though they thought so in the previous game, it was 100 Thieves who had control the whole time.
I did like the Anivia ban kind of as a nod to be like, that actually was a good pick. We're going to ban it the next time. It didn't work there, but we really don't want to have to potentially deal with that again.
And now, as the coaches leave, we see who's going to win game 3. A 1-1 score line. An absolute barn burner in game 1. 100 Thieves with control almost the entire time in game 2. Out execution, probably the name of that game. And now we'll see what gameplay is going to be in store for us here in game 3. Who's going to be the first team to qualify for the LCS Championship Final? Game 3 awaits us here between 100 Thieves and Cloud9.
Love the energy from the crowd. I know at the end of game 1, about 90% of the crowd was standing on their feet for that last auto attack from Jensen. Also, with how close the series has been, imagine that gets stuffed. He doesn't finish it. Would we be staring at a 100 Thieves 2-0? So many close fights throughout both games as we're in game 3.
Jensen, vision gained on both sides here and gets the aggressive trinket ward down. This can be sweepable, but no one's got a sweeper up, so it's not really going to happen. Looks like Clo's going to be on his way to the late trinket ward to watch the Raptor pit and then grab sweeper. Actually going to keep his ward, it looks like. So.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, yeah, I thought it was going to be that.
Oh, it was the no ward sweeper. So he's actually going to get rid of that thing in his Raptor pit, actually, or his red buff. So I actually kind of like that one. Thinks he's going to be safe enough, and this way he'll get rid of the vision.
Yeah, probably not enough time to sweep and then go for a mix-up of starting blue or something.
Yeah.
So probably just going to sweep this one out, but then still be given away about where he wants to actually start.
And if he wants to kill it, it allows level 2 on both solos. You share it 3 ways. Abba's in range for the XP, then he'll get the last hit. So both solo laners will get level 2 off of their 6th CS in lane. So yeah, Closer could not hide. He would be late to blue. Ultimately, he chooses red, but it does give the XP advantage to both solos. I like this sort of line of play. Yeah.
Nice little start there. Abba as well, warding out onto a potential closer, or excuse me, Blabber path. A lot of attention feels like it's gone mid lane early on in the first 2 games. It feels like both teams understand that they want to break their mid laners out to enable some playmaking in side lanes. Game 1 and game 2, they went back and forth quite a bit. And in this match in particular, it's maybe the skilliest of the 3 we've had so far that will swing very heavily.
It is, but it's also maybe the most volatile bot lane we've seen, with Lucian Nami going up against Zeri, Lulu. Interestingly enough, they've actually achieved the push at level 1, but all it takes would be one nice bubble from Huhi to be able to get aggressive. Doesn't have it yet, so they're losing the level 2 war for sure.
Yep. And Sven, even though he has gone Relic Shield, choosing to be the more defensive option. And I like this kind of tech. Berserker's on the barrier here. Says, okay, look, you're going Electrocute Nami, which is like entirely about burst, that sacrificing everything else in the kit, basically. And saying, well, as long as I can barrier and I have heal from Sven, you can't kill us through all of that, right? And I mean, it does make sense. There's also the sort of meta call, the mind game call of, if I run Ignite, you run Ignite, I run Cleanse, I kill your Ignite, it's kind of okay for me. It's like, you're actually running Cleanse yourself, none of it matters.
Definitely the case. They also have First Strike Lucian. Want to be farming up that gold a little bit more. You see a lot of trading on the top side. Heyo.
And really good damage here. Someday gonna come in. Actually, a flash force out of Fudge. He was gonna be Mini Gnar and thought he might have not had what it took to survive. Gets a cannon. Someday just needs to sustain back up.
Yeah, playing on limits for sure. Fudge trying to get that wave to crash and harass as much as possible. So this could be a prep for a dive. They got a good chunk on Someday, and it wouldn't matter if he doesn't have the flash. Poppy's such a skilled turret diver. Fudge just has to get this wave in. Good defensive war by Someday, but he will be denied off this wave.
Knows he's spotted, and that means that is going to be a lot of gold denied out of this one, unless he sees Bladder leaving, which means, yeah, it's interesting about the ward control, right? Because theoretically, could try to play in range, then he gets boomerang, then it gets really awkward, so it is going to be gold and XP lost. He will lose pretty much his entire wave. Minions are thankfully spotted enough that he will get both these, at least for XP.
Yeah, nice little advantage gotten right away by Fudge there in terms of the XP. But does cost him his flash sort of to make that play. So we'll see if there's a repeat gank potentially. Oh!
Yeah, big damage barrier popped early. Move speed because they're a passive, a lot of damage block, but it means they also trade pretty well back into FBI. Yes, a Summoner Force, that's certainly pretty relevant. If the heals come back through, Pranami, what's going to look like as mid laners fight back and forth. Jensen dodging most of the orb.
Yeah, actually got max barrier value there. Just made sure all of the barrier disappeared when he pressed it and has potions left to try and sustain back up.
Outplayed.
Yeah, got him.
Definitely a scary game so far. All three lanes have that potential to just explode open one way in the matchup. And so far, small advantage to C9 and gold, but the only summoners really blown are on their side as well, which means that when Closer finds an angle onto somebody, it will be in their favor.
Fudge actually not getting the recall out. He had the wave shoved in, had the option of recalling and playing for it, but decides I'll stay in lane for now. I don't feel under too much threat. Health bar is actually decent right now. And as the teleport slowly ticks back for Someday, Flash slowly ticks back for Fudge. Fudge kind of can choose how to play his lane out and at what point does he want the recall.
Yeah, Fudge definitely thinks so much about the first 5 minutes of the laning phase, knows his matchups extremely well.
It's a funny time playing against Someday as well. If people remember all the way back to kind of Fudge's debut in the top lane, it was in that lock-in tournament. He played against Someday and got absolutely bodied. It was a trial by fire. He then played Alfari right after in lock-in tournament, and he was kind of taken apart by some of the best top laners in the West. And then, over time, gradually got better and better, was able to get the win over Alfari in the finals in spring before heading to MSI, and that's really when the legend of Fudge, the Fudge factor, started to pop off, had by a lot of people's estimations the best performance at that 2021 MSI.
And then after that, also plays Spring Split as a mid laner. Does decent, right? Is actually, he's not the best mid laner in the league, but
it's top 10, I guess. Sure.
I mean, I
wasn't a fan personally.
Wasn't he actually like third in the All-Pro voting?
I didn't put him there, but I think he might have been.
I think he got it, and they were also the number 1, number 2 team for that split. They had a lot of hype around Summit, and then funnily enough, it was Someday who exposed Summit out of the LCS basically after the MVP kind of season that he had. They just slammed Ornpick into Summit and took apart C9 and blew up that spring run that led to the entire reconstruction of the Cloud9 roster. It was the 100 Thieves blueprint of how to deal with what was kind of a one-dimensional team.
Yeah, but as Sven role swapped over, became really good. Ended up being an enchanter-heavy metagame as well, which I think suited him. He's already, a ranged champion player, going to be good at being safe in a target and team fights. Had the right instincts for it. Looks pretty good overall. And obviously a close game here. Cloud9 ahead in gold without even kills. They're just winning the lanes.
And I think pushing 100 Thieves off Drake was quite important. First, Drake has won both games of the series. Probably more of a coincidence than a causation, but one other coincidence.
Here we go.
That we found, looking at the history of these teams in playoffs, the last 2 playoffs, 100 Thieves has been the one to knock C9 out. And C9 has then made roster changes afterwards. So if you currently like this C9 roster,
you better win.
They better beat C9 here.
That's funny.
Or better beat 100 Thieves.
Better beat 100 Thieves. I gotta point out though, Berserker is against the lane bulliest lane and is up 10 CS, 13 CS right now in this one, doing incredibly well down there. He got barrier value, but Sven is always the target. Was in range of a lot of it. Look, a lot of health there, had his heal burn. Berserker goes for the maximum, wants FBI, heal forced out, he's shielded well. Big damage out of Berserker, and Blabber's on the way.
Confident play out of Berserker there, stepping forward, never even once considers turning around when Huhi shoots the bubble behind him, is anticipating a backstep there. Berserker is a player who just has so much aggression. And there you see it, turning around after they chunked out Sven, evening that trade out. Does get the heal out of Huhi to kind of even out the heal trade that they got from Sven.
Yeah, 16 more minions Berserker has killed, assuming FBI cleans up those 6. So yes, it does sit at 16. That's very impressive. by both Berserker and Sven. And that one trade prompts Blabber to decide to start Rift Herald.
Almost a 1,000 gold advantage for Cloud9 in this game off the back of straight up laning. Jensen as well getting the better of Abadaga in the mid lane. You can see the mid mana pool just so taxed by Abba through the impressive trading by Jensen. If you're not ever able to land the charms on the distortions forward, it's very easy to kind of get the advantage slowly over time for the LeBlanc side of the matchup.
It means you got Rift Herald. Cloud9 looking good right now. Mid lane 20, bot lane nearly 20. Herald and inventory feeling great. More gold to earn as eventually going to see some turret flakes go to somebody. Fudge eventually got his TP back to lane. It was for plated steel caps. Make sure you can kind of run away from some days engages. Go to get closer. Physical damage jungler there as well. Now 100 Thieves say, we sure would like this Drake, if possible. Gonna leash it up.
Yeah, Jensen just went back to base. Abadaga is here much faster, so it's likely going to go over to 100 Thieves. It is the cost of doing business when the global call-out for Rift Herald comes out, but C9 is
hanging around. You can evict the jungler. If you get him, it's yours. Smite comes in. Well done by Closer. First Drake 2-0 in this series. Doesn't necessarily change here. Abadaga wants the Herald, or the Scuttle, not going to get it. Smited by Blabber.
I mean, he got the crab.
He did. We heard the cheers. That's the important part of this one.
Dragon, Bedge, you see the crabs, you know it's good. And overall, they also got the ultimate out of Nami for the Poppy ultimate, which means that in lane, at least, this will free up some more space for C9's bot lane to kind of continue to play aggressively here.
Hold on, someday. Get the blue buff steal as well.
Gotta get out.
Yeah. He's going to get his own chain. Good flash. Jensen's going to get away from all of it. The root isn't going to be enough, though. Does Fudge have the damage? Because these got teammates as well. Blue buff handed off to Jensen. TY for leash. First blood, Cloud9.
And look at that CS gap in mid lane on top of the first blood. Huge play by Jensen.
Yeah, over 1,000 gold over Abadaga means that when this game kind of starts breaking open in the next 5 to 10 minutes, he's going to be so strong inside lane. Same for Fudge here. Someday, trying to take advantage of the fact that everyone had just kind of been shown in the bot side, thinks he can sneak in there and get it. This was kind of heads up there. He doesn't want the snapback to come through.
Yeah.
So he flashes out of the Aatrox W, which allows his chain to stay on top of him and make sure that he can't just kind of run to the right side and get out for free.
And C9 did a good job not really giving Someday a good flash. They cut him off and made sure to stay on both sides of him the whole time.
Really well done. Puts him in the gold lead. 2.2 thousand. Cloud9 running away with this one. A single Drake all separates them from crushing 100 Thieves at every turn in this game. Someday will get his wave onto the tower, sure. But it's looking good in a lot of places. Mana pools are low, which means 100 Thieves don't really want to be able to fight this one. FBI pretty powerless. 1,100 gold in inventory as well. Similar, to be fair, for Berserker, but I think Lucian really needs the mana more than Zeri does.
Yeah, next Dragon going to be pretty important for Cloud9. Don't want to get Dragon stacked on by 100 Thieves, but a really powerful point with Jensen having Lud and Zeko right now. So he's going to be winning lane even harder until Abadaga can match that Mythic, and that's also just going to give them so much more pressure over this bot side river, because Jensen can consistently put this wave in, means he can move down, which means they can threaten dives on this turret. So even though Jensen has the gold now, they're going to pay it off and try to get Berserker fed.
Yeah, and especially because FBI was low on mana there. Blabber takes the read, charges down to the bot lane to make sure they get that for Berserker to channel even more gold into his pockets as well, identifying him as the biggest late game threat. C9 did a good job of taking advantage of the late reset by FBI there.
No crabs. Yeah. And keep stacking up. Cloud9, where the crab goes, so goes their victories.
I'd be willing to bet in games where Blabber gets more crabs than the other jungle, he never loses.
Never. I believe it.
At least it's above 50-50, right?
It's got to be pretty high.
Going for the play. Stuns into the wall. Big damage out of Fudge. And he's got Jensen. Hey, Someday! Knock! The duo is here! Knocks him down again. 3,000 gold puts Cloud9 ahead.
This is turning into a rout by C9 here in Game 3. The largest early game gold lead opened up yet in this series. So much of it through Jensen's moves. It starts with laning dominance. It has a midpoint of killing Someday for blue buff, and then the next chapter is killing Someday up top again.
It's insane how aggressive C9's playing this game. We thought that 100 Thieves might be the more slightly early game oriented comp, but it's skill matchups in both solo lanes. Bot lane obviously has the potential to scrap back, and now 4,000 gold up. You're looking at this draft from 100 Thieves and wondering how they get back in. Game 2, it was off of insane engages in team fighting, but they don't quite have that same level of synergy in their composition. And I think it throws the entire philosophy of how to approach this series into question. If 100 Thieves are going to be the team fighting team, might need to start opting into it.
I love that play though by Berserker. That was really cool. Already got the whimsy move speed from Sven, jumped over, tried to pinch out FBI. Couldn't quite get it, but still crushing that lane. It's okay, there was a Herald, but it's still 3 plates to 1 against Lucian Nami. They are so crushing over there on the Cloud9 side. Yeah, I wonder if one of these can find anything else in.
Yeah, and you can see it's kind of hard for Jensen to grow his CS advantage against Abadaga because Abadaga is just sitting at his turret waiting for Jensen to kill the wave, which is giving Jensen all these opportunities to move into River. So really no river control whatsoever by 100 Thieves, which makes it really difficult for them to play out any of these side lanes because they have no idea where jungler support is.
Word comes across, adding 1 to FBI scoreline. Another one coming through as well. Nice 30 gold from Huhi, disgusting. It's fine.
Another thing that I'm sure you'll be very happy, most likely, is the Triforce on the Gnar as a ardent Triforce defender over Sunderer.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. And honestly, I mean, it's the better sort of like carry version of the item. Like, keep in mind, Gnar functionally has silver bolts, right? Like, I hit you 3 times, I get a bunch of bonus damage. If he wants to kill someday, the Trinity Force move, like attack speed is just very valuable. Move speed, very valuable. You can chase people down. If you're winning, Triforce is the better win more item. And there's a lot of games where winning your side lane more is how you win the game. Drake count now tied back up. 100 Thieves have found their timing a while ago, but Cloud9 now own the map, and everything they want just belongs to them.
And there's a really nice gold spread for their lead. It's an 1,100 gold lead for Fudge's Gnar. It's a 600 gold lead for Blabber's Poppy. It's a 1,300 gold lead for Jensen's LeBlanc. And a 1,000 to 1,100 gold lead for Berserker. So that means anywhere they go, they are strong.
And I think this is 100 Thieves just kind of flipping the game a little bit here, saying nothing's going in our favor. We're going to all in on this Rift Herald. I don't even think C9's going to contest, though. They're more than happy to just keep the bot lane bottom and grab that turret.
Yeah, because what do you do with the Rift Herald? You got a turret. Well, C9's just going to take a turret for Berserker. They're always going to take that.
And second Herald, excuse me, sometimes difficult to drop if you're this far behind in the game. Finding an area where you're able to push in with the wave, get the channel time off, not have it be contested, not have that kind of sniffed out coming. So it's sometimes even just a almost 0 positive play except for the initial shutdown or kill gold onto the Rift Herald.
I will say that the power point for 100 Thieves is now that Lucian Nami with Gale Force and Imperial Mandate completed. They are very potent as a duo.
That's a slow. I mean, I think he can go for a little something here, decides not to anymore, despite the buffs on. Knows reinforcements will coming pretty soon. He gets nothing done with Labra despite the slow landing. Fudge still getting damage to the tower. Not in a rush to kill it. Happy to deny some farm from Someday instead, who also knows if I step up, this turret dies to 2 autos, and then I die too. Keep in mind, Mythic diff in the top lane means there's nothing Someday can do in the 1v1.
Yeah, Someday, after having an incredible Gwen performance put onto his back foot here, on the cams between games, it looked like Fudge was a little upset maybe about how that previous game went. Jet and I were joking, it's like, that's the face of a man who just got put on Ornn duty.
And lost.
And lost, and was like, why did I just do that? Give me a carry champion. And this time, much like game 1, Fudge coming out better in the lane phase.
Yeah, I do love the shots that we're getting of the players. I hope they're okay with it because sometimes you're just zoning off. You don't want it to seem like you're not paying attention. Maybe they're just trying to relax at the moment, but...
Maybe he's trying to remember if he shut the front door on the way out, you know? Right, yep. Get the 1,000-yard stare.
Did I? Is the oven on? Oh, shoot. Hold on. 2.5 minutes still, though, to the Drake. It's going to be a long one until we have Soul mattering, but Mountain Soul is, I would say, the best win more Drake. It's like, the only way you kill us is if you one-shot us. Well, we have 500-point shields. You're not doing that.
Yeah, plus all the extra resist that come in. Obviously not a ton of people who are going to be stacking those up, but Poppy will be feeling a lot better. Fudge will probably pick up maybe a Death Dance or something. A couple resist coming in eventually.
And it still applies your base stats, and everyone has like 60 average armor MR or more by mid-game, so it looks pretty good. Abadaga gonna be rooted. A tackle to get rid of Closer. 100 Thieves can't find their way in yet, but here comes the big play. Across goes Closer. They try to get one. Blabber drops FBI, but can he live? Just barely. So far, a 1-for-0. Health bar's low. Someday, with the help of Huhi, knocks one as well. Gets the knockup. Flash bubble. Forces away. And off a 5,000 gold deficit. 100 Thieves win the team fight.
How is this possible? How do they keep winning these fights from such devastating deficits? They did just hit the mythic items on all of their core champions, so the power was a little closer than the gold lead, but still, such team fight.
C9 go in, trying to pick multiple fights at the same time. You see, while FBI and Huhi are kind of cutting out this three-man core, Jensen's going to pop in here. And most importantly, Fudge going to TP in Mininar. Absolutely zero rage built up. And so while 100 Thieves is able to kite out initially, it's a good re-engage by Closer, getting that four-man knockup, leads into a really nice ultimate there by the Nami. Like you said, Imperial Mandate completed, getting a lot of damage in. And then when both side laners show up for reinforcement, it's Someday who's a lot more impactful in this team fight. And there's no way for Berserker to get any of those low health members down to the other side of the fight. And Huhi and Someday just pair together to force the rest of C9 back.
FBI went for broke. He dropped to 200 health, but he got the final kill onto Blabber. And then, yeah, as you mentioned, Someday just performed better. You mentioned the item specs coming in. That was so important. They did have all 5 and was able to survive as there were only components on Fudge. So the Gold League gets brought back a little bit. It's still dire straits. It drops down to only 4,000.
I feel like anytime we talk about scaling this, scaling that,
yeah,
it almost never seems to matter. One team still finds ways to win a team fight. Even when we think that they're behind in the gold, behind with how their composition is supposed to play, it speaks to how good these teams can be in those team fights.
Technically, FBI reaches second item before Berserker does. He skipped boots to do so, so it's a little fraudulent. Berserkers are a very good item, but the Herald is summoned to slowly walk through bottom lane. It'll do almost nothing unless they win the fight outright. Then they'll get a free Drake.
5v5 over Shelly.
Yeah, Fudge gonna have no problem with this one. He can kind of sit there, but he is back to Mininar, so a timing window where they do not have a full power top laner. None of these can maybe try to use one. Someday jumps the wall. How much space can they buy? Because eventually Fudge will start building this bar back up.
It's still like 4,000 gold lead by Cloud9. They should be much stronger. Jensen threatening the flank. 100 Thieves really hoping to land a burst on him. Lucian, Nami can actually mark LeBlanc quite well. They do so much burst damage, so it is tricky for Jensen to enter first.
The rage up a little bit for Fudge now. 5,000 on this Drake. C9, no 2-item spikes. Ulti coming across, not gonna get a good target, puts it back on cooldown. Jensen's still waiting for his window towards one-shotting somebody. Closer again, wants to jump to the wall. Something gonna build some frontline space. 3K health, they gotta go for it soon if there's a fight. Zoned out by the Zeri, still wants to play for the team fight itself. Jumps over, Jensen now spotted, gonna go for the burn. Will it happen? Eviction! The smite gonna come in. 2-1 on the one side. Does Cloud9 get the team fight now is the question. Fudge, dodge clear from the bubble, tackle onto Huhi, and he goes down. Jensen finds his man, and the chase in for more. Gonna go for the chain. That'll catch almost, but not quite. Plus the dragon, plus a kill. Cloud9 come back.
Massive win there by Cloud9. Jensen playing the edge of that fight the entire time, and just such a good eviction by Poppy, like you said. Make sure they get that, and then a wall stun right after onto the flashless Nami. So many summoners were down after that skirmish right before it.
The gold lead is still so big, but the fights are very close. So Cloud9 definitely probably don't feel as far ahead as they actually are with the way the fights are playing out. Unable to steal that red buff as well.
I think we'll see it better pretty soon once we get to item spikes. I think that's always the big thing. It's why like calling gold leads can always be a little fraudulent, or Drakes and their value of stats and whatnot, because what matters is collecting unique passes. That's where all the power in these items is. And it's like, you are at 5,000 gold. Everyone's up a pickaxe.
True.
That's not as good as being up a chainsword.
Already, right away, grabbing the chain sword for the Nami healing, the sustain as well, versus the Aatrox in the 1v1. Not a bad purchase in that sense, knowing that you'll be side laning against him quite a bit. 2 items across the board for C9 there.
Missed one. Anathemas.
Yep.
How dare you disrespect Blabber like that, sir?
It just came up. You got it faster than the automated bot did, so Jat, you still get full credit, IMO.
Thanks.
Well done. Yeah.
Still got those old Season 1 Dignitas mechanics, huh?
The Udyr Trundle mechanics.
I'll always take full credit.
Yeah. But we're looking at the next play. We are pretty far from the third Drake for Cloud9. 3 minutes out. Probably gives enough time to finish items, actually. We're halfway through to the next piece here on Abadaga. Blue buff attempt, and it's not going to happen for Someday. Fudge gets to claim it himself. Doesn't let Sven get the golden XP on Lulu. Nice shot comes through, though. Berserker gets about 800 damage through.
Almost charms up Jensen there. It does feel like a lot of this game is about, for 100 Thieves, keeping track of Jensen and making sure that he doesn't destroy their battle lines.
Huh. Bit of a weird move there. It pushes them back slightly, but they now have lost the Shirelli's active there. This is one of those times where Blabber really wants to do something.
Ava gets the root. Tidal Wave separates them for a moment. Will they find anything good here? Closer says, go ahead and go for it. Put the ulti onto me. And forces an important cooldown out of Poppy. Now, again, we're still 2.5 from Drake. Everything will come back in time. Baron baits don't seem to be happening.
I know that looks funny to a lot of people, but what you just said is very important, because otherwise Poppy just holds the ult for zoning duty, lets it time out, gets the really short refund, and so by threatening forward, Closer knows he's going to get kicked out, but he's doing that to make Poppy actually commit the cooldown. Of course, it will be up in time for the next Dragon situation, but it does buy some space for 100 Thieves to try and press forward, start getting some vision control. There's no reason not to force the cooldown.
What if there is suddenly a Baron bait? What if something happens with a pick and it's like, we got to go for this one? Well, Poppy can't now send out Closer, and you never know. Sometimes it makes a difference, so it's, expected value positive. If it's a lull state, yeah, nothing happens, but you never know. And it's going to be ward control back and forth again. Now, control ward in for Cloud9 means this is a dark pit in 100 Thieves. Right with a sweeper, Abadaga's like, anyone there? What do I see? I get a charm, I get a root, I guess the damage. Jensen locked up, Jensen running for his life, able to stay alive, and guess what? Blabber doesn't have ulti for a fight that broke out. Doesn't matter at the end of the day, everyone lives, but a close one here from 100 Thieves.
I was just debating whether or not I liked the Merc Treads by Jensen, given that there's only really the charm that is that lockdown-ish CC that you would think to see. Maybe you wanted more pen if you just went with the Shadowflame build, but obviously had value there.
Looks pretty good. Ulti coming across now. Now gets a slow from Nami, which means they can lock down Fudge a bit better. Tidal Wave's gonna get flashed away from. Another important cooldown missing, but guess what? Three-man push onto Baron. Yes, indeed. Oh, they're going in for more. Closer's gotta be safe. Has to flash the wall. Does his best. The charm buys a bit more time, but they're TPing for even more. Berserker flashes, ults, goes for what he can, but minions are blocking the damage. Sidesteps the ulti. Closer's still shot, but they can't stay on him. Jensen has to jump right back out. And we got a bit more going on. Health bar's low. The Closer's clone takes the damage. Berserker can't find the kill. Ulti's timing out. No one dead.
Yeah, nobody dies after so many ultimates are burned. 100 Thieves down all 5 of theirs. C9 down 3 of 5, but they have forced them all back to base. So they begin the Baron.
9K on this one, and it's going to be a burn down as the recalls come across. Health bar's low. FBI can be healed, but can't team fight all that strongly. And there is no jungler. There is no smite. It is a guarantee, and it's claimed. Perfect timing. 880, and it's going to be Blabber claiming Baron.
Huge Baron buff claimed. 7,000 gold lead. A quick reset, but it looks like the Dragon traded back for 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves doing what they can to minimize that loss. They looked like they were playing a good bit of defense there, down 5,500 gold, getting a play on the bot side, trying to force the sums out of Fudge, getting some sums out of Jensen as well, but that Baron force after they saw the Nami is what started that play. Blabber, we talked about how he was feeling a little itchy on the trigger finger, and that's ultimately what got them the Baron despite the no kills coming through.
It's such an interesting game here because looking at the items and looking at how dominant C9 has been in lane, you would feel like it doesn't feel close, but it's such a large gold lead, only 1 kill difference. 100 Thieves is so clutch in teamfights, you feel like they can always find their way back into a game, but statistically, C9 is just way ahead.
We'll see if they close it out because Baron is still on. Rebel Baron power play, 2,400 to their lead. They lost the Drake. They got a root on stun, a knockup on a Blabber,
like that,
and they'll get the first kill. A huge play as Blabber takes an unsafe route through the enemy jungle and is punished for it.
Just feeling confident, feeling safe with the Baron buff. They're grabbing top turret, like you said, kind of tries to cut that rotation on that side of the wall, and 100 Thieves were lurking in the brush. They do lose both bot or mid and top inner turret, so still a nice Baron buff for them as Jensen trying to poke around a little bit, but this is what we're talking about with the 100 Thieves defense in a sense, where you can never feel confident stepping forward against them because someone might be lurking in a brush. Jensen had gotten charmed out just before that. It's like there's always the side of 100 Thieves hunting for ways when you overstep.
And something that is always just impressive to me is like, look at the CS, 282 before you're at 28 minutes. Berserker is just this series so consistently over 10 CS a minute, still showing up to teamfights at the right time, and has all the power he needs to carry this game.
0-0-0 right now, but you can expect that to change pretty soon, I bet, if these fights start going C9's way a little bit more. 3-3 in kills. It is surprisingly bloodless for how many fights there have been.
Yeah. Part of it's because the teams just have such poor engage, right? So they're taking each other quite low and then able to escape.
Hits him, 700 damage onto Closer. Of course, the 3-item Berserker spikes that one quite a bit. Fudge may look for something else now. Sunday brings it into the brush. It would be a blind boomerang, and Abadaga should be able to burst this one down. Indeed does so. 3 minutes until the next Dragon split. 2 apiece. It is not soul, but it will be soul point. Baron times out at 2,700 in the power play. Fudge is Mega Gnar. Will they go for the play? They're going to look for it. Fudge cannot find the stun. Nothing else happens. Sidestep by Blabber. No charm either.
100 Thieves able to kind of kite that one out. Fudge's Mega Gnar is going to time out right as this push goes through. We'll see if 100 Thieves want to go. Closes on the flank.
He spotted that one doing so it might not look like a whole lot for him. Gonna knock the ward down, but still no play to be had. Mini Gnar gonna be happy. Jensen only hits onto the clone as it's dodged away.
Yep, Baron gone.
8,000 gold ahead. I haven't spent all of it. This bike is not as big as it might look, though still pretty good on the Cloud9 side. Turret taking the shots, and at this point you can see 100 Thieves running away. Gold lead grows now to 9,000. Plenty of time to spend, 2 minutes until the 5th strike of the game.
Yeah, 5,300 gold in inventory for Cloud9 right now, so definitely need to get that money converted into items by the time the next dragon spawns. And 100 Thieves, they can hold on to this game a sneaky long time. Even though they don't have amazing scaling or great engage, they can still hold out hope that they find these picks. They found a few of them already. So Cloud9 absolutely in the driver's seat, but 100 Thieves has a lot of tools to hang on.
Yeah, it does feel like, though, the later and later it goes, the more it probably slips into Cloud9's favor. Slightly better front line. You could argue it does highly depend if Fudge is in Mega Gnar and if Aatrox is able to be landing these Qs to be doing all that drain tanking. But then the kind of insurance policy that is Berserker hasn't taken over a team fight yet, but we have seen his Zeri time and time again. He had the pentakill in the regular season. He had a number of triple kills and quadra kills in that series against EG. He does feel like the threat that 100 Thieves will need to find a way onto to win a fight.
Well, it's the way to play the Bloodthirster, though. Berserker going to be harder and harder to kill. Lockdown can be tough, still has that barrier, the pocket heal. Zen can ult level 11 now, so lots of defensive tools available on the Lulu. As we tick down 50 seconds towards this Drake. 100 Thieves be the first ones into the river now. They get rid of the Cloud9 wards. Fudge staying in the pit, can jump if needed, for now feels safe. No one can really interrupt that, so he is happy to play around there and be chance at a flank angle. He builds toward Mega Gnar. Poppy ult held. There's a whole lot of nothing. Even that feels a little strange since, again, you can't really force these fights. It's not like you get to, like, knock out Wukong then actually force a kill into, like, Lucian, but whatever, it'll be back to very, very short.
Bored.
Yeah.
Buttons.
Sure.
It's like fiddling with your phone case.
I mean, he's getting helicopter weapon more than Wukong is, I feel like, you know? Like,
yeah.
Saying, I can do this all day, realistically.
Yeah. Why not?
Try not to press R challenge, if possible, for Blabber.
Okay, time is gonna get tight now, though, because the dragon is coming up very soon, and oh, he's gonna find the tech. He found the way in. Goodbye to Huhi. A pushback on a 2. Fudge ensures they get the rest, and resting in peace is what happens now to 100 Thieves. They're gonna get everybody. Someday left alone. 4 in a row, and Abadaga can run back to his inhibitor. And guess what? A charm buys time, but Berserker claims it in the end. Cloud9 in complete control. The Floodlight Ace here in Game 3. They will knock down the inhibitor and the turrets and find a 31-minute victory. A game away from the spot in the finals.
Cloud9 with the cleanest win thus far this series. They grabbed control early. They never let it go. It took a little bit of time, but they had such a commanding lead. And finally in that fight, they find the angle with Blabber's clean engage to just 5 for 0 ace them.
I actually love what Blabber did there, just uselessly channeling his ultimate over and over again. And as soon as it wears off, it's like 100 Thieves takes a breath and then flash wall stun. Right away, kills Huhi, ends the game. Kind of a fitting end to that one, actually, because it had a weird amount of tension despite Cloud9 just growing their gold lead more and more and more. And then they crushed it to the finish line, the fastest game of the series.
Nice win by Cloud9 there. First time on blue sides. 100 Thieves had gone blue side game 1 and game 2. Have to think they'll be heading back there. Have to figure out what they want to do in the draft. Early games feel like they've been going Cloud9's way. This one didn't have a ton of kills, but monstrous lane leads off Jensen, off Fudge, and even the bot lane in a losing matchup, finding leads.
Yeah, and it's something I saw with Cloud9 throughout a lot of this year was their laning phase was incredibly strong. They just didn't have the team fighting coordination to close it out to enough victories. That changed in playoffs with the 3 wins they took against EG and now being 1 game away from also taking down 100 Thieves. Moments like this where everyone can follow Blabber in, jumping Gnar, jumping Jensen, they blow up Huhi and get a 2-man Gnar ultimate back on both of the other main damage dealers there, FBI and Someday. Beautiful final fight by C9.
Yeah, you can see the desperation to get on top of Berserker by Someday and Closer. They're kind of just diving after him, but getting interrupted by the rest of Cloud9, buying that space after they had already blown up the Nami. That's one of the key disengage tools, as well as ways to enable the damage. Not able to do it. Fudge holding turret aggro, trying to pin down the Ahri. Eventually, Berserker's like, I got it, don't worry.
His only kill of the game.
Carry, hard carry right there.
But he was ready for it. He was ready in case it got dangerous.
Funnily enough, the most important thing he did that game was survive lane phase against Lucian Nami and come out ahead. That was honestly more important than anything else he did.
Yeah, he did more than survive. He thrived. They were up farm outright. They won that lane. Jensen won his lane handily. Top was fine, but the objectives went over to Cloud9's way. So a very well-played game, complete control it felt like. And now we're heading over to the State Farm analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. Another win here for Cloud9 as they push the series score to 2-1. Once again, we'll start by recognizing Jensen picking up a win here and making himself the fourth all-time wins leader in LCS, just eclipsing Doublelift by 1 officially. Not just that, though, as people have been aware, 8th consecutive Worlds appearance for Jensen.
Yeah.
That was already booked last week, but just wanted to make sure we got that out there to the world as well.
The big thing about the ladder, too, is that's worldwide, which is kind of nuts if you think about how many phenomenal players there are, particularly, obviously, the name that's going to come up is Faker. Welcome back, Zale.
Thank you. Checking out some review stuff for Jensen.
Yeah,
this was a great game from Jensen, right? And he had kind of a rough game 1, I think. Like, obviously, he made the game-winning play, and the decisiveness from C9 was there, but this was a phenomenal LeBlanc game from him.
And I got to just watch through his early laning phase, and he was able to create like a lot of his advantages just kind of through aggressive positioning. It seemed like more that he was actually taxing Abadaga's mana pool than anything, because he was constantly playing up in the wave in a way that was forcing Abadaga to last hit with spells very, very frequently. So Abadaga was actually going pretty low on mana relatively early, and because he had the push very heavily early on, he forced the TP back very early. Then he's able to have some good trades. Again, Abadaga's out of mana. He has to go back. The bot lane from 100 Thieves actually rotates up to cover, and that's when you started to see that CS advantage really open up. So Jensen had some extremely impressive early laning there, and also that paired with the fact that he got that roam off towards top lane. This was just a monster game from him, and this is a guy that when I used to make Lincoln back in the day, like I covered multiple times, because his laning and his movement is so good, he really can create these individual gaps in a game that can decide the whole thing.
Yeah, it was so important that he got out of lane and kind of beat the Ahri to roams, because that's also what she wants to do as well. And that wasn't the only laning thing we had, because obviously I got the Lucian Nami that I wanted to see, and it did not work out well.
Fell flat.
Because Berserker and Sven just decided that the lane was theirs. And when you have a lane like that and you don't get the push pressure from your kill threat, it like affects you massively because the Zeri and the Lulu outscale you.
Raz, I didn't realize that matchups work like that. You just decide.
You decide you're better.
You're now the winning side of the matchup, and then you win it.
I didn't get to see like the exact laning.
No, but you're right,
back
because
and watch.
it was one of those things where you have the expectation of how every lane should go, and then 10 minutes in, you take a peek down at the scoreboard, and you're like, wait a second, the Zeri's 30, Zeri's 30 CS up on the Lulu.
So Faker, how do you play this matchup? Well, I CS more than him and I kill him, you know?
Oh, no, I was just going to say, speaking of posturing aggressively, like that's essentially what they did, right?
Yes.
Like they were able to bully the Lucian Nami off the wave.
Yeah, and I really loved the draft from C9 in terms of that. It felt like, well, the only fear that I had was bot lane. And then the moment I saw that bot lane trade in which, sure, your Lulu gets chunked, but Zeri brings it back and then some. That was rough. This was actually specifically Someday who was taking blue, the enemy blue, so he was just trying to get a cheeky steal, but then the moment he got caught red-handed, tried to run away from it, but LeBlanc caught him on the backside. So that happened, and then as Azale said, gets dove top lane. Now he's just pretty much out of the game, but take a look at this.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is 100 Thieves, I think, fighting back. You know, they took such a superior position here over by the blue buff. When you're forcing your opponents to kind of fight up into that concave the 100 Thieves has set up, even though they were quite behind, they're really able to get quite a lot out of the fight.
Yeah, and it was just beautiful from C9 up until this point. That 100 Thieves was able to come back there, and the Aatrox was able to kind of control the rest of that.
This is going to be a flash engage by Blabber. He lets this fizzle, finds the in on the Lucian. And very classically, him does not waste any time looking for the engage here. Sees the moment, goes, ends the game. Boom, just like that.
Just like that. And I mean, they've had already a pretty large gold lead up until this point, and Cloud9 had done a great job controlling this game.
And I actually think that was so impressive. Like, that is knowing the exact limits of the Poppy charge, right? Like, he barely caught him. It's not like FBI was standing directly against the wall. He charged him on an angle and barely catches him on the very end of that. So that was actually super well played, because if you don't get the stun off there, that could potentially go pretty bad.
And Emily, I'm super curious your thoughts, because you were the one who kind of had thrown out there following the second game, even though it was a loss for Cloud9, that the Wukong was something maybe that the 100 Thieves would either target, to just eliminate or take away.
Yeah.
And we did get that trade of junglers going the other way, but Blabber wins out the Poppy side of it.
Yeah.
Ban
Well,
Blabber.
ban
Like this
Blabber.
plan.
God,
I think there's
League of
two
Legends
things.
is so much easier when you explain it. Yeah.
Returning to something that Fudge said, right, where he's like, the team is with him because when he makes these aggressive plays, like,
He's a
we
crazy
know
person,
to follow
but
up.
he's our crazy
person. Yeah, exactly. But then the other thing is this Poppy pick, we kind of talked about this off camera. It's really good into what 100 Thieves want to do just because of the interrupt. So it was obviously they did elect to take the Wukong, but Poppy is also just similarly really strong, especially into this comp.
Raz, I don't think it's going to surprise anybody that as a reaction to the loss there, 100 Thieves is going to hop back to blue side. Oh, damn.
Wow.
It did say surprise one person.
Yeah.
We got a shock. Surprise peek at your face.
But this is our 2-seed team. This is a team that we've talked about how hungry they are to get back to a finals in front of a crowd and actually hoist the trophy with that live crowd. The pressure is on now, 2 in a row, and they got to do it from blue. How do you want to see them do it?
It's going to be really tough. Last time they were on blue side and Azir was banned, they went straight towards the Kalista. They might just do the exact same thing. I think a lot of people will look at it and say, oh, you have a timer, but if you are able to get a pick like Gwen, and also on top of that, just see that same level of play from Abdaga again. It really is individuals coming up and having stellar performances.
Absolutely, and I've just got to say for the Cloud9 side, the reason I predicted 100 Thieves was I wasn't certain Cloud9 could replicate the level of performance that they had against EG because they hadn't shown it all year long. So I'm like, it's one series, could be a flash in the pan.
It might be an aberration.
Very clearly, it is not, and I think it's so impressive to see how fast this team has actually developed now. It's leaps and bounds over the last couple of weeks.
Emily, we saw Sven with his notebook.
I love it.
There, that shot. What do you think they're discussing?
I mean, they had a really good game.
That's what I mean. It's kind of. I'm always curious too what a winning team is thinking, right?
Talking about the next Travis Gafford interview.
There it is, exactly.
What Fudge is gonna say about finals?
Anytime Sven gets a chance to pause the video, he'll take it.
I feel like Sven is the type, because we were talking during one of the pauses, I think, with Jat about and you, Raz, about what you cover and what you try to avoid in terms of a long pause. Sven seems like the player to me who would go back and review his own play and just be like, here's where I messed up. And because he's so self-critical and he wants to win so badly. I think the fact that he's, again, now on match point, going into grand finals after role swapping, it's just super, super impressive.
He's got one more role swap within him. Just to win.
Don't get too far in yourself. Let's maybe win one championship in the support position before we start thinking about something
all
else.
I'm saying, if he picks up that support Ash once
limit
again,
him like that.
If he's
him and Fudge gonna Fudge will also pull off another
If he picks
swap?
up that Ash support once again, he's the AD carry, the support, and the coach.
Great. I'm glad that that'll be the final point that we dive into series point on. All right. Okay. Cloud9, they rack up another win to bring us to match point. Now as we head to break, do you smell that? The smell of something strong, something classic, something full body. Check it out.
Sensual, shocking, curious, beefy. Destiny is a bridge to a positive KDA. Sometimes blue buff makes me blue on the inside. What am I looking for? What if I find it? When did the other team take dragon? The universe is telling me to body these fools. Body by Jensen.
This is a league built on speed and precision, where everything needs to perform at a pro level. especially your hardware.
They block the road. They want to complete the final piece of the puzzle. They don't have enough damage for it, but who cares? It's all a formality, baby. The winner of LCS Lock-In.
Even if you're hard stuck plat, like me, forever. Roccat, the official mouse and keyboard of the LCS.
Welcome back to the LCS playoffs. Match point is upon us, and we wanted to remind you that our championship weekend is literally next weekend, and there are still a few tickets available. They are literally still available. Join us in Chicago. That's where we'll be, literally. Now, that is not all, of course. Pre-sale for Worlds tickets is almost here. We are working with Ticketmaster using a verified fan system, so scalpers don't get the tickets before you do. Check out LOLesports.com for more info there about tickets. Champ Select coming up soon. Cloud9 have played so well throughout playoffs. 5th seed, maybe a surprise in beating CLG, you could argue, but now, I mean, really off to the races here. 2-1 up.
Yeah, it's been a surprising game so far, especially game 3 was the weird one to me, where there's this very strange comp by 100 Thieves. Felt like it wanted to go all early game. Felt like on red side they're trying to get these counter picks or something that didn't quite work out. Ended up losing all 3 lanes, basically. Getting slammed that game, never having a foothold in it.
Yeah, definitely wanting to bounce back, though. Also knowing 75% of our series in this entire playoffs have gone to a Game 5. So it is kind of scripted.
Statistically, it's going to happen.
Statistically, we're going to be getting a Game 5, but Cloud9 would love to slam the door right now. They did it against EG in 3-1 fashion, and another one here would put them straight in to finals.
You see the target bands coming through yet again. LeBlanc, never again. Sorry, Jensen, you were too good on that one. Anivia left back up. Maybe we'll see it in the second round of bans. Red side Callista, indeed. Cloud9, the only game they have lost this series was pretty solid stuff out of the Callista Amumu combo. Huhi, great on the engages, and the Talia from Abadaga, very good as well. I want to know how much of 100 Thieves victorious comps they have found. Sivert now gone as well. So Zeri, the unanswered top tier 80 carry, but right now the hover, yeah. There it is.
Is this Berserker Draven?
It could be. I mean, Berserker can play the aggressive stuff. He doesn't always do it. The Yuumi takeaway makes a lot of sense, trying to split up Zeri Yuumi. Fair enough. The question is, what's the 80 carry you're pairing it with? Draven Yuumi, not necessarily the combo you normally see.
Yeah, because this is just giving over Zeri Lulu if 100 Thieves want to take that trade. Also interesting that they prio Azir over the Wukong. Definitely has to do with how well Abadaga played that in the first game.
I love this strategy from Red Side. Not that it's always the best, but when you leave open a lot of the OPs, it's one of the strategies sometimes people do where normally there's like one or two that's going to be the first pick that's clearly the best in people's minds, then you start trading from there. Here, between Zeri, Wukong, and Azir, there's a lot of good options that you can go for, and so C9's kind of left a lot of them open to set this up potentially.
Well, a lot of top tier picks on the 100 Thieves side. We'll see if it's going to be 80 carry answered here or they weather some bans. Neela coming through. Berserker back on Neela.
Bit of a Berserker special. I think the only time we've seen it in NA thus far was from him. It did not work the time that we saw it, but it has seen play globally. It is a counter pick you see sometimes come out, has a low range but high playmaking potential.
I love it.
Gage. Neela can do it, Azir can do it, Yuumi can follow up in either one. Loves to buff someone who's going to kind of frontline and use the heals and shields as now Talia's dropped off. Cloud9 going to chop at Abadaga's champion pool.
Yeah, we're obviously not going to see the Zillion here, but it's kind of a Cloud9 thing in elimination type games where they're trying to close someone out. That's when they save this factor that is prepared that the other team isn't ready for. It was Zillion in the EG series, and here it's the Neela.
You say no Zillion, but Azir top is also a somewhat meta flex people have done. I think that was even done recently in LCK, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Damwon played it alongside some Heimerdinger bot, you know, some cool stuff going on.
A lot of fun. And C9 is no stranger to fun drafts, so there's a possibility if maybe they see an angle, but like you're saying, most likely not the case. Instead, you see a lot of jungle focus, given that's the mismatch for 100 Thieves, banning those out for C9, getting rid of some Talia for the mid lane.
Final comments come through. Fiora dropped off again. Looks like Someday would like maybe to play an Aatrox. Of course, there are other answers out there. But Kennen and Fiora are both gone. Cloud9 need a jungle, and they want to save counter for top. So Trundle gonna stuff things up, build more space for the team. And yeah, it's gonna be a pretty safe, you know, semi-frontliner.
I can't imagine Someday not taking Aatrox once again here, but there are still options open for Fudge. He can play the Gnar again. He could also play Ornn. Would this be a Seraphine mid by Abadaga?
Could be the case. We'll have to see what they end up going for. Like you said, the Aatrox most likely taken for 100 Thieves here. Ornn is up, but again, that's going to get countered as well, most likely by the Camille. And given the fact that the Trundle's already locked in, this does feel like the better of the two blind options that 100 Thieves were probably considering. Now the question is, what do you go for the mid lane and Abadaga? He got taken apart by Jensen in the skill matchup. LeBlanc taken out. Ahri still up. Does feel like a bit of a staple for Abba. A lot of his best plays this year have been on the Ahri. Even in the early laning phase at the start of the year, he was still making a lot of charms work, but it will be the Seraphine.
Seraphine in the mid lane. Plenty of damage in the team. Wukong, Aatrox, and Zeri can all do enough that a non-full damage mid can be successful. The engage, I think, good enough. Wukong sets it up. Seraphine follows. And Camille for Fudge, the answer into Someday's Aatrox.
I've seen this as like a throwback counter pick to maybe several years ago. I don't necessarily think this is meant to dominate the Aatrox, but it will give them the ability to get on top of Zeri at some point in the game. There's so many enchanters. They need really strong dive to be able to have a chance in late game team fights.
It's such an interesting position because they also have the Azir kind of in their back pocket to outrange some of this. It is a relatively low range composition for the side of 100 Thieves, aside for kind of Seraphine throwing her E and Q out.
Yeah, I will say, having played or seen a lot of late game Seraphine, that Seraphine can outrange Azir later in the game. Like, just the Q, E poke, and the fact that you're sustaining makes it just devastating in the late game.
Ticking down. This could be the last game of the match. Both teams still alive regardless. Keep in mind, it is double elimination. Both these teams will be showing up in Chicago. The winner is waiting in the finals. The loser will await a battle on Saturday with the winner of the lower bracket match between EG and TL. We'll see what that battle ends up being, who ends up winning it, and who else is going to Chicago. But there is still an LCS trophy to play for, and this match is all about who is the final boss. Cloud9 up 2-1 against 100 Thieves. A very close game one, then back and forth there were stomps, but now we get to see, does Cloud9 close it out, or do we see Silver Scrapes? Summoner's Rift, let's see it.
Here we are into game 4. 100 Thieves trying to stay alive. Crowd bumping as usual. We had the bucket handout yet again. I don't know when this became the NA tradition now, but we got the handoff to the front row for the bucket.
We're running out of buckets, Mark.
I bet there's going to be a lot of buckets in Chicago.
I hope so. They had to put in a special order, apparently. Hundreds of buckets.
Very confused why we need so many, but we need them all for the fans.
FBI off to the races.
Is that bucket 9?
Something about buckets, yeah.
Bucket 9?
Hat? I don't know.
Bucket hat. Oh, there, you got it. They cheered for you, so you must have got it right.
I'm the right one.
Oh, he's wearing it on his head.
Yeah.
I just turned around to look.
They
That's
said
what bucket hat.
Yeah, that's intelligent. See, that's the nice thing about being here in the audience. I can hear individual people, by the way, which is great, and the interaction goes back and forth. It's awesome. It's a nice interpersonal experience. We got buckets. We got the best fans in the world. It's wonderful. Thank you. I was pandering to you, and you applauded. Good job.
That keeps the cycle going.
Yes.
Yes.
They're feeding off each other in a feedback loop.
The Ouroboros of
crowd interactions.
Crowd interactions.
All righty, let's take a look down this bot lane. I feel like this is what a lot of people want to see. The Neela coming out for Berserker, seeing if they can scrap it out early on. It should be a pretty aggressive lane matchup. Obviously at 6 is when the biggest power spikes are going to come in for the actual all-in threat, but you can't really play it too defensively given the short range.
Yeah, it's just a matchup we've seen so little of in LCS. Berserker definitely trying to have the, I guess, like, knowledge gap here. I will say the one time they did play it with the Sona, they were in a very good position right before their mythic items were to be completed. They actually had enough gold to go back and get their mythics. Then a big fight broke out. Everybody died, and they couldn't really get back in the game. But the early laning phase, they seemed quite practiced at. So even though it's a Yuumi instead of a Sona, I still feel like they're going to be well equipped to handle the lane.
Yeah, and the dash back in is a big part of it, as we see an early play potentially up on the top side.
Gonna play towards it. Fudge gonna grab the wall and get on out. No problem there. Vision, though, of course, in the jungle is K12 CS. What buffs was Closer wearing? Not blue. All right, must have taken Gromp or Krugs. There's no way it was Krugs, so they know what camps he's gone for.
Wow, Blabber sneaking in onto that through the ramp already. He's gonna go behind Abba.
Abba has some tools, gets the root, still flashed away. The rest of the damage is gonna be too much for him. Maybe could have lived, but we got damage on FBI. The man's getting low. Ignite is on. He will survive it. But that is a fight going better. 3 summoners down for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, even the Doran's shield start, right? It's much different than the longsword 3-pot you see from everybody else. So very nice early laning. 3 summoner spells burned already.
A lot of the Neela lanes, you want to have something to help enable you as somebody gets out of there. The Taric was one of the most common matchups you had seen.
Yeah.
Being able to get the double stun as well as the double shield and healing. It's a little funny with Yuumi because she's on top of you already. She doesn't benefit from the extra dodge zone that you can kind of hand out. The shielding and healing she puts on you does affect her, but again, she's on top of you and can't take damage anyways. So it is a little bit funny, but she does have the slow available on Q, the speed up on the E, as well as the root at 6. And so the shared XP is a big part of it.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of it, honestly, is Yuumi is, I would say, the best scaling support in League of Legends. Every single ability rank up is very variable. All of her stats are really solid there as well. And so Neela printing free experience and giving it over to her support. It's one of the best recipients possible.
You see, 4 for Berserker already, but ahead of them.
Polymorph means they can go on to Sven. He has no easy way out of this one, but he's got enough health to survive it. Thank you very much. Cloud9 walk away.
And as much as I was just saying, the dodge zone not always valuable there. The fact that he was disjointed while Polymorph, he put the dodge zone on top of him by Berserker, so the closer Q actually did no damage.
Those are still trying to get this wave shoved in. A lot of supportive jungling happening early on in this game. Blabber helping Fudge shove in the top lane, and then Closer ganking and then returning to make sure they can get the wave in.
And Sven runs a bit low on mana. Neela does not get enhanced attack range unless you land a Q, and if you're queuing to get attack range at all times, you will eventually run out. So Berserker, though, has enough to keep the lane going. Still 100 means he can get another 3 out at this point, so not a problem to play the lane out entirely. And as this is a non-cannon wave, you can go for a fast push and get everything else done. So recalls come across. It should be no problem for Cloud9 to also get the shove and then get their own recall.
Nice wave clear available for the Nyla there. As you see the spread after the Q, clears that wave right out, allows them to get a pretty quick recall despite having to clear an extra wave. Up now about just that wave.
Berserker's laning phase is so good.
Very good.
And Sven talked about this a little bit when we had him on the analyst desk about a month ago. He said when he started playing with Berserker, he was very much the standard Korean AD carry who just wants to get all of the minions, and like that's winning lane. And slowly they've been trying to transition him more towards like minions are good, but it's also good to kill people too. So it definitely seems like it's always going to be one of his strengths, because that's the way he came up as an AD carry, is just high focus on CS, but he's getting better and better at actually denying the other AD carry CS as well.
And it's a really cool evolution for him as a player, because when he came in, it was with Winsome. There was a question about, there was a lot of laning problems that they had. They were pretty low down in 4%, CSD and whatnot throughout spring. And there was a question of, is that Winsome or is it Berserker? You know, exactly where's this line? And I think it's cool to hear from Sven that, you know, Berserker did have a bit more of a passive mindset, and he has switched to be more aggressive in spring, and that's why he has been dominating a lot of these matchups. And it's the growth of a player that makes you wonder, what is the ceiling of Berserker now, just completing his first year? I think a lot of people are very eager to see the growth that can continue from him.
Especially with the lane mate as a rookie split support there as well, right? Not even like, oh yeah, I've got 7 years of solo queue experience and a year in academy, so my rookie's like, no, I just became a support in April.
It's hilarious the amount of role swap supports there are in the LCS. Huhi himself, one of the most valuable, as we see the crab go over, fans lose their mind.
I think the series is over now.
You were right, it's 100% of games.
Might have won the game just now.
At least the first Drake curse was broken. 100 Thieves got it and still dropped game 3. Cloud9, though, 600 gold lead just from laning phase. Honestly feeling comfortable here. They have been, it's felt in control ever since the end of game 2. And we got the engage coming across. Gonna get the oink back onto 1. Without summoners, it might not be enough. Huhi has nowhere to go. The traffic cone stops him, and Berserker finds first blood.
And that's exactly what you were talking about with getting the experience share so Yuumi could hit level 6, and they pounce before Huhi is going to be able to self-ult to get the kill.
Yeah, you see the first level 6s before either bot laner or jungler there, no 6s, and the fact that they had forced the flash out of Huhi earlier made him the easy target to focus down there, no way to get back over the end of the pillar. First blood coming in for them, up some CS. Closer having to play defensive to make sure the FBI is not going to get dove here. And meanwhile, Blabber's just working down on that dragon.
Ooh, the dragon's working down on him too. He's getting pretty low, and they spot it.
Oh, go for broke W, blast plant something. Nah, not in time. Closer didn't want to go for the W and then flash out. But I think he would have been in fog Wing over. He could have maybe gone for the smite steal anyway, because I don't think they wouldn't have known where he was. He had that 1 second window. Chooses to say, flash isn't worth it. Maybe correct. Either way, again, it's a Drake goes to Cloud9.
So the interesting thing about this game is we've been talking a lot about scaling. It does feel potentially in 100 Thieves' favor. Obviously, Zeri has been talked about to death. We've seen a lot of Seraphine comps do well in the previous series. We started to see some problems the Seraphine comps can run into. But here with the Aatrox, the Wukong, so much threat available for 100 Thieves and mid to late game team fights that I do feel like there is a little bit of this pressure on 100 Thieves, or excuse me, C9 to make plays happen in the early and mid game. And they have a lot of tools to blow them up. Obviously, Fudge can go flying in as well, but they kind of got to keep this pace up, I think.
Berserker gonna get himself a turret plate. Sven's been farming gold off of it as well. Solo plate gold, you always love to see it. Hop out, go for the ward, come back a little bit later. You can eventually get your spell thief stacks regardless. 2 plates now, 320 plus on a Berserker. And as the wave clear goes down, Abadaga just switching the lane. And I do like, by the way, Seraphine alongside a shielding support. The W heals if it's cast when she's already shielded, which is either I double W, shield myself then heal, or who he just shields me and I heal the team.
Absolutely. Fudge, though, trying to bait again.
Ults to pull back
very
some of
low.
it. Now ult in for Someday as well. Stun, Travagon gets away from all of it. Might be hard to find the kill, a couple of slows, but he's gonna be fine. And here comes Closer. Physical damage shield. Knockup still finds it. And now Blabber could be the target. Flashes up though, he's gonna be safe. Well done.
Critical counter gank by Closer. They're showing up to save his life. Fudge had the Ignite on to make sure that Someday could not try and sustain through 1v2 because Fudge was so low at the start of that fight, and Closer comes flying in with the Flash E ultimate to save Someday's life.
Yeah, Wave was in a bad spot for Fudge, which is why they were trying to go for that gank, and they probably didn't expect Closer to still be up there, knowing he'd recently taken the Rift Herald, but big chunk done by Someday there. Still lands Q3. Fudge would have loved to immune that, I think, with his ultimate. Then they could have been more aggressive. Traffic Cone doesn't quite knock Someday back the way they want to. Someday very patiently actually holds his flash this whole time, and then it's just inescapable once Closer arrives.
Super well done there. Fudge was in tough position. The W from Aatrox was on him. The snapback might have came through and stopped him from getting his ult off. Maybe that allows Someday to disengage. So he just decided to drop the ult and get that kill. And, you know, Blabber had flash. He was a flash Q away from maybe being able to kill Someday. Like you said, Someday had flash as well.
Yeah.
And once Closer showed up, Blabber just went into disengage mode.
Nice shot there, gets away. And never a Q3 there for Someday. Lets it kind of tech back down as Fudge is going to be happy overall. Now, of course, down 5 CS, down the assist. No longer winning the lane gold-wise, but might be okay overall. Cloud9 still 600 gold in the lead, plus that Drake as well. Scoreboard says Cloud9 winning so far in Game 4.
Yeah, their laning phases have just been overall so strong, and Jensen really stepping up in these last 2 games. I mean, Game 3 opened up almost a 50 CS advantage, LeBlanc versus Ahri. Definitely does have the highest presence champion globally on patch that we are playing on currently. Seraphine not the strongest laner, but Jensen still keeping up over 10 CS per minute.
Pressure from laning phase was something that 100 Thieves failed to weather last game. And here you can see gold leads already coming up for them, despite the farms being somewhat close, you know, like a 10 CS lead in the bot lane. It's 1,000 gold lead between the kill and the turret plates. Mid lane, a couple turret plates, and about 20 CS right now as well. Those are the primary carries for them. While Fudge is obviously an important member on the side lane, in this game, it does feel like his duty is more setup about locking people in place for the rest of the team.
Gets the play, doesn't greed, knows he's got a pocket Closer, but respects that if Fudge's blocking up, he might have a jungler himself, and here comes the play. Can he bait him in? Traffic Cone, W, no ult. Fudge doesn't go for broke, but maybe with Closer they want to go for it anyway, doesn't happen. Information now gleaned on both sides. Good couple of trades by Someday. Herald will not quite kill the turret, but if they get any help at all, you can see the mid laners walking over now as well.
Yeah, 100 Thieves kind of map splitting away from the Zeri this game, opting to get Someday ahead. Harder to go down bot lane with how strong Berserker and Sven are currently.
Yeah, nice bit of topside control from Closer and Someday. The Bash Brothers kind of taking over that top side of the map.
Yeah, and I think it's actually not that bad. So with the Seraphine comps that we've seen, so much of them are just like meatball comps.
Yeah.
Right? It's Seraphine Aatrox, Silas, Seraphine Swain, just these kind of drain tank bruiser type champions that are comboed with Seraphine. So just because the team has Zeri doesn't mean that it has to be like a Zeri Seraphine comp. If Aatrox gets going, Aatrox plus Seraphine is also unstoppable.
That's a huge part of it, is that it buys a lot of space for the Zeri because you go in with these big, beefy threats that are getting topped up with shields and heals and enabled. That means that Zeri doesn't have to kind of kite back. She can actually go in. And so the flip side of that does mean that Cloud9 has got a lot of control bottom. They've already taken 3 plates just themselves. They're going to get their second dragon stacking. Not going to happen, Freak.
Rather early. I think he still had vision from Scar's Bloom, doesn't really matter.
He got some gold.
He did.
Gold.
He earned 20 gold or something. I think, you know, Closer was like on the screen, so we got, you know, Spell Thief's credit. Red buff will be claimed no problem. Walks through an invisible wall. Well, visible, not existing wall, whatever, it's fine. Overall, though, relatively close game. Gold 160 apart, but keep in mind that we are 10 minutes away from 100 Thieves' hand being forced because Cloud9 have gotten early Drakes. 2 out of spikes going to be what you fight over at this point. Someday has gone for a more offensive version, by the way. It is Eclipse on the Aatrox. Generically the stronger build, but it's going to depend on the context, and as one of the carries, goes for the offensive version.
The other adaptation we've seen from the previous game is it's not the first strike AP max Yumi. Ben is going for a Moonstone with the extra shielding that will come in from Aerie, which makes a lot of sense given that Nila's passive can help out with that.
We get into the waves cleared back and forth. Nila happy to just be like, all right, well, we shoved it in, whatever. Got some pressure down there. We will see an eventual turret die. Keep in mind, top is very, very low. Around 700 health. Thank you very much. Probably low 320. Whatever. You can check, Mark.
I'll get you, buddy.
Thanks, bud. But now a trade in the top side. Fudge, yeah, he's got a red buff, so we'll regen it.
380 left on that turret, and like you said, red buff for Fudge. Sundera completed as well. Despite being down a lot of gold, you know, having the mythic to match means that he's in a bit of an okay spot. The all-in threat is what you have to really worry about with the Eclipse.
A lot of people coming. A lot of people on Cloud9's side around this bot turret as well, so definitely a trade. Fudge needs to realize what's happening and get out of there.
The first turret is bot side. Berserker and Sven winning the lane handily. The extra 150 only goes Cloud9's way, stretching the lead.
I mean, we're going to see how well can Nila carry, because he has so much of the team's gold right now. Will be up against this mega strong Aatrox Seraphine combo in the mid game. Likely this will go over 200 Thieves, but Berserker did arrive just in time. And you know Blabber always likes to fight.
But can he? Is Trundle Yumi going to be enough power? Aatrox has already recalled down to the bottom side, has teleport if needed. Cloud9, though, have the entire team around here as well. So for now, it's Sunday getting alone time with a minion wave. It'll be a wildly pressured an objective, but at some point, someone will have to walk to the bottom lane.
All right, 100 Thieves able to get that burn down in time safely back to mid lane as well without handing a kill over. Very tense game, it feels like right now. Both teams kind of investing in opposite sides of the map like you were just talking about. And it's very, very scary. I mean, from here, if C9 win, they're in finals weekend, denying at least the easy path for 100 Thieves to their third straight finals. Cloud9, I believe it's the first time in a finals back from them since spring of 2021, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct, yeah. In summer of 2021, it was actually Cloud9 or 100 Thieves who knocked Cloud9 out of the finals in their lower bracket run. Cloud9, of course, was in the finals weekend there. They were just arriving from the losers bracket.
Quick sidestep keeps Berserker safe because he's happy to keep generating XP. So often, AD carries are left sort of like solo the mid lane and supports roam around, but you just get rid of part of Nila's power if you don't let her give someone else some experience. So Sven always sticking around. Level 10 on the Yumi. Has a 2-level lead over Huhi. FBI himself also level down as Berserker keeps printing XP. Almost 11, 2 minis away, and then he's got a rank 2 ulti and will also have a 2-level lead.
Yeah, it's a nice little bit of advantage for C9 that you don't see immediately in the gold lead. This big level advantage that's kind of coming through from the bot lane of extra experience does mean that when this dragon fight happens, I assume 100 Thieves will decide that this is one that they want to fight. Most teams have their first item completed. Might have some 2 items coming through in time. Berserker is on 800 gold. He's a little bit more. Maybe can get to second item, probably Phantom Dancer, you have to assume.
Blabber.
Interesting Luden's pickup by Abbedagga as well instead of Leandries, which is what you normally see on the Seraphine. Maybe wanting just a little bit more front-loaded burst. C9 very powerful here, though, brute forcing this mid-turret.
He's mono AP, thinks maybe no one built any MR, so I can go for a more pen-based build to deal more damage to the team fight. We got a little bit of danger on the side, though. Closer a bit caught out, jumps the wall, but Fudge has him locked down with the ulti. He gets a Lulu, but he's still going to drop. Sven gets the kill. And they've locked down Abbedagga. Blabber gets the second, and they're chasing for more. Fudge going to get the knockback. FBI cutting as best he can. Will stay alive with a slow from Huhi. A bit more comes through, but a flash gets away from Nila.
Huge hop over the wall there by FBI. Make sure he did not get pulled back in, I think, by that ultimate right there. Someday just never even showed up in the fight. That's that Fed member we were talking about 100 Thieves investing in. The fact that he was not there meant that it was very easy for Cloud9 to just kind of run them over.
It was such a crucial pick at the start on to Closer. He was definitely looking for a flank as that turret was going down. Both teams actually looking to fight to preempt this dragon standoff, and Cloud9 just win it so handily.
Gonna put them on soul point, up 2,000 gold now. Marching slowly, steadily forward. Here's 100 Thieves Closer looking for the flank, but they just decide we'll just jump on him as Jensen drops the turret mid.
Crucially, Fudge starts the ulti in time to lock him in place. He got over the wall, but had nowhere else to go.
And then also the Yumi ultimate just kind of catches Abbedagga, who was trying to play over the wall.
Yeah,
really makes it a totally lost fight.
Jensen could free hit him down during that time. It was very, very easy. And there you see, FBI was dead if he did not get over the wall during that Apotheosis ultimate by Neela there to get out. And the Abadaga build is one that I'm more and more thinking about it, not in thinking it's a great pickup, because a lot of the times you're getting that mythic passive of CDR, which helps you spam out in mid to late game team fights, those extra shield heals, get those echoes faster as well, because it's based off your passive, your basic ability usage.
Right, yeah.
And realistically, the flat pen, or the lethality pen kind of thing that you're getting from the Ludens is not going to help nearly as much as in those mid to late game team fights.
Sure. It is statistically supported as a decent option in solo queue. It actually functions okay, but I still agree that the option of being more supportive makes a lot of sense in this one. Ulti's going to be dodged around, a quick root, but it might not kill someday. Closer might feel safe, but you got Blabber on top of him. Here comes Fudge as well for a bit more. Closer trying to scoop away. The Zero ult to buy some more time. Jensen's very low, and Zeri's got one. Closer staying alive, finally drops Apotheosis, builds some more space, but Berserker will drop as well. Someday is huge. Fudge pushed back out. A single death run at Thieves, but they have killed two.
Closer breaking their ankles, baiting them in there, actually pops the clone behind Jensen when Jensen then decides to drop his ult forward, baits everyone thinking they have pushed the monkey off them, but Closer shows back up with a second ultimate. He goes down for it, but it buys enough space for the rest of 100 Thieves to focus down Blabber during that time period, and by the time Berserker could re-engage, the fight was already lost.
And that was a fight where no one on 100 Thieves had two major completed items, and they were still able to win it. I do wonder how the Neil is going to look in future fights, because Berserker definitely went in there for the Wombo, but there's the Lulu shields, there's the Seraphine shields, there's all these bruisers. He just kind of kills himself by flying into the team through the shield bow. Definitely makes me feel like C9 is going to be on a pretty big timer to secure this soul in 3 minutes.
Well, Moonstone came through for Sven. We'll see if he gets the Future Fire next. He's on the build path towards it to cut the healing even more. There's certainly a decent amount here, right? Find Sunder, Eclipse, Aatrox's entire kit, it all certainly adds up. Close game though, 500 gold difference, but also 3 Drake's worth of stats. Cloud9 again still looking better on the scoreboard, but we just saw 100 Thieves win a fight.
So obviously Cloud9 want to step forward a little bit, contest this Rift Herald push. Blabber's looking for the angle. They're going to step forward further with the Yuumi ult coming through. Closer kind of breaks off to the right side, and when they have Someday locked down, he thinks he can't get out, so he decides to go in here. That's when he gets the flash ult knockup. He W's backwards, and you see Jensen tries to shove him forwards, and he's already behind him, got that second knockup. It does kill him, but it allowed them to kill Trundle in the meantime. Berserker goes in. There he is, off, focused down easily.
Yeah, I mean, he finishes off Closer, but then he's right next to Aatrox.
Yeah.
It's not where you want to be. Just...
whoop! Out.
So clever.
And then he's already got, back into the back line, built a lot of space for it. Still a close game though, minute 40 until this Drake comes up. It is Infernal Soul for Cloud9 if they get it. And that means you can't give them Baron, you can't give them Drake. Either side of that trade probably feels better for Cloud9, I'll be honest. It means 100 Thieves must have some semblance of map control. Back out on the map, 80 seconds till Drake comes up.
Yeah, already trying to work that down. Looking at summoners here, both 80 carries will have their summoners back available. Jensen and Closer most likely will not. It's about a minute left on those timers, about a quarter left, just a little bit more. So Dragon will spawn. It might come up during that kind of dance that you often see around Dragon that can stall out. Feels very important for Closer to be able to get his flashback to make another play.
2 items Zeri, 2 items Seraphine. Cheap option in Seraph's Embrace, obviously a very good one though. You love the ability haste. Partial to Riley's third myself, not as burstable and gives you a lot more crowd control from your spam. The only one not on 2 items though, crucially, is the jungler here in Closer. 45 seconds to go and not on that one yet, so it should be Cloud9 on better item spikes. 40 seconds till Infernal Soul, and it is Cloud9 starting to play for the bottom river.
Yeah, weirdly enough, Freak, Fudge is also not on 2 items, and neither is Blabber, so in terms of completed items, 100 Thieves would have the edge. Not to mention they have the Seraphine kind of fully online right now.
Fortunately, C9 is in the river first. They do have very strong zone control. Like we were talking about 100 Thieves, one of the weaknesses of this comp is its low range. So it's very easy for Yuumi and Azir to kind of sit there and force them to have to run through all this zone control. You can see 100 Thieves struggling to find a way to get some pressure in here.
Thundis comes up, Blabber back to the river. Jensen gets rid of the mid lane. They're not going to be in too much threat anymore. Drake is up in 1 second, and now we get to see the play come out. Fudge is on the wings. Not a huge threat just yet, unless you get a really nice wombo. There's a lot of good teamfight ults there on the Cloud9 side, but
Not to bet on 100 Thieves either. We got the flash engaged, looking for it, the charm over the top, and they get the shutdown. A burst comes across, and they're going for more. Sven's got nowhere to go. Berserker runs for his life, a double kill in for the Zeri. FBI, and it's a third. 100 Thieves crush the team fight.
Critical win there for 100 Thieves on Soul Point. Just such a snap engage by Closer. We talked about how important it was for the flash to come up. It came back up, and he instantly pounced on Jensen. 100 Thieves blow him up. They get the Dragon. Will they also try to push for Baron here?
It looks like they have taken full control of this game back. That engage just looks so easy. Just walk at them. If they turn around, well, then their Seraphine ult is coming, and you're going to get one shot. Jensen can teleport in. Blabber does have flash, but it's a tall task to defend this Baron.
Well, there's a smite and a flash and a jungler. Bot lane spawning just now. 5v3 of this entire fight, but can you deal with Blabber? He's been good in this fight before. Can he stop the Baron? Somebody's gonna mark him. Polymorphed away. 2K health still. The Closer's low gets a smite. Picked up by Zeri. Scoop kills one. And here comes reinforcements. 2 kills already. 100 Thieves forced to run away. Berserker's gonna find his fight soon. Jensen just getting away. Helped out as well. Blabber running, but Blabber dies. FBI gets 1 kill. Jensen has 5 HP. A stopwatch, but someday dies. Berserker dives there with the cleanse. Gets a single. And now looking for a double. FBI's running. Shield bow pop. And he just gets away from Azir. But they're still on the chase. Needs the blast plant. Needs a bit more. He's still running for his life, but Yuumi provides move speed. And he may just get out, but they're still trying. The slow's not gonna land. Blast plant's gonna do it. But the hook shot puts him into the base. FBI cannot kite it. And Fudge gets the shutdown.
It's an ace for Cloud9. 100 Thieves do secure the Baron, but they give up all their lives to make it happen. Just slightly too slow. Closer got so low, and he gets dropped right at the start of the fight, and slowly the rest of Cloud9 showed up to wipe them.
The gold also completely even. 26 minutes into the game, Cloud9 open up a minor lead by killing that turret. 100 Thieves really did go for it with that Baron play. Closer, crucially, just took too much damage over the wall from Jensen, but we're gonna go all the way back to where this started and watch how 100 Thieves found the initial engage.
Like you were talking about, just looks so easy for Jensen. Kind of split away here. No pillar to get interrupted on Closer. Closer does the same thing again with the W clone behind the engage. In case Jensen tried to flash out, he would have option covered the there, and he could just get a second knockup. And then it's an easy chase down. It's the Baron afterwards that was just a little too greedy with Jensen TPing back in after he reses. You can see Closer getting so low. He actually has to smite early to not die, and it's fortunately enough for them, FBI is able to secure it. But afterwards, he just instantly drops, and from there, it's a 4v5 basically until Berserker's gonna show up.
Yeah, Jensen did so much work in this fight, and Blabber just tries to buy as much time as possible, delaying Seraphine and Zeri up top.
If someday could have got that kill on him there, might have gotten that, you know, triumph heal, start coming back up in the fight, maybe he can keep slapping.
Jensen, just wait. If Jensen just waits in the bush, he kills him right away.
I get it all the same at the very least, but I agree with you. A little bit too fast. The recalls come in. We take a breath. Baron buff immediately back off the table. 2 minutes until history can repeat itself as Cloud9 once again are on Dragon Soul Point, but this time there are a few more stats for 100 Thieves as they have finally a Drake to their name.
Also, FBI has been picking up kills in these fights, 4, 1, and 2 now. Has 3 items completed. He's going the full crit focus build, no Runans for any sort of spread damage, just wants to burst down whoever of these members of C9 jump on top of him.
Yep.
Oh, Jensen is a little bit
siloed. And it gets over the wall. Crucially, not going to be comboed here as the double flash from Abadaga and Closer is what killed him last time. It is a trade of summoners still, but you saw the game plan. Like, Abadaga flash followed Closer to chain the ults together just to one-shot one member. And it worked, it got in the team fight, but that was the play, right? Is burn everything on somebody getting one shot. I'm the only meta damage in the team. We are killing somebody without MR. And then playing it from there. It worked the previous time, and now Blabber in a bit of danger, knocked up, slowed, but ulti's gonna give him a lot of stats back.
Yeah, preemptive fight over the river there. You could see Blabber trying to move in and clear the control wards. Closer did not want that to happen. No jungle ults available anymore. They both trade.
Yeah, 100 Thieves maintaining dragon control critically. Man, Closer feels like he's playing angry. He's looking for engages over and over and over again, knowing that it's on him to find the members of Cloud9 to isolate out.
Feels good. Pillar is at the play. No, not quite. Of course, you can shoot through it with the Zeri, but we're now 25 seconds away. Someday doesn't have TP. He burned it to answer top and now has to run down, so he won't be part of this one as Fudge takes his own recall. Level 16 here in the Camille. 3 items. Sterix in. Death Dance in. A GA for Someday. Rank 3 ultis. And now here's the teleport to the bottom side. He could be in danger. Does Jensen want the play? Just some poke for now, but Cloud9 own the route into this river. Looking for the roots now, but I don't think it's going to be a kill. It's Berserker locked in place, shoved down, losing his shield bow.
Yeah, no shield bow. Still have the heal on the Yuumi, but they've lost so much. They can sustain up. 100 Thieves surely will look for something. Just watch for the Seraphine ult.
And no ult for close with us. There's nothing to guarantee that Seraphine's going to land. He's got about 5 seconds. He says, I can W, E, and combo. Flash follow me, buddy. And we're about at that moment. Here comes Wukong ult. Here comes Closer finding the engage and zoning him out. It's time for the smite. He gets it. Once again, Blabber fails to find the secure. And we find the knockup into everything else. The charm lands, but Berserker cleanses. Berserker flashes. Berserker ults. And Berserker dies. But they'll trade back. FBI is down. It's Abadaga on the wings. Trundle is angry, but he's slowed up by Huhi. Rooted up by Seraphine. And the damage is there. So Jensen goes for the rest. Shoves him into the wall. And he's going to take a dirt nap for now. Fudge pushes Someday around, but when can he hook shot back over? 3 dead. Make it a 4th.
100 Thieves lose the fight 4 for 2, but in the end got the Dragon point away from Cloud9. So despite the win, it does stall this game out just a little bit longer. You can see how close these fights are, man. They just blew up Closer this time around, and the engage by Berserker took so long to actually finish off FBI.
C9 chance coming through, and you can see with no flash, Closer can't make the engage as clean enough. About half a second slow for Blabber to try and flash in to steal that. He knows if he gets it, they probably win the game. And very high damage. When you get into range of Berserker and Jensen, you die. It doesn't matter how many supports you have, and that enables Fudge to ult FBI, but just so much return fire. And then, like, that Aatrox is a problem. He lasts so long at the back of this fight.
Man, you gotta respect Berserker, though, playing this aggressively, just flying in there, kind of suiciding in, pulling everyone on top of himself to set up for that big team fight there. And then the tail end of it, Fudge does not get the kill on the Someday, but you can see the 1v1 kind of working in his favor now. The true damage being massive, and Jensen, Big Benson doing some big bodying on people this game.
Yep. Top of it doesn't matter, by the way. Really big out of both Someday and Fudge. Definitely big performance here. And we'll see what the next fight looks like, because though 100 Thieves are staving off the Dragon Souls, Cloud9 are the ones getting more kills. Yeah. The kill score is actually growing in their favor. The last one, again, 4-2, despite losing a Drake.
This game is feeling like 100 Thieves also need to kill Jensen right out the gate. This was the first time they were not really able to focus him down. Closer had the Trundle ult on him, got exploded. Jensen carries the fight. This guy has been to 8 straight Worlds. He is an absolute beast, and they need to stop him because this Azir is a problem.
Yeah, making a case for the Azir Yuumi hypercarry. All the rage has been this Zeri Yuumi. Jensen is just pumping out damage. Death cap completed. Stopwatches as well. There are 3 stopwatches available for Cloud9, so outplay potential is high. They just need one more solid fight win to end the series.
Move in as the top team awaiting their challenger. If it happens. EG already kicked out, CLG already kicked out. Maybe they get revenge on the EG side, we'll see. But about to knock 100 Thieves down now as well, who are trying to claw back in this series. A gold deficit, but it still feels within reach. The Berserker has a cleanse, is not up right now, and Jensen only has a stopwatch.
Yeah, C9 playing a little bit defensive here because Fudge has leaked out to the bot side of the map, got that wave pushing in his favor. That's going to draw Someday down to them. And I guess C9 is making the read that with Trundle, we have the better front line. If we pull Someday away, he's tankier than Closer is. And so they want to split the map up so that they can get some Baron control.
130 on Infernal Soul for Cloud9. 3,500 gold lead. Baron is up. Last one lasted about 30 seconds before the buffs all went away, but at least it was golden XP. Radon kept the game pretty competitive. 3 stopwatches last I checked on the Cloud9 side. Yep. Every laner has one, and Berserker's cleanse is now back. In the previous fight, the Wukong Seraphine combo was on to Berserker. He cleansed, he still fought. Jensen can stopwatch only if he's not stunned. And you can see how many items he has. Crab goes to Blabber.
Momentum.
Momentum.
Undeniable now for Blabber. We'll have to see, because I mean, these fights have been back and forth. Cloud9 do have a big gold lead. It's all about if 100 Thieves can kind of find that initial engage.
Yeah, I really want to see how Berserker can possibly pop off in these fights too with Infinity Edge. If he can find the right timing to go in and kill the carries. If he goes too early, it will be trouble.
Like the Anathemas on Blabber as well. Hold on.
Kites it out, but gets Pillar. It's going to be really big damage to the Yumi. Not an easy way out. Stopwatch to the buy time, but the team fight may still begin. Close may have no choice. W's out, stays alive, but the health bar's so low. Might see a re-engage. Sun's coming across, and Aatrox getting burned fast. Someday has a death stance, and he may die. Gets a big knockup. Buys a lot of space. Ooh, he's got one, and still he won't die. Neela in for two. Berserker buys a bit of time, but he will trade back
Jensen
out.
untouched.
Goes in, shoves the squad. FBI gets help from the team, and he's going to be safe in the back line. Wants the kill, gets it. Fudge goes for broke, but he only pops the GA.
Okay.
2v1's got to be enough. You have to believe it's enough. You have to believe they kill him. Over the wall he goes, but Fudge has the stun. Fudge the backflip. Fudge gets the Bud Light ace, and down goes 100 Thieves. And Fudge and Sven will combine for a Dragon Soul.
Huge fight for C9 there, coming down to the wire. Fudge being the last bit of gas in the tank to finish off Zeri there. And with the Camille, they're able to grab Soul Point most likely. 10 seconds on Abba does have TP, but it should be gone before then. We'll take another look at this fight, and it's just being able to force Closer into a defensive position when he goes in onto Blabber here. A nice ultimate decision by Sven saying, hey, if we just lock him in place, we don't need to kill him. It just stops that big engage threat from Closer.
And these fights are so great. Fudge sees this angle to kill Someday, but he's 3,000 health. Also gets Lulu ult. That pushes him up around 4,000. Also gets some shields from the Seraphine. When they don't kill the Aatrox, you think the fight's over. Watch Berserker, though. He gets the 3-man ult and takes down 2 with him. Basically solo kills the Seraphine and the Lulu, who just happenstance flashes next to him to her demise.
Huge play by Berserker. Also bought space for Jensen to try and come in towards the end of this fight and finish them off. But just underestimating how much Zeri can do there by herself, even with the Enchanter already dead. But from here, just so much sticking power by Camille, as well as having that Q primed, doing that fat chunk of true damage as soon as he came up.
Take stock. Yep. Big out of Jensen.
God.
Big out of FBI.
That's
and a
kind
Dragon
of
Soul.
how this game feels. FBI versus Jensen, about who can kill the other one's main threat first. That time Jensen did get dropped, but so many people down.
100 Thieves,
So
they don't have
far,
soul.
Every smite has been Closer, and it's going to be claimed. There we go. 100 Thieves yet again. Will this fight work out, though? It's Fudge getting huge damage on Hui in the back line and kites right back out. Can they kite the ulti of FBI? They're running back, and he's going to lose the stacks pretty soon. 100 Thieves has to find the fight. They're not going to get it. Ulti's down. Fudge may try again. Does he have a target? FBI stuck in the pit. Blabber buys some time, but they can burn him. He's got a Yumi. Heals back up. Knockups for Closer. Dodges back over. Fudge stays alive.
Whoa!
And nearly a kill on the Blabber now as well.
I mean, this game could end with the next team fight. Everyone is solo. Seraphine ult still available if Abadaga can find an angle. C9 is just so low.
Recall TP. They need to bring Someday back in. They know they're hemmed in. He's going to TP on top of Fudge, and this is going to give them the way out. Cloud9 will retreat this one.
There were more aggressive wards if Someday wanted to in the river, but he goes for the defensive TP, forcing 100 Thieves, or C9 out of the flank to buy the rest of the space for 100 Thieves to get out of there. Both teams still kind of posturing around, poking, but finally they make the decision to reset, spend some of that gold they just got from rushing that Baron. I love that decision to not let C9 set up control with an Infernal sold up Azir and then trying to walk through that. They just kind of flip the game on that Baron. They get the control. Keeps the gold lead close, but C9 do have that permanent advantage of the Infernal Soul.
Absolutely the right call for 100 Thieves to get Baron. It keeps them in the game and will hopefully bridge to another Dragon fight, but also the fact that they have the death cap completed by Abadaga.
Yep.
They have nearly a Bloodthirster completed by FBI. It is possibly a team comp that can overpower a Dragon Soul. We still have a lot of League of Legends to play. So many of these have gone 5 games. This one, it looks like C9 could be in a winning position. They want to close this one, but it's still anybody's series.
They're so close to their first finals appearance, and so long. This was a team that came together last minute. They were not even all together at the start of spring. They had some issues with visas trying to get everyone back in at the same time. We talked about the multiple role swaps of Fudge going back top, Sven going down in the bot lane. Everyone saw the name potential that this team had. It was just about whether they could manifest it in time to make that Worlds push. Well, they've done that in playoffs, taking down EG, making sure they have the Worlds appearance. And here, if they can just close this game out, just one more fight in their favor, they will make it.
And also, I'd say with most teams, well, Elder's up in 2.5 minutes. The losing team has the Baron buff. It's mostly going to be a standoff. You're not sure with these teams. C9, especially with Blabber, always want to fight. Closer has looked so aggressive in certain moments. So if any team steps a little bit out of line, just during these wave clear patterns, we could see a game-deciding fight.
Closer trying to take down his arch nemesis in Blabber, like you were talking about. One game coming into the series in favor of Blabber. Closer has talked about how much he hates playing against him, and here they've done a great job of marking Closer 1-5-9 right now. He had a couple of huge engages, but these last couple, they have stuffed him.
Trying to catch Fudge.
Easy ward kill.
Yeah, also, since Closer has joined 100 Thieves, so if you remove the Golden Guardian games, they would now have a 50-50 win rate against each other going into this one.
Winner take all,
Quite
then.
the jungle rivalry.
Yes.
40 minutes onto this one. A narrow gold lead for Cloud9. Worth pointing out, Jensen is full build. Any gold he earns funds elixirs, but not much more. Full item is here.
Oh my God, you can hear the crowd reacting to these sickening Zeri W's.
Well, Yuumi pressed E and bam, back to a normal spot right now.
FBI's full build as well.
Yep. Bloodthirster's in. So Zeri is done. Azir is done. I think Berserker has a slot to go. Yeah, Last Whisper needs to be upgraded to the next item. Abadaga still only on 3.
There are 6 GAs in the game right now. And then Zonia's available for Jensen. Abadaga doesn't have enough farm for his own, but this is going to be a very long fight if we see a 5.
A lot of these champions also have good moves to pop off reset. You know, when you come back out of that GA, some champions just sit there and get clapped up again, but obviously Wukong, Aatrox, Zeri, all having huge movement abilities. Same with Nila as well. Camille, no joke. So this is going to be a very scrappy fight, most likely, unless one of these teams just finds a clean engage and obliterates the mid laners, who are one of the few people who don't have that many defensive tools. Jensen does have the Zonias critically.
8 seconds till Elder Dragon. A full minute before Baron comes up. A lot of time to play for that objective. 100 Thieves for now. Say what about mid lane? And Bach at the idea of Fudge being in mid and Bach being pressured.
Yeah,
they can't race.
They have such good position on the bot wave. So C9 gets positioned through the bot lane. 100 Thieves gets positioned through the mid lane. That just both allows them to eye contact here in the river, but there's one player who's not grouped, and it's the Camille.
Yeah, Fudge does get a flank because of that. Gonna look here for Abadaga.
Abadaga has to flash away, but they get Fudge. Now keep in mind, he's gonna be tanky. There are Guardian Angels on every frontliner in this game.
What an
Stopwatch
escape that
on
was.
Jensen as well. Fudge gonna be safe. Has TP, has Ignite, does not have the ulti.
Gonna go back to base, come back in with TP here.
As the flank look, Bloodthirster shield's getting stacked up, and here he goes. Someday we'll try to mark, but maybe Fudge get around him. Ward goes down. 9,000 on the Elder. It's been FBI actually the one who's been winning this fights as the root comes across, and Abadaga is just caught and dies, and FBI forced to run. Jensen serves them all up, and it's now all over. A double kill for Berserker, and they're cleaning up everything left on the plate. A 43-minute win, and there's nothing stopping Cloud9 anymore.
A huge pillar by Blabber after seeing the flash burn by Abadaga gets that critical team fight, and will get Cloud9 back to their first finals appearance since spring 2021.
Every series is a banger, and Cloud9 has dethroned everyone from 5th seed to final boss. The Cloud9 era has returned. A 3-1 victory over 100 Thieves.
First split as support for Sven. first finals as a support for Sven. Elation on the stage by Cloud9 after such a difficult, stressful summer split. They are guaranteed that top 2.
You can see the pop-off by Max Waldo there, jumping into his player's arms, elated to have this finals appearance in what has been a very trying season for a lot of Cloud9 fans. Coming into the year, there was so much hype around this new LCK roster that a lot of people were excited about. That lasted about 2 weeks into the regular season of spring before it was blown up, and so many people started to turn against Cloud9, but slowly over the course of the summer split, with the changes they made in the offseason, they clawed their way back up to the top of the LCS.
Not every roll swap is good. This one has been, Sven has been a great support so far. And you can look up and left onto the top of the screen. Most recent champions, Cloud9, 100 Thieves, Evil Geniuses. Cloud9 has taken down both of them in this playoff run. They are the final boss of the LCS this split, waiting for who is worthy to fight them again on Sunday. Tomorrow, we'll know if EG or TL are for that fight. And 100 Thieves have to wait. And in 6 days, they battle that winner, and they have to go again.
They have done the losers bracket run once before. They will need to take the week to reset and be ready for next Saturday. But Cloud9 can just sit back, prepare, and enjoy. Jensen, such awesome 2 games at the end of that series. LeBlanc and Azir. Berserker pulling out that pocket pick. Who has an answer for Zeri? It's Berserker, and he can pop off in that last game as well.
Getting some redemption from that Nyla earlier in the season. You talk about Jensen as well. Talk about a redemption story here where he got dropped from Team Liquid at the start of the year for his biggest rival in Bjergsen. Then there's the question of should it be JoJo or Jensen for EG that a lot of the community was talking about. And here he is, end of the year, waiting in finals.
Yeah, and it's a small tangent with Jensen right there. It's a tricky situation when you don't have a team for spring because he wanted to join the right situation. He didn't just want to join a team to play. At this point in his career, he wants to win and he wants to go deep at Worlds. And he thought that this Cloud9 roster was something that was capable of that. So he is completely online. He's playing at a top level and they're trying to go far.
Hey, Cloud9 right now, the best team in the LCS, scaled throughout the regular season. First blood in new support, I can understand that can take you some time, and it looks very good. Rookie 80 carry in Berserker as well. An outstanding roster so far. We will again see them in a week for the LCS Championship, see if they hoist that trophy. Now, in a few minutes, Hai is going pro to pro with Jensen, but for now, it's time to join Fudge in our Verizon postgame interview.
Thank you, Freak. The Cloud9 fans are elated in the audience after this victory. I've got Fudge. Whether it was a meme or not, you told Travis Gafford it was going to be a 3-0 in the opposite direction. Why do you keep predicting sweeps but giving us 3-1s?
I don't know. We played pretty poorly today, so we actually didn't 3-0 them. But honestly, we had a lot of confidence going into this series. After we beat EG, we thought they were the best team, so we were pretty confident. And then coming into 100 Thieves, I didn't really feel like Someday had a very good champion pool. He sort of just played Aatrox every single game, so it was pretty free.
It did feel like Cloud9 were bringing out a lot of Lux, and you have a critical eye for your team, but many will say it was very surprising the fashion in which you took down EG, maybe even a little hesitant to bet on Cloud9 coming into here, seeing if there would be consistency. What is it that has made Cloud9 look so strong in these best of fives after a really tumultuous summer split?
I think during regular season, our drafts in general were pretty poor. And then coming into the best of fives, I did feel like our drafts in general were pretty good, a lot better than the enemy team. I think we play a lot of different champions in every single role. I think we have a lot of diversity in all our champion pools, which allows us to win best of fives really easily. Makes it really hard to draft against us. And I think that allowed us to obviously beat 100 Thieves, but I still think we have a lot of work to do, honestly.
But is it the drafts then that you feel are the biggest reason for the strong early games, for instance? Or is there something else going on there? Because Cloud9 was looking good in the early minutes over and over.
I don't know. The other teams just suck. Like,
Fair enough. I expect strong words from you every time. And this is a big moment for you and the rest of the team, the rest of Cloud9, because of this strength that you have shown. You are in the finals of the LCS. You were already going to Chicago, but you're in that matchup. First time since 2021. I saw you in Houston, but it was as an attendee. What does it mean to get to go in this fashion?
Everyone doubted us. Going into playoffs, people thought C9 was shit. and then we beat everyone, so go fuck yourselves.
So of all the doubters, of all that have not believed in Cloud9 when it comes to the teams, which will be opposite of you in the finals? Is it a rematch against 100, or is somebody else going to come through?
I think it's likely to be a rematch against 100. I think EG and TL look pretty shaky, but it doesn't really matter. It's going to be 3-0 no matter what. So.
There are surely a lot of fans that have been cheering on. I have to say, the crowd today has been especially hype. So for the Cloud9 believers that have stuck with you, what words would you like to say to them?
Thank you for not believing in us.
So keep not believing, apparently. Thank you, Fudge, for joining me for the interview. Lots of pop-offs from multiple members of Cloud9, including Jensen. So let's hear more from him with our Pro to Pro.
Welcome back, everyone, to another Pro to Pro. I have Jensen with me here today, and we have a few clips for you. So this is game one. Luckily for you, I skipped the rest of the game because that part's not important for you.
Yeah,
but
thank you.
We'll play out this clip. So when you're doing this teleport, can you kind of run me through what's going on in your head here? Like, do you expect to end the game here? And if not, like, what are the comms like?
Basically, we know that there's going to be a big contest around the, I believe this is the Elder Dragon.
Yeah,
so
they're all fighting. All right, well, you can kind of see it, but yeah.
Yeah, so there's like a lot of dancing around the Elder Dragon here. So we thought, like, if we just stall them for as long as possible, I will have to make them make a hard decision, right? They either have to, like, recall or, like, force a fight immediately. And since, I guess, I didn't really see what happened, I guess they forced the fight, and I don't know what happened, but it's hard for them to make the right decision in this moment, so this turned out to be the right play, I guess. I think I actually almost inted because I didn't realize the puppy. I think the puppy coming now, he's like 1 HP.
Yeah, you'll see the puppy. I was watching this back. I was like, I wonder why you didn't just ult and kill the puppy.
Yeah, here I should have just killed the puppy, but I was like so tunneled on the Nexus that I forgot to kill him. So I almost griefed it, but it turned out to win, that we won in the end.
Yeah, nice. It worked out for you there. So luckily that happened. That's really cool. I wasn't expecting that to happen either. And then we'll have this next clip for you here. So basically, in game 3, this is game 3, you're playing LeBlanc into Ahri. My first question is, why do you start Red Trinket? Well, you get a ward, then you switch to Red Trinket. Why do you swap?
The reason is LeBlanc's 1v1 is actually not super strong. I think a lot of people think it's better than it is. So the most important thing is, with LeBlanc, you want to pressure around mid lane and make it hard for the enemy mid to step up. So if he doesn't have vision, he's under threat of Puppy, right? So then he can't really push on me because he doesn't have vision, and if he pushes, he's just gonna die to my jungle. So denying his vision is more important than having vision for myself because I'm pretty safe and he's not.
Gotcha. So I'll play out this clip, and then you just killed Aatrox from this roam. Can you tell me about what you really did in lane phase to be able to be so ahead of him? You got that kill earlier on Aatrox, but at the end of this, you'll see that you're like up a plate, you're up a lot of money. What did you do in lane phase to destroy Ahri so much?
I was basically just trying to pressure him on every CS as much as possible and force him to use his spells on the CS, so it was hard for him to really contest me. I think this lane is kind of favored for LeBlanc, so if LeBlanc plays well, she should create a lead.
You're up like 20 CS, pressured the entire game.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened. I think he's not super comfortable in the matchup either, so it was a bit easier than it should have been early on. I think early on, Ahri can try to do something, but I think Ahri kind of needs to push to make this lane work well. But it's kind of hard when I deny his vision as well.
Gotcha. So I have one last clip for you here. This is game 4. You just got picked at Dragon and died before this. So now they're on Baron, however, and I'm gonna play this clip for you. And I thought, when I was watching it, I had this idea in my head of what you're gonna do, but you didn't do it, which is fine. It worked out for you in the end anyway. So I'm gonna play it again. And when you're watching it, would you have done anything differently when you're watching this again?
I think initially I should do this because they didn't see my TP, so I should poke him. I think I should run around a bit quicker, so I could try to pressure.
You want to go around this way?
Yeah, I should try to go around here and pressure them a bit quicker. Alternatively, I could also just fly in and try to scoop out the Wukong as we go in for the steal. But there's a big risk with that because we might all die for it if we don't get it. But because they got kind of low, I think the timing was pretty good, but I'm not sure. Maybe if I'd done it earlier, we could have gotten the Baron too, and maybe won, but it was hard to say. So I thought playing it slow, we just play for the fight, and that's how we're gonna win it.
Gotcha. Well, that's probably why you're better Zir than me, because personally, in my head, I probably would have flown in when I saw the Wukong at HP or like 200 HP. I don't know what would have happened. You'd probably just die and not get Baron or anything like that. But that's what I would have done, so that's why I brought it up.
It could definitely work.
I wasn't sure what was better, but obviously this worked out because you guys aced him after this. So I think that's all. And I have actually one final thing here just to end off for you here. Let me see. Let me just fast forward here a little bit for you. So we'll just end off the clip on this.
God.
You do that exact same face here, by the way. The one that you just did. You'll see it in the camera right here. You just do the same thing. So that's all I got for you, Judson.
No. I was delaying his death and letting my team get the kill, so that their tempo would be much lower. Exactly.
Okay, genius.
Strategic.
This is why he's a pro and we're not.
Hey, Giga Brain. That's why this one's the mid laner for Cloud9 now,
that's why
right?
he's the pro.
No one else would have done that.
So thanks for joining us. Congratulations on the win again. And that's all for us. We're going to send you all over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Hyde. Thank you, Jensen. Congrats again on booking a trip to the finals. Congrats on the 8 consecutive Worlds appearances. Jensen played out of his damn mind.
Yes, he did!
Today. What a return to form here at just the right moment.
I really liked what he's talking about as well with the vision denial, actually being able to create that advantage. I think it's so smart in that matchup. I watched through his pro view and saw how he was actually challenging him on these waves so heavily, forcing him to use the spells. But the fact that he actually is denying the vision on a champion that's much safer from ganks than his opponent, so his opponent can't actually step up and push, I thought that's really, really smart.
Yeah, and just a note, in that game, right, we went and double-checked the numbers just to be sure. Perfect CS at 10 minutes would be 107 minions. He was at 100 CS before 10 minutes at around like 940. So he was near perfect on his CS while also denying as much as he did from the Ahri, creating a 30 CS advantage, ended up getting first blood. It's also important to note, the winning moment there on an Ahri, he had 13% damage share for the team. He won that game in a very different way than dealing the damage you would normally think from an Orianna. Also, I'll call out that he bought a potion, which is why he was doing more damage to those turrets as he TP'd in. And if he didn't buy that, wouldn't have won the game. So buy those in your ranked games. Too many people are 6 items without him. All that said, we'll come back and talk about how Cloud9 managed to claim victory in 3-1 fashion. For now, we're back out to the Tigers, who's standing by with Abadaga.
Thank you, Dash. I do have Abadaga after this series. Thank you for joining me, of course. But from your perspective, what happened here today?
I think C9 played really well, and they kind of showed us our weaknesses. And I feel like we learned a lot, and they kind of just exposed us today. So I don't see it as a loss. I think it was a learning opportunity. We still have another chance next week. So we are looking forward to improving and taking the best what we can from the series.
I know you're saying that they isolated maybe some of the ways to exploit you, but I think there were a lot of positives as well in the team fight, some magnificent moments from you too. Are you taking anything away in that sense, being that you do have competition to go? Any positive motivation from what you did today?
I mean, I know that I'm ready for everything, but I'm frustrated about how I played the last 2 games because I felt like I kind of gave everything into the first 2 games and then I didn't have anything left. So it was a new experience, and I think I just have to learn to keep being strong, whatever happens.
In terms of that then, working on making sure to keep that strength through the series, is there anything that you are individually trying to do from now until the next time that you have to play?
I mean, I think I think the process and everything I'm doing I'm on the right way. So I'll just keep doing what I'm doing. I'm very confident about playing anyone. So I think we'll just have to see in Chicago.
100 Thieves has had a lot of consecutive finals appearances up until now. You still have the opportunity to do so. Any thoughts on the opponents that you may have to face to get into those finals?
I mean, TL and EG, they're going to be strong next week. I'm pretty sure. I think they were also struggling a bit this weekend. They maybe didn't expect CLG and TSM on the opposing side to be as strong as they actually looked. So it's just going to be a fight. I feel like every team is contending for the title right now.
That's definitely true. Any word specifically for Cloud9 if you do go into that rematch after today? Fresh feelings?
I mean, I'm still confident. I think we kind of figured out like how they want to play. And I think we have a lot of adaptations that we can use against them next time we meet them.
We'll see what other looks you bring out next time you take to the stage. Thank you so much for joining me for this interview.
Thank you
too. All right, back to the State Farm analyst desk.
Thank you so much, La Tigress. A bit of an opposite journey for 100 Thieves compared to Spring Split, where they were the team awaiting a challenger in the finals, which would ultimately be EG. Now, this time around, going to have to run the losers bracket to get back there.
True. Hey, remember the last time they won a championship, it was through the losers bracket, too. So they're going to have to go and do
a
it
pattern
back
is emerging here in the
There it is.
LCS.
Same
I'll just
way,
say that.
same way.
Also, I'll reference that Fudge himself in his interview said he expects the finals to be a rematch of this series. So if that's any indication of kind of the general power level of this 100 Thieves squad, while Abadaga says feels like we got a little bit exposed today.
Fair.
Definitely think this is the kind of team who can identify those weaknesses as a result of this series and come back that much stronger.
But there feels like there's so much uncertainty just based off the levels of both TL and EG, and I know we'll get into that conversation, but much like what Abadaga said, it's going to be a fight. Everybody's gunning for that championship right now, so you don't know what Evil Geniuses and TL will look like when they get there.
I mean, that's what makes it so exciting, right? You know, it's not just the top 4 that we're kind of gunning for it. We had 5-game series against, our 7th seed. We had CLG almost winning as well. It's like all these teams feel like they are really in the competition in that hunt for the title. And I like the honesty from Abadaga, saying that he was kind of just cooked after the first 2 games, right? Like when you lose in a way that they did in game 1 with Jensen actually getting that back door, or whatever you want to call it, like that is so frustrating when it happens to you, and having to play through that can be very, very difficult.
Yeah, you just needed a strong mental to be able to get through that. And he had a really solid start to the series, so it's just great to be able to see this. I'm interested if there is a repeat performance, but they're going to have to take him down, or at least take down either EG or TL.
And then on the C9 side, I think the most impressive thing I saw from C9, especially with this composition where you're relying on like the timing of, the Nyla going in, right here, plays like this where like the follow-up damage is the important part, right? So a lot of the time you're looking at it and you're like, oh my gosh, Berserker, what are you doing? And this is a very different look from C9 than a lot of stuff that we've seen from them. Obviously, Berserker was actually one of the first players to pull it out from any region and lost with it. It was really cool. I know Kobe had said previously he's been spamming it in Champ Q. It was really cool to see them pull out this kind of composition and return to it, and with significantly improved coordination, be able to pull it off.
Absolutely, and it was really interesting, right? Because he's kind of just playing as an engage, right? Like you're saying, it's less about him going in and ulting and killing everyone, and more about him setting up everyone else on his team to actually finish them off. So it is really cool to see that come out, and it helps to kind of give a better insight into what Nyla is actually going to be in pro play, because we haven't gotten to see it much.
I was about to say, Raz, he's still the only NA pro to bring it out on stage. He brought it out once in the regular season and now once here. So again, I know we talked about that shared champ pool graphic between the bot lanes, and Nyla was already on there because of that early play in the split, but there's something to be said for a willingness of teams and players to go wide with those kinds of champion options, so that they can do things like this. It seems like that's part of what made it hard for 100 Thieves to deal with them today.
Yeah, that's why I don't necessarily agree with Abadaga in saying that he knows now how they play. Because they are an incredibly creative team. They will try different options. Now they have that 1 week before Chicago, where I'm assuming they would play their academy team and just like find new tools and ideas, because you're going to go into the finals recognizing that teams are either going to want to play Zeri or Sivir, and they already had the answer in Zeri with that Nila, and if they come up with one more option, suddenly the opposing team's already a step back in the draft. So I'm really interested to see how C9 even evolves going forward.
And it's not just about draft too, right? Like obviously this ties into how the team plays. Like we've seen Nyla as a Zeri counter, not necessarily counter, but like a response, right? But it does require you to play in a different way. We already knew that Berserker's like willing to get in there in team fights just based on even his Aphelios play last spring when his lane wasn't always necessarily going well. But this composition specifically tells me that they're okay with putting Berserker on a hyper carry, right? This is a lot more about him initiating fights and then Jensen following up with insane damage from the Azir. It's so cool to see how well coordinated they are with multiple different looks.
Yeah, in team fights, but especially in lane.
Yep.
The night and day of when Berserker initially came into the league with Winsome, and then to now where, of course, came into a fresh support now it seems like they're just on point. and their lanes have been really strong. So I feel like we have to kind of now suddenly update how we view Berserker and Sven in lane because they seem to be more lane dominant than they have ever been this year.
Yeah.
Cloud9 going back to another LCS finals, and the man who pushed them over the line today was none other than Jensen. Picking up player of the series, man finds himself back on a roster after being teamless in spring, and then he puts up a performance like this to 3-1 R2 seeding straight to Chicago.
And we almost did him dirty putting the game 1 on there.
I love that, though. I love seeing a player who can win in a situation like that.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny, right? Like, you just look at the damage percent, right? It's like Jensen is scaling. It's 13% of his team's damage in game 1, 26 in game 2, like 30-something in game 3. Playing it out, I think, incredibly well. The LeBlanc game was really, really good. The Azir game, he was a monster. He was more than double anyone else on his team's damage in that one. And I do think, despite having a rough early game, it was this call of the TP that actually ended up winning that first game that they won.
And while the Anivia didn't win, it's still an incredibly potent pick that he has in his back pocket. We didn't even get to seeing the Zillion. Again, I do worry for teams that have to try and figure out a draft strategy against Cloud9 at this point.
Yeah, an incredibly smart player. It seemed like he was on point in terms of just like his laning, something that we talked about a lot throughout the day, and it just made it really frustrating for Abadaga throughout. So it's going to be fun to see what happens in the finals because you're going to have to be dealing with an on-point Jensen and a coordinated C9. You already talked about the draft, and it's something that you kind of have to continue to deal with, especially with C9, because yes, he has those picks. You mentioned the Zillion as well, but the same goes for top lane. But at the end of the day, you don't want to get bodied by Jensen. I love
or do
that.
you?
I love that we got this back.
No. Okay. To each their own.
Oh, my God.
Alrighty. Let's take a look at the bracket. We're almost done with our entire postseason picture. Only 3 best-of-5s remain. We're down to the lower half of the bracket tomorrow with Evil Geniuses looking to rebound after taking a loss to Cloud9 against TL, who likewise took a loss to 100 Thieves just a bit ago. Winner will move on to play a wounded 100 Thieves, and then only 1 best-of-5 decides it.
It's crazy, man. I just feel like as soon as playoff starts, it just starts going so fast. I can't believe that this time next week, we're going to be in Chicago. We're going to be having finished the first actual match there. And EGTL, I just cannot overstate how exciting this series is. These are 2 of the biggest teams right now in the league, both with massive investment into having success for this year. Only one of them has a shot at the title. Only one of them can actually go to Worlds.
I'm going to be so heartbroken for one of these teams tomorrow.
The pressure tomorrow is going to be
just
monumental.
no avoiding it.
And
it's insane. Go for it.
Oh, no, I was going to say, you heard Abadaga say it too, but I don't know what the confidence level is in these teams, right? Because they both looked really shaken in their previous series, even though they came out with wins.
Yeah, because... Oh, yeah, go on.
I was just going to say, TL a little bit less than EG in my opinion, but that could be recency.
Yeah, but still, both these teams really are just looking back through what they're doing wrong. Sure, a lot of teams are doing that if you're going to be in the lower bracket, but certainly them, because of the investment, because of the success that they, for TL, expected to have, did have during the regular season, and for Evil Geniuses, who are the champions. They're the returning champions, and for them to be knocked out so early in the fashion that they did would have been such a disappointment. So it's going to be a really interesting loser semis. But what's also interesting is literally what you said, just knowing that Chicago is just a week away is
so excited,
actually.
Yeah.
But we've been talking about stakes, all postseason long, and I don't think there are many higher stakes than the matchup tomorrow because, again, it's not just to get to Chicago. It's also for that 3rd and final World spot. Everything is on the line for those squads. There's a little bit less pressure, I think, on 100 Thieves and Cloud9, who got that out of the way just a week or 2 ago. Either way, that's going to do it for us here. A bit of a shorter day today. Just the 3-1, and
we could pause some audio
cruise right along.
Yeah, we could.
What do you
I
guys
can break
got?
those panels.
Go for it, man. Yeah, you could.
You could.
I want to see how that turns out. I want to see how that turns out for you if you do that. All right.
Cut down the broadcast.
I'll just sit right here.
I could break your cup on that one.
Thank you all so much for
better
tuning
for
in
you.
today. On behalf of myself, the casters, the entire broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you tomorrow for more LCS playoffs. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other. Good night.
Peace.
Well, I like this guy. I like this guy.
Yeah, dear 100 Thieves, go fudge yourself.
Going in for the play, handshake in, and it's gonna be smited. Claimed by 100 Thieves, evicts the Wukong. Clever, flash follow, FBI. Oh, he jumps away, he needs more ricochet damage, you can't kill him. Though. Jensen still pushing.
I'll have to try to end, I guess.
Yeah, try.
They're running. When they come, then nothing, okay, Jensen?
Yeah, he's low, he's low.
Poppy north, poppy north, poppy north. Poppy north.
Just over here. 7-0 flash. 7-0 flash.
Guys, Berserker was wearing his pants backwards, so now he put his pants on correctly. Okay, nice. Team is a free win.
Re-engage comes across, pretty low. They find the first kill. A whole bunch as Sunday dives across the backline. Abadaga's good for a triple. Abadaga's good for a quadra. Ult's coming across. Will they find the team fight though? Wall's coming out to cut everyone else out. Berserker is the target, but can they get him? They're just bouncing him around. It's 2-0 so far. They've got him in the backline. The furnace.
Hell yeah. If they win again, they'll have the same amount of titles as us.
Yeah, if they win today, they won't win.
Yeah, it's fine. It's true. But they're not winning today, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's true. They can enjoy fighting with TL and the Gulag.
Goodbye to Huhi. A pushback on a 2. Fudge ensures they get the rest. And resting in peace is what happens now to 100 Thieves. They're going to get everybody. Someday left alone. 4 in a row, and Abadaga can run back to his inhibitor. And guess what? A charm buys time, but Berserker claims it in the end.
Just like, play the game. I'm gonna carry this game. We know these guys.
Ready checks in the chat, please.
They are not better than us. So, we are just losing to ourselves right now. Play this game good and let's go, okay?
Someday has a death stance, and he may die. It's a big knockup. Finds a lot of space. Huhi's got 1, and still he won't die. Neela in for 2. Berserker buys a bit of time, but he will trade back out. Jensen goes in, shoves the squad, and Abadaga is just caught and dies. An FBI forced to run. Jensen serves them all up, and it's now all over. 43-minute win, and there's nothing stopping Cloud9